Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter chose Bellatrix over the wizarding world. Here is short summary. Harry Potter makes a choice no one expected, standing beside Bellatrix instead of the wizarding world that failed him. As war, politics, and betrayal reshape magical Britain, their dangerous bond forges new alliances, destroys old enemies, and changes the fate of the wizarding world forever, leading to an ending no one could have foreseen. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The day of the public reading of Sirius Black had finally come. The Potter household was abuzz with nervous energy. It had been nearly a month since the supposed death of the boy who lived, but the time for hiding in the shadows had finally come to an end. Not only would the news of his return to the living create a sensation, but the news of his marriage to the former Bellatrix Lestrange would be made public as well. Harry was not as concerned for his own well-being or publicity, but he was profoundly concerned on the public's reaction to her. She had quickly become the sun in his universe, everything revolved around her and there was nothing he wouldn't do to protect her. Oh, he knew she was a very capable witch, probably one of the best duelists in the country, but that did nothing to lessen his protectiveness. He was awed by her beauty and grace and bewitched by her sense of humor and sarcastic nature. She could be seductive and all at once silly, which had the young man on his toes and kept their relationship exciting and adventurous. The passion between the two could easily be felt by everyone who knew them. In Harry's humble opinion, there was no woman more perfect than his Bella. Her quirks and human frailties only endeared her more to him. Bella slowly approached her husband, who had been waiting for her in the parlor, her hips swaying seductively and her eyes smoky and filled with passion. Harry gulped as he saw the vision of beauty approach him. She gently pressed herself against him, never losing eye contact with her husband. She tilted her head up and just a bit to the side. Her arms reached around his neck as she gently pulled him down into a long sensuous kiss that took his breath away. Bella stepped back and smiled as she looked at her love, whose eyes were still closed, with a dazed but happy look on his face. He slowly opened his eyes, still reveling in the incredible kiss. Wow, that was, wow. Harry sputtered, which caused Bella to giggle. That was for your wonderful thoughts about me, love. Bella said as she gave him another tender kiss. I'll have to do that more often. Harry said, smiling hugely. Narcissa walked into the room and saw the expression on Harry's face. Did you have to break him before the reading, Bella? Narcissa chuckled at her brother-in-law's predicament. Well, not everything's broken, the important things are in perfect working order. Bella smirked as she caressed the hard result of her kiss. Harry went crimson, which caused both Narcissa and Bella to giggle at the poor young man's state. The rest of the household began to arrive in the parlor dressed in their finest robes. Hermione and Luna had matching emerald-colored cloaks with stiff inch-and-a-half collars, the Potter crest prominently displayed on the left side above the B*East. Underneath her cloak, Hermione wore a white off-the-shoulder peasant girl-style blouse that laced in front, and over the top of her blouse she wore a black leather and lace bodice that displayed her womanly assets in spectacular fashion. She wore an ankle-length dark green, silken lace skirt that seemed to flow over her hips, accentuating her curves, leaving no doubt of the beautiful young woman she had become. On her feet she wore calf-high, black patent leather stiletto-heeled boots that added another 3 inches to her 5 feet 7 inches height. Her hair was left long and it fell in gentle dark waves just below her shoulders. Around her neck she wore an emerald pendant that she had found in the Potter vaults and had quickly fallen in love with it. Bella presented it to her as a gift this morning and she had immediately put it on. The 4-carat emerald was surrounded by 6 white diamonds and was set into a goblin-made unbreakable silver necklace. Luna was similarly dressed but wore a bright red skirt. She had said that with the green cloak it reminded her of Christmas and that she felt particularly festive today. Her hair was kept long with a wreath of flowers woven through her hair at the crown of her head. The rest of her hair falling in spirals ending just above her waist. Luna also wore a necklace that had been gifted to her by Bella. It was a stunning large blue opal and diamond teardrop necklace. It was simple but elegant and Luna loved it. The pendant, like Hermione's, was attached to a goblin-made unbreakable silver necklace. Bella had decided to wear a floor-length stunning forest green strapless dress that seemed to defy gravity as it proudly displayed her ample bosoms and hugged her athletic body, then flaring out slightly over her hips and cascading its way down to her ankles and extending behind her in a slight train. With her open-toed strap-up heels she stood an impressive 6 feet tall, just 2 inches below Harry's 6-foot 2-inch frame. Her hair was worn long and her sleek jet black ringlets fell gracefully down her back, ending between her bare shoulder blades. She wore a 4-strand choker of black pearls and matching earrings. Her black acromantula silk cloak with silver piping and House Potter crest over the left *East completed her ensemble. Harry wore a tailored dark gray 3-buttoned pinstriped suit, a white silk button-up shirt with the top button open, and a pair of black Oxford dress shoes, shined to a fine gleam. On top of the suit he wore a matching cloak to Bella's that fell just above the heel of his shoes. The Potters would meet the rest of the family at Gringotts at 11:30 a.m., a half-hour prior to the meeting. Slingblade had provided a port key to the Potters that would bring them to the private reception area that they had used on their previous meetings. The 4 Potters surrounded the royal blue ribbon that was acting as the port key. Harry took a moment to look at his growing family with a mix of love and pride. He had always considered Hermione family, but Luna had also fallen into that same feeling of family almost seamlessly. She brought a fun and quirky dynamic to the group and often had the family in stitches for her off-the-wall comments and humorous observations. Each member brought a uniqueness that complemented the whole. Narcissa surprisingly was the nurturer of the family and would be the first to offer a shoulder to cry on and a listening ear. Luna in particular began to see her as a surrogate mother, and the two were often found in each other's company. Andromeda was the practical one of the group and had a sharp mind and business acumen. She was able to piece together plans within plans and could see the truth in any hidden agenda with a keen eye. Within the legal arena of the courts she was a force of nature and respected by friend and foe alike. No one ever wanted to be in her crosshairs. Tonks took the role of big sister to Harry, Hermione, Luna and Susan, always ready to lend advice whether you needed it or not. Her bubbly personality was infectious, and just like her Aunt Bella she always had an innuendo at the ready for every occasion. She seemed to take great pleasure in getting Harry and the younger girls to blush in embarrassment. Susan had also wormed her way into Harry's heart. He saw her as a true sister. She was warm and caring and seemed to have the same motherly instincts as Sissy and could sense sadness a mile away and was always ready to share a pint of ice cream and a warm embrace. Amelia had taken the role of mother in Harry's life. She had always made time for him even with the crazy schedule she had as minister. He didn't know if she was just trying to make up for the time that she was not there to be the godmother he needed, but he found he didn't care. He could feel the sincerity of her affection for him now, and that was enough for Harry. There was nothing to forgive in his mind. He was just thrilled that she wanted to be a part of his life now. Harry felt a loving gaze upon him as he was roused from his thoughts. He looked up to see the warm violet eyes of his beloved staring at him. Knowing that she had been privy to his musings, he gave her a crooked smile which she returned. The clock on the mantel chimed as it announced 11:30 a.m. The 4 Potters then felt the familiar tug of the port key as they disappeared in a swirl of color and appeared moments later in the VIP reception area of Gringotts Bank in the heart of London. Slingblade greeted the 4 Potters and escorted them to an ante-room next to the large conference room where the will reading would occur. The rest of the family was already there and waiting for their arrival. Amelia approached her godson and the two embraced, and Harry tenderly kissed the cheek of his godmother in greeting. "Are you ready for all this, Harry?" Amelia asked in a concerned motherly tone. "There seems to be a lot of interest in Sirius Will, and in particular who will become the next Lord Black. With the title of Lord Black seemingly up for grabs, a lot of old pureblood families with some Black family ancestry, however distant, are here to vie for the title. I haven't seen this many lawyers in one place since the Death Eater trials of the First War," Amelia said with an obvious disgust in her tone. "Well, I guess a lot of people are going to be disappointed, aren't they?" Harry smirked. "Harry, Slingblade has provided a security detail for you while you are here at Gringotts. They will escort you into the conference hall. 2 will keep close to you and 4 others will take up defensible positions around the hall," Narcissa explained. "I've seen a few of my former husband's associates milling about the lobby. I'm guessing the Dark Lord is interested in who gets the Black title and wealth as well. Be careful, Harry, you'll have the family looking out for you, but just be careful," Narcissa stated with a hint of worry in her voice for her new head of house and brother-in-law. "Thanks, Sissy," Harry said warmly, squeezing the B***'s hand affectionately. "Harry, after the reading we have scheduled a press conference that will take place on the steps in front of the bank. Sissy and I have written a speech for you to give, but feel free to change or add anything you want. The press is going to be ferocious with their questions, don't feel like you have to answer any of them, Harry. Sissy and I have also written a press release and will disseminate it to all the media outlets that will cover most of the expected questions. Andromeda said as she handed him a copy of his speech in the press release. I also have a squad of 6 Aurors that will serve Dumbledore with a summons to appear before the Wizengamot to answer questions of forgery of official documents, child endangerment, interfering with the last will, and testament of a lord of an ancient and noble house, your father's, and a host of other charges. Amelia stated with a grin of satisfaction on her face. She wanted Dumbles brought to justice and punished for the crimes he had perpetrated against her godson. She would have added accessory to murder for the murders of Hermione's and Luna's families if she had more physical evidence of his involvement. But all they had was Hermione's memory of Snape's confession, and that would not hold up in court without something more tangible. Harry was beginning to get that feeling of being overwhelmed again with all the information being handed to him, and began to doubt he could hold it together long enough to get through the day. Bella and Hermione sensed his anxiety. The former wrapped him in a loving hug and communicated to him over their shared bond all the love she had for him and that she would be standing next to him the whole time, supporting and reassuring him. Harry began to relax in his lover's embrace. Her scent and presence as always was enough to calm his anxiety and refocus his resolve. Hermione had also approached him and gently rubbed his back in comforting circles. Harry reached for her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze, letting his best friend know that he appreciated her concern and love as well. Straightening himself up and squaring his shoulders, he prepared himself for the circus to come. With his family's love and support he would be fine and represent his family as its head in a dignified and strong manner. Slingblade returned and escorted the rest of the family to the conference hall. Harry and Bella would make a grand entrance after the rest of the parties had taken their seats. Slingblade thought it would make a lasting impression on those assembled as a stately Lord and Lady Potter entered together. At the very least it would make for an entertaining pensive memory to review all the varying emotional responses that Slingblade expected. The reading of the last will and testament of Lord Sirius Orion Black was to be held in the main conference on the main floor of the bank. It was the largest conference room the bank had to offer. And with the expected turnout for the reading, it was the only one that could accommodate more than 50 people. The room was long and dominated by a large ornate rectangular oak table that could comfortably accommodate 30 people, 12 on each side and 3 at each end. Around the table along the walls was a small gallery of chairs that stretched along the length of the room. Each side could seat about 20 people. The cathedral-style ceiling was high and vaulted with flying buttresses. Tapestries of graphic goblin battle scenes adorned much of the wall space. The head of the table was at the farthest end of the hall away from the visitor entrance. 3 ornately carved wooden chairs were placed there. The one in the middle was throne-like, much larger than the other 2. It was clear that whoever sat there wanted to impress upon those who saw it that this was the leader, and he sat in dominion over all in the room. The gallery of the hall was already beginning to fill with several members of the press and high-ranking members of the Wizengamot and Ministry, as well as several old families who had a vested interest in the status of the Black family in regards to an heir and its Wizengamot seats. The new heir, whoever it was, would gain control of tremendous wealth and ownership to many outstanding debts that were owed to the Black family. Many of those debts belonged to some of the darker families, and if they were called in by the new Lord Black it could seriously destabilize the war effort. These families by free will or by persuasion were funding the Dark Lord's campaigns, and if the new Lord Black called in their debts they could lose their businesses which had received start-up loans from the Black coffers. With the death of Sirius' father 15 years ago and with Sirius in Azkaban, many of the families conveniently stopped paying on their loans, figuring that Sirius would die in Azkaban, and with him being the last male Black there would be no new Lord Black to force payment. But Sirius had escaped, and it was unknown if in his will he appointed an heir to the Black title. This uncertainty is what brought them here today. But should there be a new Lord Black they would try and appeal their case to him so as not to be liable for their past payments and fall into default. But even if he was not agreeable, more than one of the families were planning a quick demise of the new Lord Black. Better for him to die, than for the Dark Lord to wipe out their entire family, because of lack of funding to his coffers. Rita Skeeter was in her element. She could smell a story a mile away, and with the wide assortment of players that had been arriving for this event, she was sure that something deliciously scandalous was afoot, and she was giddy with anticipation. There were light and dark side families in attendance, there were politicians and business owners nervously pacing about. It was like blood in the water, and Rita was a great white seeking out her prey. This is what she lived for. Oh sure, she was making a killing on the royalties for her publishing of the Harry Potter biography with that red-headed buffoon Donald Weasley. But this was the real reason she became a journalist, the intrigue, the finding of dirt on the wealthy and powerful. No indiscretion was too small not to exploit and sensationalize. This was her drug of choice, the ability to bring those of the elite down into the muck of human depravity and expose them for the world to see. Whether it was completely true or not didn't matter, her adoring public wanted dirt and sensationalism, and that is what she would give them. A gaggle of redheads entered the conference room led by an imperious-looking Molly Weasley dressed in her finest clothes, followed by Ginny Weasley, who was wearing a new black cloak with the Potter crest on it. This immediately caused several eyebrows to raise in a cacophony of stunned and angry whispers. A garishly dressed Ronald Weasley was next in line. His robes actually caused many in the room to shield their eyes and many more to snicker at his choice of wardrobe. He wore a bright gold-colored robe that sparkled and shined when light struck it. He also carried a polished cherry wood cane with an ivory-carved griffin handle. He wore a blood-red silk button-up shirt and black trousers that were about an inch too short for his lanky long legs, and then there was the acid-green dragon hide boots. The whole ensemble clashed spectacularly. A few camera flashes caught his attention and he gave his best magnanimous smile and a wrist wave to his adoring public. However, those who took the pictures were thinking of the potential gossiping possibilities, and the worst-dressed wizard category of their respective news magazines, and some were even questioning the young man's orientation. The four other Weasley males had kept their distance from the rest of the group, not really wanting to be associated with the attention-seeking trio led by their mother. Bill, as the official head of House Weasley, had told his mother to cease provoking the goblins on the matter of the Potter fortune. But his advice had fallen on deaf ears. She went as far as having a cloak made for Ginny with the Potter crest on it. However, the cloak designers refused to add the crest since it was not sanctioned by the head of the Potter family. So Molly made one herself and sewed it to the cloak. Bill, furious at his mother, informed her that to falsely claim membership of an ancient and noble family had severe consequences, and that she was threatening the status of House Weasley amongst the pureblood establishment. They would see them as usurpers and be shunned from pureblood society. Not to mention the legal ramifications if a true member of House Potter should be found. House Weasley could be stripped of everything and become indentured to the House of Potter. Molly, however, could not be moved. She was certain that her claim, that is Ginny's claim as fiancée to the late head of the Potter family, would be upheld, and then the Potter fortunes and titles would be hers, well, Ginny's. Bill knew that this would not end well for his family and was considering disowning his own mother from House Weasley if things did not change quickly. The twins were no longer on speaking terms with their mother or their idiot brother Ron. Their deeds and actions had left the twins sickened and completely disgusted. They had not set foot in the burrow since the beginning of summer and refused to accept any correspondence from their mother, sending her all post back to her unopened. Ginny seemed to be caught up in the machinations of her mother. The twins believed that the youngest Weasley had been brainwashed and did not believe that she was a willing participant in their mother's scheming. Bill had confirmed as much to them. Ginny, from what he saw, was cowed into her role in all of this. She was too terrified of her mother, and Molly played easily upon the younger girl's infatuation with the boy who lived and had Ginny believing that she was in fact the Lady Potter by inheritance. Bill and Charlie took seats in the gallery since they were not mentioned in the will. The rest of the Weasleys took seats on the right side of the table. Albus Dumbledore then strolled in wearing periwinkle-colored robes with images of rainbows and dancing leprechauns with bowls of a marshmallow cereal dancing around a large pot of gold. If any real leprechauns had seen the outlandish robe, they would have been highly offended. He nodded to those members of the Wizengamot that were in attendance and made small talk with various acquaintances as he made his way to a seat by the Weasley matriarch. He sat with an aloofness that really grated on Bill's nerves. He still saw Dumbledore as the man responsible for the death of his father and more than likely the death of many others. He blamed Voldemort and his Death Eaters as well, but he took a beaked comfort in knowing that he was shrinking the Dark Lord's ranks. Many Death Eaters had stopped visiting Nocturne Alley in fear of the Dark Marked Killer. But Bill had many names and knew where he could find most. It was just a matter of time before justice caught up with them. Amelia and Susan Bones entered the hall and began to make their way to the left side gallery. Dumbledore was surprised to see the newly appointed minister and made his way over to speak with the hard as nails witch and once again commend her for her overwhelming victory on becoming minister. His other motive was to try and glean any information from her in regards to the missing Granger girl and the Lovegood girl. He was still uncertain if Granger in particular had made contact with the ministry, and if she had mentioned the attack on her family and Snape's involvement and subsequent confession of his own knowledge and approval of the attack. He was almost positive that the ministry and Amelia in particular were keeping an eye on him. Amelia was much smarter than Fudge ever was, and he would not put it past her to have a spy in the school or perhaps even the Wizengamot. No, he had to know for sure if any of his secrets and plans for the greater good had been discovered. It would not do for a lesser mind to be privy to them. They would not understand the delicate balance a leader of the light must walk to save the people whether they wanted to be saved or not. As in any chess game, there were pawns that needed to be sacrificed in order to advance the game and ultimately achieve victory. The Grangers and the Lovegoods were two such pawns that needed to be sacrificed. Amelia, Dumbledore began, his eyes twinkling, but his smile did not quite reach his eyes. So good to see you again. And what, may I ask, brings you here to the solemn occasion? Dumbledore fawned. Amelia glared at the old man, willing herself to keep her disdain for the man from leaking through her pleasant facade. That's Minister Bones, if you please, Chief Warlock. We are after all in a public setting, and I do not wish others to think we are on such familiar terms as to forfeit using our proper titles. Amelia said a little too sweetly. A spark of annoyance passed over Dumbledore's face so quickly that a less observant person might have missed it. But Amelia had spent years reading the body language of others. It was a skill necessary to being a successful orator. I do apologize for my slip of proprieties, Minister. I meant no offense or in any way to minimalize your office. Dumbledore placated. I meant only to address an old acquaintance warmly. The old man added with a smile. Was there something else you wanted? Amelia asked agitatedly, looking at the old man. Albus knew that he could not use legilimency on Amelia as an orator. They were trained in the use of the mind-blocking art and would no doubt sense any probe he would send out. He had to do this the old-fashioned way. There was something I did want to ask you, Minister. As you are undoubtedly aware, the homes of a few of my pupils was attacked recently. Albus began. I am very much concerned about one Hermione Granger. She is a Muggle-born witch and she has seemed to have disappeared. I was wondering if you had any information about her. Albus asked in his most grandfatherly tone. Bastard. Amelia thought, he's trying to discover Hermione's whereabouts. I know of the case, Headmaster, but I'm afraid that the investigation has turned up no leads as to Ms. Granger's whereabouts. Technically this was not a lie. Ms. Hermione Granger no longer existed, but Hermione Potter was very much alive and protected. Albus looked for any sign on Amelia's face for any kind of knowledge about the little mudblood, but if she did know anything, her face and body language gave nothing away. Well, that is disappointing. Albus stated with false somber emotion. I suppose that we will just have to hope for her safe return. Albus stated. He then turned and walked back to his seat, searching for some other possible scenario for the young witch. Surely she would have contacted someone by now. This sit-and-wait game was infuriating. He had to know, he had to be prepared to counter anything the young witch might divulge. The next group to enter was Narcissa Black, Andromeda Tonks née Black, and her daughter Nymphadora Tonks. Narcissa's divorce from Lucius did not remain hidden for long, and it had caused quite a stir with the Malfoy allies who were bound together by the Dark Lord. This was quite unsettling for most. It was known that although Lucius was a conniving bastard and could bribe with the best, it was Narcissa who was the true intellect of the Malfoy household. Without Lucius to somewhat control her, she was without a doubt a force to be reckoned with. She handled all the Malfoy finances and kept the ledgers and knew where the money was going and who was being bribed or receiving kickbacks and for what reasons. She was now considered by most a very dangerous person to be at odds with. She literally could bring down a number of old pureblood houses if she had cause. Narcissa glided to the left side of the table and, to the surprise of some and shock to others, greeted Amelia Bones warmly and sat down next to her and began a friendly chat. Andromeda Tonks, known in the political circles also as a shark in the courtroom, also greeted the minister warmly before taking her seat next to her sister, with Nymphadora sitting next to her mother. Rita was almost ready to explode with excitement. This new development had to be looked into, the former wife of a convicted Death Eater and the Minister of Magic acting like they were the best of friends. She smelled story, and if the tingling she felt was any indication, it would be a whopper. A scraggly-looking Remus Lupin arrived and took a seat next to Dumbledore. He spotted the pink-haired Auror across the table from him and wondered not for the first time why she had left the Order. She brought a bit of fun and mirth to the Order meetings, and he was saddened when she walked out. He had wanted to know her reasons, but he had never had the chance to ask. Maybe if he could single her out after the reading, he could ask her. Remus noticed that Dumbledore was also staring at the young Auror, but with a look of suspicion. His glance would then slip to Amelia Bones, and an almost imperceptible scowl would cross his face quickly before a mask of aloofness replaced it. It was curious, but he passed it off as being none of his business. He noticed that there were a few Order members dispersed among the crowd of people coming to hear Sirius Will. He thought it odd that there was so much attention and wondered why this many people would even bother. He of course knew the Blacks were a wealthy family with a lot of connections in the wizarding world, but this just seemed overkill in his mind. He was also sure that Sirius had most likely given everything to Harry, but with Harry gone it was unclear where the Black fortune and titles would go. Aha, he thought. That's why the interest. Everyone wants a piece of the black pie. Bloody vultures. He scowled. The next to arrive was none other than Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood. The two beautiful young witches, spotting Andy and Sissy, made their way toward them. The two girls got a lot of appreciative stares from the men in the room. A startled Dumbledore saw Hermione approaching the Minister of Magic, and in a moment of panic jumped to his feet and whipping out his wand shouted, "Stupefy! Protega Redditus!" All anyone saw was a blur of motion as Hermione's wand arm seemed to come from nowhere as Dumbledore's stunner was rebounded at him, hitting him square in the chest and sending him crashing into the wall behind him, crashing into several people who were seated in the chairs along the wall. 4 large goblins ran into the room, weapons drawn. Molly Weasley jumped to her feet and pointed at Hermione. "That woman attacked the headmaster!" The red-headed woman screamed. The goblins turned an appraising eye on Hermione. These goblins had been assigned to Harry's detail and knew that Hermione was his adopted daughter. They would make no move on her without serious evidence of wrongdoing. "That is not true." Amelia Bones stood up, addressing the goblins and giving a scathing look at Molly Weasley. "It was Albus who attacked Hermione. She merely defended herself with a rebounding shield," Minister Bones declared. The goblins took hold of Albus and drug him from the room to be enervated, and where it would be determined if he would face charges. "Hermione!" came the disbelieving voices of all the Weasleys as they stared at the dark-haired young witch. "That can't be Hermione," Ron Weasley said. "That girl is hot. And Hermione is just a plain Jane," the red-headed tactless wonder commented. "I assure you, Ronald, that I am Hermione, you pathetic glory-seeking whore." Hermione spat at the flummoxed redhead. Ron, not catching the insult, was staring at Hermione's body and licking his lips. "Wow, Myone, you sure cleaned up good. Fancy a get-together later and you can apologize to me in person for your rude letters. I may even think about letting you be one of my girlfriends. You won't be the only one, you understand. I'm a prized commodity right now. I would rather date a blast-ended Scroot and Frenchkey a boober tuber than ever be with you, you slimy smeghead." Hermione growled, her eyes seemingly glowing in anger. Ron smirked at her. "You'll come crawling back to me soon enough. I've got money and fame, and that's the kind of man you like. I saw how you hoard over Harry in school. Face reality, Hermione. Harry's gone and I'm the new star in the wizarding world." Ron spat. "The funny thing about stars, though, they tend to burn out quite spectacularly," Luna stated dreamily. "Whatever, loony," Ron stated, returning to his chair. "No one cares what you think. You're just a bloody orphan who no one cares about," Ron said acidly. Luna just smiled her patented enigmatic smile and returned to her seat. It was then that Molly noticed the coat of arms on Hermione's and Luna's cloaks. "What are you two trollops doing wearing the Potter crest on your robes? I should have you both arrested for impersonating members of the House of Potter. Who do you think you are, you bloody tramps? Take those cloaks off immediately," Molly screamed with viciousness that neither girl had ever seen. "Who gave you permission to wear the crest of an ancient and noble house?" She screamed at the two girls, her face as red as the hair on her head. "I did." Just then the doors flew open and in walked a powerful-looking Harry Potter with Bellatrix Lestrange on his arm. The air around the two figures seemed to crackle with magic. A visible golden aura surrounded the couple, pulsating wildly, the ripples being felt throughout the room. There was a moment of complete stillness. The absence of sound was deafening, and everyone in the hall was trying to come to grips with what they were seeing. A mix of astonishment, confusion, and fear could be seen on almost every face except for those who were in the know. "Now that's showmanship," Tonks said cheekily. The comment was enough to break the trance that had engulfed the hall. The next second pandemonium erupted. Members of the press and their photographers were asking questions as fast as the camera bulbs were flashing. A crowd began to surge toward Harry when from the doorway burst forth 8 heavily armored goblins that were Harry's escort and surround the young lord and his lady. The crowd thought better of approaching the heavily armed and snarling goblins and returned reluctantly to their seats. "That is quite enough," a voice commanded from the head of the table. All heads turned to see an ancient-looking goblin flanked by 2 other goblins dressed in business suit attire. "Welcome Lord and Lady Potter, if you would kindly take the seats provided you." Slingblade motioned to the 2 ornately decorated chairs on the opposite end of the table from Slingblade. "Thank you Master Slingblade." The young lord bowed and escorted his wife to her chair before taking his own next to her. A temporarily gobsmacked Molly Weasley found her voice once more. It was a pity, however, she did not find her good sense. "I demand an explanation," the red-headed woman said in a scathing tone. "This cannot be the real Harry Potter. The real Harry died weeks ago. This must be an impostor. I assure you, Mrs. Weasley, that I am who I say I am." Harry retorted in a calm, even tone. "But if you need further proof, look at the ring I bear. It is the Potter signet ring, and only a true Potter can place it on his finger without dying a most horrible death," Harry said, glaring at the one-time mother figure. "Now if you please, I have come here to pay respect to my godfather and would like to hear the contents of his will." Harry then abruptly turned his attention toward Slingblade. With a nod of approval, Slingblade addressed the collected mass. "I will not tolerate any further outbursts, or I will clear the hall of everyone not expressly mentioned in the will. But I will also remove those who are listed if they cannot keep themselves under control," Slingblade stated, glaring menacingly at Molly. Bella smirked as she noticed the fuming Weasley matriarch, whose mouth was opening and closing like a fish out of water, and the confused faces of the 2 youngest Weasley siblings was priceless. Bella reached down and took Harry's hand, giving it a squeeze. "I think you broke her, love," Bella silently communicated to her husband. "Oh, I've yet to begin the breaking," Harry replied back cheekily. "Ooh, I love it when you're a bad boy, Harry. Makes me all tingly in fun places," Bella said suggestively, earning a crooked smile from her lover. During their mental discussion, Slingblade had already placed the projection pensive on the table and began to tap the runes to activate the recording. Before he activated the last rune, a goblin dressed in what appeared to be healer's robes approached Slingblade and whispered something into his ear. "Very well. On the condition that he keeps silent and that he surrenders his wand until after we have concluded our business." The goblin medic hurried out of the room, and a few moments later a somewhat dazed and staggering Albus Dumbledore re-entered the hall and took his seat next to Molly. Hermione smirked at the unsteady headmaster. "Your time will come, old man," Hermione thought, the hate for the man burning deep within her. Hermione was surprised when she felt Luna grab her hand and gave her a meaningful look. Luna's eyes showed worry and concern for her sister. She leaned over toward Hermione and in a voice full of love whispered in her ear, "Don't let the darkness consume you, sister. It will destroy the wonderful person that you are." Luna finished, her voice more lucid than Hermione had ever heard it. Hermione gave Luna a half-smile and wondered if Luna had some empathic abilities as well. She always seemed to know when Hermione allowed herself to fall into the darkness that had rooted itself deep within her. But in Hermione's mind there was only one logical way to destroy the darkness that tormented her. And that was to avenge her parents. To truly find the peace she longed for, she felt that 2 people needed to be dealt with, and she would deal with them before they could harm anyone else. Harry and Bella felt hatred rise in their chests. Knowing it was not their own emotions, they both glanced toward Hermione, who was staring daggers at the headmaster. "Harry, we need to talk to Hermione. She is looking down a road that she may not be able to turn from once she starts." "I know, love. As soon as possible we'll have a family chat with her," Harry stated worriedly. "Now that we are all settled, we will commence with the last will and testament of Lord Sirius Orion Black." Slingblade touched the final rune on the large stone basin. An image of Sirius Black rose from the bowl. "I, Sirius Orion Black, being of sound mind and gorgeous body, make this my last will and testament." Molly Weasley leaned over and whispered something into Dumbledore's ear as Sirius's voice continued with all the legalities. His eyes went wide and his head whipped around to stare. Down at the end of the table where Bella and Harry were seated. Dumbledore began to rise from his seat when a goblin attached to Harry's detail let his presence be known to the headmaster by placing the head of his axe on the table next to Dumbledore and making a growling noise. Dumbledore understood the non-verbal message and settled himself back down in his seat. But this did little to deter him from staring at Harry and the others. He tried unsuccessfully to make eye contact with Harry in an attempt to probe his mind. But the boy never seemed to look his way. And to my cousin Andromeda I leave. The tension was so thick in the room it could be cut with a knife. It reminded Harry of an American Western, two opposing sides glaring at one another daring the other to be the first to draw. The only thing missing was the jingling of spurs. To Remus Lupin I leave you know where, damn Fidelis charm, and one last plea to see Dumbledore for the manipulator he is. This got Dumbledore's attention and was about to object when the goblin smacked his axe on the table again. Protect Harry. Remus, remember your oath. The journalists, Wizengamot members and ministry employees watched in fascination as a seemingly battle of wills was occurring at the table. Stares, glares, and glances were launched like spells at the other side. Find yourself a good man, sissy, I leave to you. Bill Weasley was impressed with the speed in which Hermione had defended herself. Her stance was a perfect dueling stance, her technique was flawless, her face was flawless, her lips so full and inviting. Whoa Bill. No perving on the girl, she's Ron's age for Merlin's sake. Bill shook the thoughts from his head but he couldn't seem to keep his eyes off the beautiful young witch. Hermione, you have been Harry's most loyal friend, do you I leave the Black Library? I'm sure you will. Bella was feeling all the stares that were directed at her. She tried to remain poised but the scrutiny was beginning to unnerve her. She tightened her grip on Harry's hand, he could feel the anxiety she was feeling. He sent wave after wave of love to her through their bond. She began to respond to Harry's mental hug and she once again regained control of her emotions. To Albus fecund too many names Dumbledore I leave a bag of 30 silver sickles, may you burn you bast. Chuckles and sniggers could be heard from the gallery as well as several offended intakes of air from Dumble supporters. Ronald Weasley, your petty jealousy will be your undoing, you remind me of Peter, I leave you nothing, perhaps you'll appreciate what you have. Ronald Weasley was fuming, he got nothing. Nothing. That mangy good for nothing mutt. After all I did for Potter he gives me nothing. Ron was never good at masking his emotions, his face was like a window into his soul and it was put on display for the world to see. And it did not paint the young redhead in a very positive light. The clenched jaw, narrowed eyes and balled-up fists were definite signs of his displeasure, but it was the beet red face and ears that spoke volumes of his temperament. Molly Weasley, don't think your schemes and machinations did not go unnoticed. Grimmauld Place may be large but my ancestors were quite paranoid and there are several spells and wards in the house that alert the head of house of all the goings-on. Harry turned his attention to the Weasley matriarch with a raised eyebrow and a disappointed look. Molly for her part looked scandalized and somewhat pale. Were her plans ruined? No, she still had the marriage contract, he would still have to marry Ginny and the Potter fortune would be hers eventually. Ginny Weasley, I don't believe you are a willing part of your mother's plans or know the entirety of your mother's schemes. I believe you truly care for Harry, but I think Harry's heart belongs to someone else, he just hasn't realized it yet. Oh but I have Sirius. Harry thought as he squeezed Bella's hand. So I leave to you Firecracker, 100,000 galleons in a trust that will become yours when you reach your majority. The rest of the reading progressed with the Weasley twins receiving 100,000 galleons each in a charter to make the world laugh from the old marauder. The twins in twin fashion stood at attention and saluted the image of Sirius. The Tonks family had received the 500,000 galleon dowry that had been denied Andy when she married her husband. He had also set up a fund that would replace the school brooms at Hogwarts every year with the latest models for the next 100 years, the fund to be managed by Harry or by his designee. As most had suspected, Sirius had left everything else to Harry, all properties, lands and titles. Harry had become one of the most affluent wizards in Great Britain. This ends the last will and testament of Lord Sirius Orion Black. All monies bequeathed have been transferred to your respective vaults. Ms. Weasley, your trust vault will be held by House Potter until such time you reach your majority. This reading is adjourned. Slingblade stood and was followed by all at the table. He nodded to Harry and then departed the room with the other two goblins that had entered with him. As soon as the door closed behind Slingblade, pandemonium again burst out in the hall. The journalists were running as fast as they could to get back to their editors with the story of the century. The boy who lived, lives again. Predictably, Dumbledore and the Weasleys made a beeline for Harry as the hall was clearing. Harry was expecting this and was steeling himself for the confrontation. Bella stood next to him, their hands clasped together. This did not go unnoticed by Molly, who was scowling at the raven-haired witch. Dumbledore led the procession with Molly to his right, behind her followed by Ron and Ginny, who seemed to be embarrassed to be there. The twins, who were standing off to the side with Bill and Charlie, were beaming at Harry with wide grins. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said in his grandfatherly tone. "What an incredibly wonderful sight to see you well and whole," Dumbles said with his ever-present twinkle in his eye. "No thanks to you, old man," Harry said in a low tone. "Harry James Potter, don't you dare speak to the headmaster that way," Molly screeched. "I will speak to whomever I please in any manner I please, and I would thank you not to put your nose where it does not belong," Harry said coldly to the red-headed woman. "How dare you, you ungrateful! Do not presume, woman, that you have any moral high ground here," Harry spat, interrupting the redhead. "I know of your designs on my house, Molly Weasley Pruitt. Did you not think that the goblins would investigate your claims and any motives for attempting to gain control over my house? It is only because of my respect for Arthur and the friendship with other members of your house that I do not wipe out House Weasley entirely," Harry stated, glancing over at the twins, who nodded in gratitude back at Harry. Bill was looking at Harry with newfound respect. Not only did he render his mother speechless, which was a feat all its own, but he was not intimidated by the headmaster as well. He spoke with authority and poise like a true noble. He would have to approach Harry about an alliance between their two houses if he could rein his mother in. "I think we all need to take a moment and calm ourselves down," Dumbledore said diplomatically. "Now Harry, I assume that people have misguided you and told you things that aren't factually accurate," Dumbledore said, glancing at Hermione, who looked back at the headmaster unflinchingly. "I'm disappointed in you, Harry," Dumbledore said, shaking his head disapprovingly. "I thought you knew you could trust me. I have always only had your best interest at heart," Dumbledore pontificated. "And your future mother-in-law loves you as if you were one of her own children," Dumbledore added. Molly changing her face to present a more motherly appearance. Harry scoffed. "My future mother-in-law?" Harry chuckled. "Not bloody likely. You see, I'm already married. Allow me to present the Lady Bella Edian Potter, my wife and love." "I'm afraid, Harry, that you must annul your marriage to Ms. Black," Albus said, shaking his head sadly. "Yeah, that's not going to happen, old man. I'm afraid you have no choice, Harry. You see, there is a contract of marriage between you and Ms. Weasley that was signed 2 years ago," Dumbledore said with that damn twinkle in his eye. Molly looked smugly at Bella, who seemed unconcerned about the revelation. "So why don't you come with us, dear, and we'll take care of everything?" Molly stated in an overbearing way. "I don't think so, madam. I am quite aware of this so-called contract of marriage. And it is not worth the parchment it is written on," Harry said condescendingly, looking at Molly, then Dumbledore. "I assure you, Harry, it is quite legal and magically binding," Dumbledore said a little more smugly than he intended, but he had about enough of Harry's defiance. "Tell me, Professor," Harry asked the headmaster with a smirk on his lips, "who were the betrothed mentioned in this contract, Albus?" Harry continued. Dumbledore did not like the confidant look that Harry was sporting, but nevertheless went on. "The betrothed are listed as Harry James Potter and Ginevra Molly Weasley," Dumbledore stated confidently. "Well then," Harry began, "I suggest you find this Harry James Potter to marry Ginny and leave me the hell alone." Molly and Dumbledore wore identical looks of confusion. They were obviously missing something. "Allow me to alleviate your confusion," Bella spoke up, addressing the two confused people in front of her. "Allow me to introduce you to my husband, Lord Hadrian James Potter, Lord and head of the ancient and most noble House of Potter." Dumbledore and Molly immediately understood the catastrophic error they had committed. However, Ron and Ginny had looks of confusion on their faces. Bill Weasley actually chuckled, realizing as well what had happened. "So you see, headmaster, that no such contract of marriage pertains to me," Harry said in a matter-of-fact tone. "So if you'll excuse me, Albus, I have places to go," Harry said. "Go," I'm afraid you must come with us, we must get you to safety, Harry, it is a miracle that you haven't been discovered so far. Dumbledore began. I'm sure the Weasleys would love to have you stay with them. The arrogant old man stated. Harry's family approached and filed in behind him. Sissy, Andy, Ted her husband, Nymphadora, Susan Bones and of course Hermione and Luna and Bella by his side. All had drawn their wands and had pointed them at the headmaster. As you can plainly see, I am well protected. And I don't think my family here would take too kindly to you forcing me to go anywhere. Harry said with a wide smirk on his face. And neither would I. In case you missed it, I am the lord of 2 ancient and noble houses and considered of age. You have no authority over me, Dumbledore. If I were you, Albus, I would be worrying about your own well-being. Amelia said, and as if on cue 6 oars entered with DMLE Director Rufus Scrimgeour at the head. He withdrew and unrolled a long parchment and began to read. By order of the Ministry of Magic, signed by Minister of Magic Amelia Bones and witnessed and countersigned by Director over the Department of Magical Law Enforcement Rufus Scrimgeour. You are hereby summoned to appear before the full Wizengamot on August 1st of this year to answer to the charges of forgery of official documents, conspiracy to commit fraud against an ancient and noble house, child endangerment of a scion of a noble house, willful and unlawful kidnapping, and sequestration of a minor, one Hadrian James Potter, heir to House Potter. Other charges pending. You are hereby ordered to remain in the British Isles until after the trial. Pending the outcome of the trial, you are hereby stripped of your position as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and relieved of your duties as Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Rufus rolled up the parchment and handed to Dumbledore. Rufus gave Amelia a short nod and turned around and exited the hall. Dumbledore looked dumbfounded as he was trying to absorb what had just happened. All that you have done, old man, is about to come to light. Your manipulations and games end here. I am no longer your pawn, I am my own man. I will defend myself and my family the way I see fit. You have sacrificed too many good people, you bastard, all in the name of the greater good. Harry spat. Harry, surely you must realize that we need each other. Everything I have done is to better prepare you for your destiny. Albus stated, trying desperately to salvage the situation. You need my guidance and training to defeat the Dark Lord, Harry. I regret that some sacrifices must be made, but it is for the betterment of our world, Harry. Dumbledore added. Regret? You regret the sacrifices? You effing bastard. Hermione yelled. You allowed my family to be killed. By your own effing lapdog Snape. Is that the greater good, you miserable prick? Allowing others to die because they're just pawns in your stupid game. Do you think that justifies everything? You are as bad as Voldemort himself, you bloody ass. I will see you in hell if it's the last thing I do. Hermione yelled, then slapped the headmaster for good measure. Control your lying by C.H. Potter. Ron scowled, speaking for the first time. Dumbledore is greater than you'll ever be and knows what's best. So what if a couple of mudbloods have died to save our world? Ron finished. Hermione's wand was alight with a curse ready to be let loose, pointed straight at the red-headed git. Bella placed a gentle hand on Hermione's arm, giving her a look that communicated patience. Hermione took a deep breath and lowered her wand. No one noticed the slight flick of her wand as a colorless spell hit Ron in the groin. The slight tingling sensation Ron felt was ignored, thinking it was just his nerves after almost losing bowel control when Hermione had him at wand point. Luna noticed the satisfying smirk that Hermione had on her face and told herself to ask Hermione about it later. I think our business here is concluded, Albus, for now. We will take our leave. Harry turned his back on the former headmaster and with his family exited the courtroom. Luna fell in step with Hermione, curious why she still had a smirk on her face. So, sister of mine, I can't help but notice the self-satisfying smile you have on your face. Care to give your little sis a hint about the reason it is there? Luna asked, linking her arm with Hermione's. Well, do you remember the spells we were researching the other night? Hermione smiled. You didn't, Hermione. Luna gasped. Oh, relax, I didn't castrate him, just hit him with a modified shrinking charm, a permanent shrinking charm. Hermione smirked. Luna giggled. You evil witch, you. Hermione joined her sister in laughter, giving a very impressive, stereotypical witch's cackle. Harry and the family were far from done with Albus and the Weasleys, and it was time to put one more nail in the headmaster's coffin. The Potter family exited the massive front doors of Gringotts Bank and looked out at a massive crowd of people that had assembled. The word had gone out that there would be a press conference after the will reading of Sirius Black. That wasn't quite enough to bring this many people, however, the word that Harry Potter was alive and would be speaking sparked huge interests. Harry looked out over the crowd and was moved to see banners of support for Harry such as, "Long live Harry Potter, the chosen one for minister," and, "Harry, I'm single and available." Harry looked at his family and received a key for luck from Bella. He approached the podium and looked again at the sea of people. Today, he thought, today truth will be known. I would like to begin this press conference by telling you a little story, a story of a fateful Halloween evening, where a little boy survived the worst curse known to wizard kind. And of the aged wizard who felt that placing him away from his own kind and keeping him ignorant and oppressed would make him. It had been 1 week since the will reading of Sirius Black and the press conference of the boy who lived, again, and the wizarding world was still reeling over the revelations surrounding the life of Harry Potter and the orchestrator of said life, Albus Dumbledore. The Daily Prophet, which weekly, the Wizard Wireless Network (WWN), as well as other magical forms of media throughout Europe had caught the story and had instantly become the topic on everyone's lips. The community as a whole was sharply divided on what to feel about the defeater of the Dark Lord Grindelwald. In many minds, their suspicions about the mental state of the ancient wizard were confirmed. After all, no sane wizard would place the savior of the wizarding world in an environment where he was hated and abused for being magical. On the other side were those who had absolute, albeit blind faith in the old headmaster. Their rhetoric was that it must have been for the greater good that the Potter heir was placed with his Muggle relatives. After all, he is a far wiser and more powerful wizard than anyone alive, so his actions must have been appropriate and should not be questioned. Many chose to believe that the abuse that Lord Potter received under the care of his Muggle relatives was exaggerated, though still others saw it as an opportunity to illustrate the barbarity of Muggles in general and why their influence should not be allowed into the magical community. But the one point that no one seemed to be able to defend was that of the attempts by Molly Weasley to lay claim on the Potter fortune and title. Although not all of the details were released to the press, enough was learned that the Weasley matriarch, who was rebuffed by Lord Potter after the will reading, was accused of attempting to take control of House Potter through clandestine if not illegal means. With the increased scrutiny and hostility that was now being heaped upon House Weasley from the other established houses, Bill Weasley, the new head of House Weasley since the death of his father, had no other choice but to cast his mother from the house in an effort to save what was left of the Weasley name. The screeching voice of the now disowned Molly Pruitt was heard throughout the village of Ottery Street. Catchpole the day she was cast from the family. Ronald Weasley of course decided to stay with his mother while Ginny elected to stay with her brother Bill. Ginny had come to the conclusion that her mother was bad for her continued well-being. Unlike her brother, Ginny felt remorse and shame for her part in her mother's plans to claim the Potter fortune and re-establish House Pruitt as a wealthy and ancient house. Molly and Ron were forced out of the borough. The home and the land surrounding it was owned by House Weasley and she would no longer be welcomed there. The parting was far from amicable as the older red-headed woman unleashed a verbal diatribe that would put any sailor to shame. It had not been an easy decision for Bill. He had warned his mother time and again to let go of her fixation on the Potter fortune. Even after the will reading, she was still trying to come up with ways to take possession of it. It was this determination in Molly that finally woke Bill up to the greedy and manipulative nature of his mother. She would single-handedly destroy the Weasley name forever if she were allowed to continue on this path. In council with Charlie and the twins, Percy refusing to acknowledge the invite to the Weasley Council, had all agreed that though they were loath to do it, they had no choice but to remove Molly from House Weasley. The future of the remaining family depended on an intact house reputation. To the old houses, the removal of Molly, who was seen by many as the author of an attempted takeover of an ancient and noble house, would satisfy honor and would no longer look upon House Weasley as a culpable party to her machinations. Molly, however, was not deterred from her end goal at all. Grabbing her youngest son, she apparated away to a forgotten location to many, the old Pruitt Manor. Having been destroyed during the First War, Molly had been secretly rebuilding the manor with funds that she had been slowly removing from Harry's trust vault for years. Although far from its former splendor, it was habitable and had a few creature comforts that would afford her and Ron some measure of hominess. What Molly needed now, though, were allies. There were not many Pruitts left, only some distant cousins, but she was sure that she could sway them to her goal of the destruction of House Potter and to the reclaiming of the Pruitt wealth. There were also others who would not shed a tear if House Potter were to fall. With the promise of fortunes to gain, there would be several lesser houses that would come to her banner. No, Molly Pruitt was far from being defeated. She would have the revenge her family had dreamed of for generations, and she would rain down hell upon those so-called sons of hers that had betrayed her. Molly Pruitt was a force of nature, and with or without the help from Dumbledore she would soon unleash the fury that was building inside her. Little would she realize that her efforts to recruit others to her cause would catch the attention of another that would use her vitriolic enthusiasm in ways that would haunt her for the rest of her life. The occupants of Black Manor were enjoying a slow and blissfully quiet day as they avoided reading anything from the cacophony of media outlets that were still in an informational feeding frenzy since the surprise press conference of The Boy Who Lived. Sizzy and Luna were in the ritual house where the older B** owned was teaching her new protege the fine art of ritual and blood magic. Luna proved to be an adept student, giving credence to her placement into Ravenclaw House. Luna had found an intriguing piece of battle magic that was ritual-based within the Potter family grimoire. Most battle magic was based on lengthy rituals and blood magics that usually took from minutes to hours to perform and were generally used only in large-scale battles or while laying siege to a castle or other fortifications and strongholds. The use of battle magic had fallen from recent practice since the decline of the feudal systems of old, where multiple clans formed alliances one with another against other clans who were doing the same. Large-scale battles were fought over territory and the wealth of rival houses. House Potter during those times was one of the most successful houses and had conquered all who came against it. Many of the great houses of the age were wiped out or absorbed into House Potter. From what Luna had read, the success of her adopted house was due in large part to Potter battle magic. Although not practiced in hundreds of years, Luna saw what an advantage this ancient magic could be against Voldemort and his ilk. If he could be maneuvered into a large-scale attack in a predetermined area, Harry could bring a swift end to the war, or at the very least cripple Voldemort so badly as to cast serious doubt in the minds of Voldemort's sympathizers in his ability to win the war. Sissy and Luna were immersing themselves in the ancient Potter text where the ritual was found. It was a borderline dark ritual that required a sacrifice of the caster's own blood and magical power. 5 powerful witches were needed to perform the ritual, which was apocalyptically called the End of Days. Though the ritual took a heavy toll on the casters, it was not known to kill, at least they hope it didn't. There was a warning that if a caster was not powerful enough it would drain their life force, leaving them as an empty shell. Sissy knew that this time she had to be perfect in performing the ritual. Nothing could be overlooked or forgotten. Too many lives would be at stake should something go wrong. The other issues were to find the 5 powerful witches they needed and then begin the process, which included ward stones, runic placement and of course blood and magical power. The entire process would take up to 6 months to prepare and finalize. While Sissy and Luna were preparing for the physical battle to come, Amelia Bones and Augusta Longbottom were planning the political battle. It is common knowledge that you need capital to wage a war. Without money for bribes, housing, food, medical supplies, etc., you cannot hope to fight a war of any sustained length. The 2 politically savvy women had begun to garner support from the light side families and remarkably many of the gray who sensed a change in the wind of fortune. It did not hurt that many of the gray-sided families had varying oaths and pledges of loyalty to the Black family and others to the Potter family, and still more from the Bones and Longbottom camps. With a little over a third of the Wizengamot representatives solidly in the Potter camp, they were confident that they would be able to introduce new legislation that would freeze the assets of any family who is found to be conspiring or aiding those who are found to be conspiring to overthrow the rightful government. A new hate crime bill would also be introduced with heavy fines and time in Azkaban for any violent crime perpetrated against Muggleborns, half-bloods, and/or Muggles. This would be a slap in the face to the blood purist who look upon those not of pure blood as little more than livestock. Although true purebloods only made up about 5% of the current wizarding population in Great Britain, however, they controlled much of the economy and therefore a stranglehold on the government. Money talked and the pureblood elites had it. That is until the new Lord Potter had taken his title. Many of the elite families who owed their fortunes to their various business interests also were subsidized by Potter money, and much of the land Theses business were held by the Potter Trust. With the death of James Potter, many of the tenants of Potter properties stopped paying the rents and monies owed to the Potter Trust that held stock and in some cases controlling interest in the various companies. If the new Lord Potter were to discover this, he could call in all debts. These debts of course had not been paid over the course of the past 15 years. With interest and penalties he could bankrupt the majority of the great houses in one quick stroke of a goblin quill. And the goblins were known to take great pleasure in ruining elite houses, legally of course. No, the only way to prevent financial and social ruin was to either join with the whelp or have him killed. The problem they saw was that the Dark Lord himself had failed to kill him at least twice before, which nobody had ever managed to do before. And now with added support from several ancient and noble houses he was quickly becoming almost untouchable. Decisions needed to be made and made soon. The ministry had been flooded with requests from media sources around the globe for press passes to the August 1 Wizengamot session where Albus Dumbledore would face an inquiry into his culpability of child endangerment, not only of Lord Potter but the entire student body of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, also for forgery and possible collusion in an attempt to illegally gain control of the fortune of an ancient and noble house. The press smelled blood in the water, while the other wizarding ministries around the world were interested in the new political shifting within the Ministry of the UK. With Dumbledore suspended from his duties from the Wizengamot, and his recall from the ICW, the once infallible Dumbledore saw his popularity taking a nosedive within the international community. Many were wondering who would step forward on the international stage to represent Great Britain and take up the mantle of the light against the growing darkness. Many began to place their hopes and their prayers on the new Lord Potter. He had stopped the Dark Lord more than once if the stories were to be believed, and as such has had as much or more experience in fighting the Dark Lord than anyone save Dumbledore himself. The international community held its collective breath as they waited for any sign from Harry Potter. Harry Potter was stretched out on the couch in the parlor of Black Manor with his head resting in the lap of his beautiful wife, as she lovingly stroked his dark locks. Bella was seated with her legs tucked underneath her but a bit to the side. She wore red tartan-patterned soft flannel bed shorts that barely reached mid-thigh and one of Harry's oversized gray sweatshirts that fell off a one shoulder, showing the flawless ivory skin of her shoulder and a hint of her ample B***easts. My God, she looks so gorgeous. Harry mused to himself, getting a loving smirk from Bella, who had heard his thoughts through their bond. How is it that you can look so hot in such ordinary clothes as a sweatshirt and flannel shorts? Harry asked bemusedly. You just have to get in touch with your inner hotness, love. Bella stated haughtily, throwing her hair back over her shoulder, then letting it fall, framing her face perfectly and then pursing her lips into a seductive pout as she failed to hold back a full belly laugh. Oh you, Harry said, laughing. He then spun suddenly in Bella's lap, his fingers attacking her ribs in a merciless tickle attack. Bella screamed in breathless gasps as Harry's nimble fingers continued their assault. An all-out wrestling match then ensued as Bella tried to counter-attack by throwing Harry off of her and onto the floor. She launched herself on top of him, and just as she thought she had the upper hand, he grabbed a hold of her waist and spun with her. They began to roll around on the floor trying to get control. Ouch! Bella moaned as she held her arm. Harry immediately stopped. His body hovered over Bella's, who was on her back and panting heavily. Are you okay? He asked worriedly, looking into her eyes and then glancing down at her arm. Then in one quick motion Bella hooked his right elbow with her left hand and then kicked her right leg out, pushing it into Harry's left hip. The pulling of the elbow and the pushing out of the hip caused Harry to pivot quickly to his right, his momentum carrying Bella up and over him until she straddled her bondmate's upper chest, her knees on either side of Harry's neck, his arms pinned beneath her legs. Harry found this position, incredibly, distracting as all previous thought evaporated as he took in the sight in front of his eyes. The loss of blood that made its way south away from higher brain functions didn't help his situation either. Bella seductively rolled her hips in her position of dominance over him. Do you surrender, my lord? Bella whispered lustily to Harry. All Harry could do in his stupor of thought was nod goofily. Oh my God, you too! A voice from the doorway yelled. Without moving from the delicious position she was in, Bella looked over her shoulder to see Hermione and Tonks. Hermione's face was beet red, the embarrassment was evident, and she struggled but failed miserably to keep herself from continuing to stare at the compromising position that Harry and Bella found themselves. Tonks, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy the sight in front of her, biting down hungrily on her bottom lip. Any chance of needing any help there with Harry, auntie? Tonks grinned mischievously. Oh, I think I have him right where I want him, Nymphadora. Bella smirked, giving her niece a mischievous wink of her own. As much as I find this not embarrassing in the least, do you think I could get up now? Harry asked sweetly, a dark blush cover his face. I don't know, I kinda like you in this position. Bella said, tapping her lips with her index finger as if in deep contemplation. Oh my goodness, will you two keep that kind of activity to your bedroom? Hello. Say starved witch here. If you can't share with the class, Bella, don't bring it to class. Narcissa groused in exasperation but had a quivering smile on her lips. This had set Bella and the other girls off into uncontrollable giggles, including Luna, who had entered with her mentor. With Bella distracted by her own fit of giggles, it was enough for Harry to get his arms free and give her finely toned backside a pinch which caused her to launch forward and over Harry's head. She landed in a heap but continued to laugh even harder, her arms wrapped around her stomach tightly, her abdominals beginning to hurt from the belly laughs. Bella, Hermione, Tonks, and Luna were still in this state when Susan and Amelia arrived by flow into the parlor. I hate to break up the giggle fest, but we have a problem. 3 hours ago Azkaban prison was attacked by Death Eaters with Voldemort at the lead. An instant silence fell upon the house as they tried to absorb the grave news. I hate to break up the giggle fest, but we have a problem. 3 hours ago Azkaban prison was attacked by Death Eaters with Voldemort at the lead. An instant silence fell upon the house as they tried to absorb the grave news. Within an hour, the family, which included the Tonks, the Longbottoms, Minerva McGonagall, the Bones, Narcissa, Hermione, and Luna, and of course Bella and Harry, had all come together at Black Manor. The mood in the drawing room was tense and at the same time speculative as to what their response to the news would be. How many have escaped Amy? Minerva, in her thick Scottish brogue, asked her longtime friend. All 30 from the maximum security ward. Amelia stated. Including Lucius Malfoy. She continued, looking conciliatory at Sissy. In total about 250 prisoners escaped. The majority of them are former Death Eaters. Harry's godmother spoke in tired resignation, rubbing the bridge of her nose. What's being done to find them? Harry asked. Everything we can, Harry. Our Auror force is woefully understaffed due to Fudge's ineptitude and budget cuts to that department. I had a shoestring budget for years and had to make do with what I had. As minister, I have tripled the yearly budget for the DMLE, but it will take time to recruit and train new Aurors. In other words, Augusta began, we are not prepared to face a growing Death Eater threat. The Dowager Lady stated. Amelia tiredly nodded in acquiescence. So what can be done right now, Minister? Hermione asked tightly, the memories of the attack on her home coming to fore of her thoughts. Amelia sighed. Right now our response would be completely reactionary. I don't have the manpower to send Aurors all over the country in a vain attempt to find them, Hermione. Hermione gave a small huff, but inside her logical side agreed with the minister while her emotional side wanted decisive action now. I am deploying small detachments of Aurors to patrol principal public areas such as Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, and sending undercover hit wizards to glean any information in the more common haunts of our underworld. I know it's not much, but it's all I can do for now. Amelia finished. Has the public been advised of the breakout? Bella asked from her seat next to Harry. Yes, an alert went out over the wireless an hour after the breakout was confirmed, and it will be front page news in the Daily Prophet in the morning. Amelia answered. Neville joined the discussion and asked, what about putting a bounty out for all the escapees? I'm sure with a sizable reward there'd be a lot of people trying to hunt them down. Neville offered. It's a good thought, Neville, but the last thing we need is civilians trying to take down experienced Death Eaters. We would have a high mortality rate for our citizenship. Amelia smiled warmly at the Longbottom heir. Well, what about that one group? What are they being called? Oh yeah, the Dark Mark Killers. They had some success, Neville stated. Nim shifted uncomfortably at the mention of the group, which went unnoticed by everyone except Harry. Would you like to share, Nim? Harry asked the currently purple-haired Auror. Huh, share what, Harry? Nymphadora Tonks asked a little nervously. Harry looked piercingly at the young metamorph. You know something, Harry began, about these Dark Mark Killers. It was not a question. The others in the room turned all their attention on her. With all eyes on her, Nymphadora went a little pale. Amelia addressed the young Auror. Auror Tonks, you will tell me what you know about this group, or we will be discussing your further employment. The former head of the DMLE looked hard at the young woman. Aunt Amelia, I'm sure that's not necessary. By her look it is clear she's trying to protect someone, and I know she's not anything but loyal to this family and the current minister. Harry spoke confidently, trying to relax the current tension. I apologize, Tonks. Amelia offered. I give my word that anything you reveal here will have no bearing on you or your job. She spoke honestly. Well, she hesitated for a minute. I do know something of the group. But they're not bad people. She quickly added, her voice rising in volume from the anxiety she was feeling for perhaps betraying a dear friend. They've killed people, Nymphadora. Amelia blurted out before backing back down after a glaring Harry met her gaze. I know, but they have never hurt an innocent, only those bastards that are known Death Eaters and murdering, raping bastards. She screamed, almost beginning to hyperventilate. Amelia raised both hands in front of her to try and calm the young woman. Okay, Tonks, just tell us what you know. I promise I will hear you out and hold my judgment. Amelia stated. Tonks looked at her for a long time, trying to determine if she was being truthful and whether if telling her was going to hurt her friend. Finally she decided to come clean and tell the family what she knew. After the will reading concluded, I was approached by Charlie Weasley. We were close friends through our Hogwarts years and have remained in touch with each other through the years. She paused for a moment but continued at Harry's encouragement. Anyway, he approached me knowing that I had left the Order of the Phoenix and had a grudge against Dumbledore. Over a late lunch he told me what had happened at the Burrow the day his father was killed, and what Dumbledore had told Bill about some sacrifices being necessary. I agreed with him that Dumbledore was a right bastard and would get us all killed with the way he was fighting the war. It was then in confidence that he told me what he, Bill and the twins had been up to. At first it was about avenging the death of their father, but it developed into something else. It became a way for them to bring the war to the Death Munchers. They have actually built up a small network of spies within Nocturne Alley that provide them with Death Eater hideouts and contacts. They use that information to, well, bring the war to the Death Eaters. Tonks looked down, afraid to meet anybody's eyes. If she had looked up she would have seen the rather large predatory smile on Harry's face and was shortly matched by Bella's. Even Amelia had a calculating look on her face, as the possibility of having an already in place spy network could aid her Aurors in their own efforts. Nymphadora Tonks. Amelia used her most intimidating voice. Tonks looked up in almost a panic as she looked at the stern-looking woman who was gesturing for her to stand. Tonks shakily stood in front of the new Minister for Magic, worrying that her career was over. Amelia grabbed Tonks by both shoulders and in a move that completely stunned the young Auror received a key on both cheeks from a Cheshire grinning Amelia Bones. I want you to set up a meeting between the Weasley boys and me as soon as possible. I wish to discuss a trade with them. A get-out-of-jail-free card for supplying me with the information they are getting from their spies, and I will retroactively hire them as hit wizards and make what they're doing and have done a tad more legal. Amelia stated to a gobsmacked Tonks. I would like to talk them as well, cousin. Harry stated. I know the twins well and think that their creativity and ingenuity would help in the family's goals as well. Tonks, for the first time since the meeting began, smiled and released a huge breath that she had been holding. I'll send an all to Charlie as soon as we're done here. A very much relieved Tonks stated. Well, there is some more upsetting news to share. Augusta Longbottom stated, getting the attention from the room. As you all know, I sit on the Hogwarts governing board. With several nods of acknowledgement she continued. You may also be aware that Hogwarts itself is an independent entity outside of the control of the Ministry. More nods as an uneasiness fell on the room occupants. This morning the 8 governors met to discuss the removal of Dumbledore as headmaster of Hogwarts. After a vote of 5-3, Albus Dumbledore will continue as headmaster. Augusta spit this out with great distaste. Apparently, Albus was able to convince 5 of the governors to keep him on. He fed them some cock and bull story that he was the best qualified to protect Hogwarts from Death Eaters and Voldemort. The anger obvious in the countenance of the Dowager Lady. The temperature in the room dropped noticeably as power seemed to be swirling around an angry Harry Potter. Bella quickly grabbed Harry's hand and pulled herself down in his lap as she tried to calm her husband. Harry's green eyes seemed to glow with the color of the killing curse. Bella was sending all the love and comfort she could muster through their shared bond. Slowly the room began to warm back up as the power swirling around Harry began to dissipate. How on earth could they vote to keep him in? Harry whispered in a deadly voice, but it carried to everyone. You have to remember, Harry, He has been a hero to several generations of witches and wizards who remember the last 2 wizarding wars. That kind of hero worship won't be easily tossed aside no matter the evidence. Narcissa explained. Are you bloody kidding me? Harry yelled. I've been seen as a hero and then evil incarnate so many times I don't know which the current accepted position is. And you mean to tell me that the image of Albus Bloody Dumbledore is immune to any culpability? Harry screamed in frustration. No one offered an explanation. Well, I will tell you this right now. Neither I or anyone from House Potter will return to that school while that man is in charge. Harry stated with finality. Neville looked at his grandmother and gave a slight nod. House Longbottom will follow your lead, Lord Potter. Neville will not return as well. Augusta said. I refuse to go as well. Susan spoke up and then paled as she realized her faux pas, turning to her aunt who was smiling at the excitable redhead. House Bones in solidarity with House Potter and House Longbottom will also remove its family members. Amelia said, bowing slightly to Harry. Well, this is all well and good, but need I remind you all that you still need to complete your education? The Scotswoman said, directing herself to all the young people in the room. Well, we could get tutors. Luna stated as it was the most obvious of answers. Sissy is a wonderful potions mistress and healer as well as an expert on ritual magic. And who better than Bella for defense against the dark arts and dueling? Everyone in this room has exceptional skills in all areas of magic, well, at least the more important ones. Luna finished, then went back to her reading of the Potter Grimoire. Everyone looked back and forth at each other, seeing for the first time what Luna had seen. Within the room they were sitting in sat some of the most powerful and learned witches in Great Britain. Minerva began to grin mischievously at the power that was in the room. With the addition of a few other families that she knew would come to Harry's banner, she was feeling more and more confident about defeating the coming darkness. And looking at the others of her family, she sensed they were feeling the same. For the rest of the evening the family planned and strategized on how best to begin their training and how to deal with the new flood of Death Eaters Voldemort had at his command. Everyone knew that the war would begin in earnest soon and they would need to be prepared. Sissy and Luna continued to study the possibility of using the battle magic ritual Luna had found in the Potter family grimoire and would present it to Harry and the others as soon as they had worked out all the nuances of the ritual itself. The 3 matriarchs of the family, Minerva, Augusta, and Amelia, began to sort out some form of curriculum for the youngest members of the family. They wanted them prepared not only to fight in the coming war but to be prepared for the aftermath as well. And they would need all the education and political training they could get to change a culture that was quickly finding itself on the brink of collapse. Severus was making his way to his master's chamber. The clunking sounded that was heard with every other step echoed on the wood floor, alerting all to his presence. He heard muffled snickers and outright laughter from his fellow Death Eaters who showed no sympathy or compassion for the lame man. Severus had made the hard decision to return to the Dark Lord. That decision was based on pure survival instinct, and who could best ensure that survival? Dumbledore was facing an inquiry in the Wizengamot and possibly facing time in Azkaban if they discovered half the crimes the old man committed in the name of the greater good. Without Bumbles there to protect him, Severus would be a marked man, especially if the old bastard revealed his own culpability. No, his only recourse was to find favor once again with the Dark Lord. He knew if he did not kill him on sight he might be taken back. In the end the Dark Lord had accepted the greasy-haired potions master after a lengthy and painful welcome back. The Dark Lord fortunately enough needed a potions master to help strengthen those that were to be rescued from Azkaban. As a reminder that failure and disobedience would not be tolerated, Voldemort did not replace Severus' leg as he had replaced Wormtail's hand. The potions master would live with the physical reminder of his failure. Severus entered the large and fallen into disrepair ballroom of Riddle Mansion, seeing no less than 200 souls all in prison garb and in varying states of health. He kept his gaze forward and stopped about 10 feet in front of an ornate throne where he knelt with some difficulty before his lord and master. Voldemort smirked callously at the sallow-faced man who struggled to kneel before him. "Ah, Severus, as you can see we are in need of your talents. I do hope you have prepared enough healing potions for our brethren here. I would be most displeased if you failed to brew enough." The Dark Lord grinned menacingly. "I would hate to see you lose another limb due to your carelessness." The Dark Lord let his gaze linger on the trembling man. "My lord, I am quite prepared. Our stores are full and I am adding to them daily." Severus responded in supplicant tone. Excellent, we will need our soldiers in good form soon. My spies in the ministry tell me that the Bones woman is trying to pass new legislation that penalizes those who fight for the pureblood cause. She must be put in her place, 6 feet underground. An assault team led by Rebastion Lestrange will attack Bones Manor within 3 days. You will supply them with the necessary strengthening potions to give them the edge over the bodyguards that will be patrolling Bones Manor. You have your assignment now, leave me. Voldemort spat. Lucius, come forward and kneel before your lord. Voldemort ordered the newly freed aristocrat. I have some disturbing news for you, Lucius. News that has made me very unhappy. The serpent-like man sneered malevolently. What news has so upset you, my lord? Lucius asked with a gravelly voice, still raw from the screams induced by nightmarish visions when the Dementors were near his cell. Your whore of a wife has been granted a divorce and is no longer loyal to our cause. Furthermore, my spies within Gringotts have informed me that the Malfoy vaults are now empty and you are penniless. Voldemort stated, his great displeasure evident in his rising voice. Your son is also forsaken us and is on the run, last known to be in France with another traitor, the Parkinson slag. Voldemort continued. Pansy? Lucius asked in confusion. No, she has remained loyal and is the one who alerted me to your son's treachery and that of her blood traitor mother. The Dark Lord informed. Within 2 weeks' time I want your wife and offspring before me, and the Malfoy fortune returned for my use. Take whomever you wish to aid you. Kill the Parkinson by ch. If you fail, here Voldemort paused for dramatic effect. The Malfoy name will no longer be a living line. Do I make myself clear, Lucius? Voldemort barked at his former lieutenant. Quite clear, my lord. Lucius answered supplicantly. Now leave my sight. Your presence sickens me. The Dark Lord waved his hand in a dismissive fashion. Lucius arose and left the ballroom quickly. Pansy, my dear, come forward, it is time to continue your training. The short brunette approached the throne and bowed low. The Dark Lord saw in the young woman great potential and had taken her as his protégé. She would take the spot that had once been Bellatrix's. He saw in her a great capacity to be ruthless and deadly. She had already put in their place several of the male Death Eaters who had made advances on her. Her growing repertoire of dark spells had garnered a "don't mess with me" reputation. Many now cowered when she entered a room, which the Dark Lord found quite amusing. I am yours to command, my lord. Pansy stated almost seductively. The Dark Lord chuckled at her obvious overtones. But he no longer had any impulses. The rituals he had performed on himself had removed any and all desire for companionship in any form. A large eagle owl landed on the kitchen table of the Malfoy safe house in Bordeaux, France. Draco Malfoy, scion of House Malfoy, removed the parchment attached to the large owl's leg and read the note that had been sent from his mother. It was short and to the point. Breakout from Azkaban. You're no longer safe. Run, Mum. Draco Malfoy sprang from his chair in a flash. Jenny, we need to get out of here in a hurry. The young B***owned haired man called to his fellow fugitive Eugenia Parkinson. Over the past several weeks the unlikely pair had become very close. Eugenia had been seriously injured when they had been surprised by a team of Death Eaters soon after Pansy had fled back to England. Draco had received a crash course in battlefield healing while trying to save the attractive older woman's life. Draco was forced to become intimately knowledgeable of the older woman's anatomy as he had to heal several deep lacerations and spell burns over her body which required the removal of her clothing. Over time the two had become quite close and more recently physically intimate with each other. Was it love? Who knew, but the circumstances in which they found themselves was definitely a factor in the progression of their relationship. The threat of discovery and death seemed to act as an aphrodisiac to the couple. Eugenia knew that they were just using each other for comfort for now, but she did indeed begin to have feelings for the handsome young man. And if experience in matters of the heart told her anything, it was that the young man was beginning to feel the same. He had been very attentive to her every need since her injury and even more so after she was completely healed. Within moments they had packed what belongings they had and had shrunk them down and placed in their pockets. Do you know where we can go, Draco? Eugenia asked with some concern. I don't think it wise to go to any wizarding locations, the Dark Lord has spies everywhere. She stated. I don't know if we'll have much of a choice. Draco responded, shaking his head. I have no idea how to move in the Muggle world. I would be completely lost. Draco admitted apologetically. Sighing deeply, Eugenia offered, "Maybe we should try our luck with the French ministry, Draco. I know it's dangerous, but I don't see where else we could turn. If we explained our situation, maybe they can help us stay safe, maybe even get asylum. I know many of the Dark Lord's followers, including at least one French spy here in France. Perhaps could arrange to provide them information for a place of refuge. What do you think?" Eugenia asked, hoping for his agreement. She didn't like being on the run, and perhaps a deal with the French ministry could provide some semblance of sanity for the pair. Draco thought over Jenny's proposal, as he had come to call her, much to her delight, and finally agreed that perhaps that was their best option. They would have to be extremely careful not to reveal themselves to the wrong people, or it could be disastrous for the couple. "I overheard the Dark Lord ranting once about a certain French official that could not be persuaded or bribed to turn spy for him. I believe the name was Della something." Jenny thought out loud. "Delacour?" Draco asked. "Yes, that's it. How did you know?" Jenny asked, surprised that Draco knew the name. "That was the name of the Beauxbatons champion during the Tri-Wizard tournament at Hogwarts. She is also a friend, I believe, of Harry Potter's." Draco told her. "That could be a way to gain his assistance. Your mother has joined sides with the Wonder Boy, hasn't she?" she asked. Draco grimaced for a split second and nodded. "Yeah, she has. Pothead, from what she has told me, is creating his own faction in the war, and is getting the political clout to pull others to his side." Draco said in grudging respect for his former nemesis. "Perhaps we should ally ourselves with him as well, Draco. I know the Dark Lord fears him. He tries to mask it, but many have noticed his obsessive behavior toward the boy. Potter apparently held his own against the Dark Lord at the ministry battle. How many witches or wizards can you name that have done the same?" she asked Draco, placing a gentle hand on his cheek, turning his gaze to hers. Draco nodded reluctantly and smiled warmly at Eugenia before tenderly keying her lips. "You're right, loath as I am to admit it. Potter may be our way out of this mess. My mother trusts him, my Aunt Bella is married to him, and he is the head of two ancient and noble families." Draco said morosely, still feeling a little cheated that he had not inherited the Black Head of House title. "It's settled then. We'll apparate to the French ministry in Paris and contact Monsieur Delacour. If all goes well, we should have a safe place to stay by this evening. If not, there's always America," she said, shrugging her shoulders. "Are you sure we can trust her, Charlie? We're taking a very big risk revealing ourselves to an Auror." Bill hissed at his younger brother. "I'm positive we can trust her, Bill. We have been close friends for ages. She would never betray us to the ministry or to Bumbledurk." Charlie responded confidently. "It's your ass if you're wrong, little brother. Actually, it will be all our asses." Bill replied, wondering why he had agreed to this meeting. "Do I need to remind you, you big pansy, that she is with Potter now? If anyone would be sympathetic to what we are doing, it would be him. You saw what happened at the will reading. I tell you that Harry is gonna be a major player in things to come, and we'll want to be on his good side. Besides, the twins have complete trust in him as well, and you know as well as I do that the twins don't give out their loyalty easily." Charlie finished. Bill sighed heavily but agreed with his brother that Potter would be a force to reckon with, and it would be in their best interest to let him know that they were interested in being in his corner. Arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, they spotted Tonks in a far corner of the dingy pub. Standing up, she motioned for the pair of redheads to follow her. She led them upstairs to the bedroom located at the far end of the hallway. Bill immediately recognized a number of wards as they approached the door. Years of curse breaking had finally tuned his magical sensitivity to this kind of magic. He did not sense anything dangerous, but nevertheless he was put on guard. Tonks muttered a password at the door and it swung open. The pink-haired metamorph then entered and beckoned to the two brothers to follow. Bill and Charlie Weasley entered the room, and standing before them was the new Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones, and the boy who lived, Harry Potter. "Welcome, young men. I believe we have much to discuss," the stern-looking woman said to the brothers. With that, the door behind them shut with a loud click. Rowan Hill, ancestral home of the Bones family, and the location of Bones Manor, was a beautiful location for a romantic walk for two teenagers deeply in love one with another. That declaration of love had just barely moments ago been uttered by the heir of House Longbottom to his girlfriend, the heiress of House Bones. The beautiful red-headed Hufflepuff had cried tears of utter happiness at that simple declaration, as she had known that she had been in love with him for some time now. To have those words spoken out loud had erased any fear that she had over him not feeling the same way. Tonight was indeed the happiest night of her life to this point. She knew that many more wonderful nights were yet to come with her love. Susan Bones was tucked in tightly against her boyfriend, enjoying the warmth from his body as they strolled the grounds in the cool evening air. Her left arm was wrapped around the boy's waist and his arm wrapped tightly around her shoulders, her head resting on his shoulder and his head inclined on top of hers. The grounds and surrounding area around Rowan Hill was beautiful, manicured lawns and shrubs stretched out from the large Victorian manor. The house elves who tended the grounds were truly artists. Neville and Susan passed a pair of oarers, 2 of 6 who were patrolling the grounds and who had been assigned as the protection detail to the new Minister for Magic. The oarers gave the 2 teens a nod as they continued on their way. Susan guided Neville to a Romanesque pavilion. The marble structure consisted of 6 15-foot white marble columns that supported an intricately carved capstone that depicted a chariot race that went around the entire circumference of the round pavilion. The 2 young teens sat on a charmed marble bench in the center of the structure. The bench had a permanent warming and cushioning charm on it that kept the 2 lovers quite warm and comfortable. It also activated a charm placed on the dome of the structure similar to the ceiling of the Great Hall at Hogwarts. The round overhead dome became translucent and the 2 teens were able to look upon the bright stars that littered the night sky. Cuddled against each other, they both began to daydream of what the future held for the 2 teens. Susan knew that Neville would be the perfect husband. He was gentle and attentive, and although came off as extremely shy, he hid a very intelligent mind. What impressed her most was his heart. He loved without preconditions and he was loyal to a fault. She would never have to worry about him ever doing anything to intentionally hurt her. His honor would not allow it. She felt safe when she was with him and, more importantly, loved. She could see it in his eyes so filled with the truth of his emotions that she had audibly gasped when he had told her that he had fallen in love with her. The raw emotion was so plain to see in his eyes that it made her gasp in surprise that he felt so deeply for her. It only caused her to fall even more in love with him than she had already been. Neville was deeply inhaling the strawberry and vanilla scent that was uniquely Susan. The aroma made his head swim and his heart beat faster with every intake of breath. Susan had become such an important part of his life that his heart ached when she was not near. Neville had harbored a secret crush on the pretty redhead since 2nd year but was terrified to approach the girl. It wasn't until 5th year, when they were paired together for their Herbology Owls project, that forced Neville to talk to his secret crush on a daily basis. The pair quickly learned that they had much in common and had similar interests. Neville was amazed at how easy Susan was to talk to. Their friendship began to blossom and soon they were spending more and more time together outside the classroom setting. Walks around the Black Lake and trips together to Hogsmeade cemented the growing feelings the 2 had for each other. Before they realized, they budding feelings blossomed into something beautifully romantic. And now here they were together, enjoying a very romantic moment in the garden of Rowan Hills, each having declared their love for the other. Neville had never been so happy. She was so special, and now looking up at the stars with the love of his life, he was envisioning a day not so far in the future where he was watching Susan in an elegant white dress walking down the aisle toward him. Her smile broadcasting loudly the love she had for him. As if by a reading of the minds, the 2 teens turned simultaneously toward each other. Locking their eyes with each other's, they slowly leaned into each other. The key was soft and tender and held within it a deep and powerful love and a promise of more things to come. To their surprise and then immense joy, 2 betrothal rings appeared, one on Neville's left ring finger and one on Susan's left ring finger. The simple gold bands had the crest of House Longbottom and crest of House Bones connected to each other by an intricate Celtic knot pattern. As the 2 love-struck teens parted from the tender key and stared at each other's rings, they noticed a flash of green out of the corner of their eyes. In the study of Bones Manor, 4 women were discussing the 2 teens that were out for a walk around the property. 2 of the women, Minerva McGonagall and Poppy Pomfrey, were there acting as witnesses for the other 2 women. Augusta Longbottom and Amelia Bones were going over the final details of a contract that they both seemed pleased to be signing. The ancient and noble House of Longbottom is overjoyed at the prospect of uniting itself with the ancient and noble House of Bones. The Dowager Lady of House Longbottom began. Susan is a fine young woman and is a perfect balance of grace and strength and a credit to her house. I am overjoyed at the union of these 2 young people and know that they are a complement to each other. She proudly stated. She then put the blood quill to parchment and signed her name to the marriage contract between the two noble houses. Neville is a wonderful young man and I know that Susan is deeply in love with him. That in itself would be enough for me, but Neville is also loyal, hardworking and a powerful wizard in his own right, and know that he will never let Susan want for anything. I as custodial head of House Bones agree to the contract of marriage between House Bones and House Longbottom. Amelia stated with pride as well, and with a flourish of the blood quill signed the parchment. I Poppy Pomfrey as witness to said negotiations add my signature to this contract of marriage between the House of Bones and House of Longbottom. I Minerva McGonagall as witness to said negotiations add my signature to this contract of marriage between House Bones and House Longbottom. With all 4 signatures signed in blood on the magical document, it flashed a brilliant blue, sealing the contract between the two ancient houses. The old family magic released with the signing of the contract caused the newly betrothed couple to receive the physical manifestation of their impending union. The 4 women were smiling and congratulating each other on the union of the two houses when a Bones house elf popped into the study with a panicked look on her face. Mistress Wheeze is under attack. Pansy Parkinson was a mix of nerves and excitement. She would be going out on her first raid as a newly marked Death Eater. She and 4 others had their final test to prove they deserved the mark just 3 days ago. They had to take the life of an innocent. That act of cruelty, of murder, and then a magical oath of loyalty to the Dark Lord would earn her a permanent place within his ranks. The Dark Lord had taken a personal interest in the young brunette. He saw in her someone he could model as an apprentice, someone who was absolutely loyal, borderline fanatic to him. This had been Bellatrix Lestrange at one time, although she had been drugged with potions and loyalty charms to keep her at his side as his most loyal. With Pansy, however, no such mediums were needed. She was fanatical all on her own. However, the Dark Lord would leave nothing to chance, so he had gifted to her a silver pendant necklace. She saw this as him showing her preferential treatment. What she didn't know was that the pendant had a dark compulsion and loyalty charm on it that would not allow her to disobey him. Pansy had practiced hard over the weeks she had been with the Death Eaters. Their dungeons were full of randomly kidnapped muggles. New recruits would practice their spells and hexes on the filthy muggles. They were subjected to bone breaker curses, piercing hexes, ribbon cutters, and a myriad of dark curses and spells. They were healed just enough as to not die, and then they were put out as targets again. Pansy had become quite skilled at dark curses such as blood boilers, and organ liquefying curses. She had also become quite adept with a pair of silver daggers that had also been gifted to her by the Dark Lord. They were charmed to fly straight at the target you were aiming at with surprising speed and accuracy. The blades were also embedded with a slow but painful moving poison that slowly destroyed muscle tissue and at the same time set the pain receptors in the body into overdrive, causing excruciating pain not unlike the Cruciatus curse. For her final test, a family of muggles was brought into the old ballroom of Riddle Manor. They were unceremoniously tossed onto the floor in the center of the hall. Along the outer walls of the room stood over 100 robed and masked Death Eaters. Sneers and taunts were being hurled at the family of 4. A young father in his mid to late 20s tried to shield his wife and 2 small children from the people who had them surrounded on all sides. With a small gesture of his hand, the Dark Lord silenced his followers. He stood from his throne and glided snake-like toward the terrified family. His red eyes glowed with malice and amusement as he circled them. You, like many before you, have been brought here to be a part of a most important ceremony. Voldemort hissed in his high-pitched voice, smiling a predatory smile. No sound came from the terrified family. You are the guests of honor, as it were. All these people you see around you are my soldiers. He hissed silkily. Soldiers, in a war against the perversion of our way of life and our very culture. I'm sure you are wondering what it is I'm talking about, Muggle. Voldemort spat out the last word as if it were filth. Let me enlighten you. Voldemort pulled out his wand and pointed at the man. Crucio. Voldemort spoke the incantation of the unforgivable curse. The man began convulsing violently and screaming in utter agony. The woman screamed and pulled her children tight to her. After 10 seconds of unimaginable pain, Voldemort released the spell. The man continued to spasm as his wife tried to calm him. The 2 small children were crying in fear as they were trying to understand why they were here and why the strange man had hurt their daddy. With a smirk on his lips, he approached the family again. The man quickly tried to scoot away from the pale man and dragged his family closer to him. Please don't hurt us. The man begged. At least let my wife and children go. He cried pleadingly. Tut tut tut, oh we couldn't allow you to leave, the party is just beginning, he chuckled mirthlessly as soft chuckles were also heard around the room. To answer your unasked question, we are wizards and witches, oh yes we do exist. Stated Voldemort as he saw the eyes of the children widen. Your kind has been a source of much consternation to the people of my world. You are parasites that infest the world that is rightfully ours to rule. And one day soon your kind will either submit to us or you will be, oh how should I put this, exterminated, Voldemort stated with a vicious grin. Now back to your purpose. You see, as an act of ultimate loyalty my new recruits must show their resolve to our cause by a small demonstration of their allegiance. When they have successfully demonstrated their loyalty they are brought into our family. Voldemort continued to smile evilly at the family. Please let my family go, I'll do whatever you want, but please for God's sake, my son is only 8 and my daughter 6, let them and my wife go. The man in tears pleaded. Touching. Voldemort chuckled, and walked away from the family and alighting himself back onto his throne. He nodded to the person who had been kneeling at the right side of his throne. The figure stood and walked slowly but deliberately toward the terrified family. The figure removed the mask covering their face. A young girl of about 16 was shown to be the one beneath the mask. Dark brown hair framed her face, hazel-colored eyes shone brightly and a pale flawless complexion adorned her face. The father would have commented on how pretty she was except for the look of pure loathing in her eyes and the sneer on her lips. The young girl raised her wand at the young husband and father. Before a spell was uttered from her red-painted lips her master spoke. Make it interesting, my dear. With a grin that would frighten the hardest man she turned back toward the family. Sectum sem. Pansy was methodical and tough and at the same time incredibly twisted. She played with the family for over an hour before giving them the release of death. Blood and gore covered the floor. The horrified looks on the young couple's face were frozen into their death gaze. Many of even the most hardened Death Eaters had emptied their stomachs at the display of horror that happened in front of their eyes. Even the Dark Lord himself had raised an eyebrow at the girl's inventiveness. By the end of her test, the young girl was cackling insanely, something in her snapped and the once intelligent and lovely girl was replaced by a deranged and dangerous psychopath. The Dark Lord briefly wondered at the wisdom of letting the girl have access to so much dark magic so quickly. Some dark magic was extremely addictive in nature, causing the person to lose themselves in its pull, forever clouding their higher reasoning skills. But in the end he decided, at least she is my psychopath. Pansy was brought out of her musings. As she and 15 other Death Eaters were portkeyed to just outside the wards of Bones Manor. Tonight the minister was to die. He was getting closer, he could hear him. The rustling of a cloak sent his heart beating wildly in his chest. He wanted to strike to get a kill. Calm yourself, he thought. Wait for the signal, wait for the signal. The anticipation was building, sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging them. His fist clenched and unclenched around the wand in his hands. He is so close now, he'll be able to see me soon. His breath was heavy, he felt panic begin to stir deep within him. Where is that damn signal? He shifted his feet nervously, snap. A twig beneath his feet cracked. He froze, his heart was beating so loudly out of his chest he was sure the other man could hear it. He strained his ears to hear anything, to hear his opponent breathing or his feet falling with each stride, but nothing. Was he discovered? He didn't know. The other man could be circling around him at this very moment. Where is he, damn it? He swore under his breath. He needed to move, a primal urge to run coursed through his veins. But that would surely give his position away and he could not expose himself, he could not fail in his assignment. But where was he? The suspense was too much, he had to look, he had to see where his foe had gone. He had to know. Damn it, there's nothing for it. He came out of his hiding place behind a fallen tree, eyes sweeping left then right. Brown eyes met blue as wands were raised, in a guttural yell heavy laden with fear, anxiety and desperation. He screamed, Avada Kedavra. The sickly green curse shot forth in a rush toward the red-robed Auror who had seen him emerge from the woods. It was all the time he needed to move out of the path of the oncoming spell as he fired his own Bone Breaker curse. The Bone Breaker cast in haste clipped the side of the Death Eater's knee, shattering it. The black-robed man hit the ground screaming. The Auror quickly raised his wand in the air and shot a red flare high into the air, alerting the other Aurors of an attack. The flare hovered in air, illuminating a large area in pale red light. Within seconds 7 more flares lit up the night sky all around Rowan Hill. For a brief moment everything was eerily silent, then as if on cue a dozen speeding lights of red, green, yellow, and purple electrified the night. Flashes were seen from all corners of the property. The screams of men and women echoed through the air as spells, curses, and shields were called out in a frenzy of battle. Pansy Parkinson was seething. Someone gave their position away before they were completely set. They had not finished setting up the anti-apparition wards and the flow would not be blocked for at least 5 more minutes. If Bones escaped, the Dark Lord would not be happy with her and her team. With the element of surprise gone, it would be near impossible if not impractical to try and set up the wards. They needed every available body to attack the manor. Although they had silently collapsed the defensive wards surrounding the manor, there were still 8 Aurors that were patrolling the grounds, not to mention that Amelia Bones was a powerful witch in her own right. They had a numerical advantage, but they needed something else that would give them an edge over the new minister. A maniacal grin came over Pansy's face as she recognized 2 people running toward the manor. Oh, it was just too good of an opportunity to pass up. She cackled madly as she took aim at the 2 fleeing teenagers. Bombarda! Pansy screamed as the bright red curse flew from her wand and rushed toward her classmates. Neville Longbottom and recently betrothed fiancée Susan Bones had been startled out of the reverie of their new relationship by the night sky illuminating with colorful flashes of light. Both seemed to realize at the same time that they were in danger and needed to get to the safety of the manor. They had over 100 yards of open ground before they reached the ancient house. Hand in hand they made a dash to safety. They had barely made 30 yards when the ground beneath them exploded in a shower of rock and dirt. The force of the impact sent both teams flying through the air in opposite directions. A heavy cloud of dust was hanging in the air as the air-to-house Bones tried to shake the disorientation from her head. Her ears were ringing from the blast and trickles of blood fell in her eyes from several small lacerations she received around her head and face from the flying rubble. She desperately tried to focus on her surroundings and get her bearings. She needed to find Neville and then find safety. She reached for her wand that she kept in her cloak, but it was not there. Panic began to seep in. She took several deep calming breaths to calm herself. Amelia Bones had trained her niece for years how to act in emergency situations, and those lessons began to take hold. Susan was taking in her surroundings again, and then she spotted a form about 15 feet to her left. It was a body. A large knot formed in Susan's chest as she recognized the unmoving form of her fiancé. Neville! Susan screamed. Crab crawling over to him as fast as she could, she silently prayed that he was still alive. "Don't be dead, Neville, please don't be dead," she cried. She reached him and saw that he was in fact still breathing but unconscious. His head and face were covered in bright red blood and his left arm seemed to be bent at an awkward angle, definitely broken. "Isn't this delicious?" A female voice cackled from behind her. Susan slowly turned to see a black-robed figure with a white bone mask approaching her. "Is the fat squib dead?" the Death Eater asked in a mocking baby voice. "Was he your boyfriend, Bones? I would think that you could have done better than that loser." Pansy sneered. You buy. Ch. Susan hissed at Pansy. "Tisk tisk, Bones, what would your dear auntie say if she heard such language?" Pansy cackled. "Parkinson?" Susan asked, recognizing the nasally voice of Pansy Parkinson. "Very good, Bones," Pansy stated, removing her mask. "Now, get up. You and I are going to find and have a little chat with your auntie. The Dark Lord has asked me to deliver a message to her," she said slowly, but the malice was apparent in her eyes. "Not bloody likely, you slag. I won't take you anywhere," Susan stated defiantly. Pansy gritted her teeth in anger. "You will lead me to her or you will join your dear old auntie and boyfriend in hell," Pansy said in a deadly voice, pointing her wand between Susan's eyes. "Message, huh? You are here to kill her. Why would I help you? I'm sure you'll just kill me too as soon as you find her. It could be worse, Bonsi. I could keep you alive and let some of my friends have their way with you, over and over again until you beg for death. Your choice really, but your auntie will die tonight," Pansy sneered maliciously. "I'm sure those large B** east of yours will be a big hit with the Dark Lord's male members. Just think of all those old men grabbing and fondling you, ripping away at your innocence." Susan paled at the horrible image that formed in her mind. She needed to do something, she needed to escape. Out of the corner of her eye Susan saw Neville's wand lying a mere 6 inches from where she currently sat. She needed something to distract Pansy and give her the half a second she needed to grab the wand. I'm sure you have let them at your skanky body already, Parkinson. Are you the new plaything for all the Death's Eaters? I always knew you were a slut, but being passed around to all those old beaked men. I had thought that you had a little bit more self-respect than that. Susan smirked, trying to antagonize the girl. No one touches me, you cow. Pansy screeched, stepping closer to Susan, who scooted back toward Neville's wand, feigning fear and attempting to distance herself from the angry girl. Surreptitiously she grabbed the wand and hid it behind her back. I am the Dark Lord's favorite. No one dares come near me or they feel the wrath of my wand. Pansy continued to scream. An explosion behind them caught their attention. Pansy quickly turned to see what was happening. Susan, seeing an opportunity, jumped to her feet and raised her wand, a curse on her lips. However, Pansy was faster as she saw Susan move out of the corner of her eye. Impedimenta. The spell hit Susan squarely in the chest, knocking her back about 5 feet, the wand falling from her hand back to the ground. You dare attack your better's bones. It's time you feel a little of my power by ch. Pansy screeched. Crucio. Susan screamed in agony as every nerve ending in her body was set on fire. She convulsed on the ground, her body curling into a fetal position. Pansy smirked evilly as she inflicted the torture curse on the red-headed girl. Pansy released the curse 10 seconds later, but what felt like an eternity to the still convulsing Susan. Did you enjoy that, Bonsi? It's what a blood traitor like you and your aunt deserve. I've learned many intriguing curses under the Dark Lord's tutelage. Would you like to see another? Pansy asked in a sweet but mocking voice. Susan gathered what strength she had and spat in Pansy's face, who had come close enough to the young girl's face to mock her. Pansy backhanded Susan, splitting her lip. Susan tasted the coppery tasting blood as it flowed into her mouth. For that by ch, I think a nice severing charm is in order. Pansy spat. How about your arm, or maybe a leg? Maybe your B***easts, I hate to deny my comrades a chance at them, but I'm just a bi ch that way. Pansy stood sneering at the shivering girl. Pansy raised her wand and pointed at the chest of Susan Bones. Her dark eyes stared maliciously at the prone girl and a sadistic grin spread across her face. Expelliarmus. Impedimenta. Pansy's wand flew from her hand and a split second later she was blasted off her feet. A wounded but conscious Neville Longbottom stood defiantly with his wand pointed at the young Death Eater. His left arm dangled useless at his side, his robes were covered in blood from several puncture wounds and lacerations. However, his eyes were like orbs of steel as he glared dangerously at the girl who had been torturing his love. Get away from my girlfriend, you bi ch. Neville spat at the girl who was trying to recover from the blast she took. Neville rushed to Susan's side while keeping his wand pointed at Pansy. Are you okay, love? Neville asked tenderly. Susan could only nod. Her body was still having spasms from the Cruciatus curse. Love. Pansy cackled. Does Whittle Longbottom wuv Bonsi? Shut it, slag. Neville ordered. Or what, squib? You don't have the guts or the ability to do anything to me. She laughed mockingly. On your feet, Parkinson. Now. Neville spat. Ooh, demanding aren't we? Did the squib grow a backbone, or is it just bravado for the girlfriend? Pansy smirked. Neville sent a minor cutting curse that sliced Pansy's left cheek from her chin to her hairline. The next cutter I send will take your head, Parkinson. Get on your feet now, Neville said authoritatively as a spell glowed at the tip of his wand ready to be cast. You'll pay for that, Longbottom. Pansy screamed but still got to her feet. Neville helped Susan to her feet and handed her wand back to her that he had found underneath him as he came to. It was Susan's screams that roused him from unconsciousness. The anger that flowed through him as he witnessed his fiancée tortured was enough to get his adrenaline flowing, providing him enough strength to rise and attack Pansy. Neville motioned for Pansy to walk in front of them toward the manor. Pansy noticed that the sounds of battle had died down. She wondered if her team had been successful as she was being marched toward the back entrance of Bones Manor. But that hope was quickly dashed as she saw a group of people, including Ors and Harry Bloody Potter himself, coming toward them. She needed to grab and activate the portkey around her neck and get out of there before the others got to her. Her chance came almost immediately as a weak Susan collapsed from the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. Neville turned to catch her as she began to fall, taking his eyes off of Pansy. In one swift motion, Pansy drew a slim silver dagger from her waist, the special cursed dagger that had been a gift from her master, and plunged it into it, turned Neville's back, sinking it into the hilt. Cackling madly, she pulled the portkey from around her neck. "Bye-bye, Bonsi, I guess you're gonna need a new boyfriend." And in a flash she was gone. Neville fell to the ground screaming. Harry and the others sprinted the rest of the way to his friends. Susan, near hysterics, stared at the blood pooling on the ground around the man she loved. "Harry! Help him, Harry, please help him!" Susan pleaded through a veil of tears. Harry looked at his fallen friend, his mind frozen with shock. He did not know what to do to save his friend. Blood continued to flow from the pierced youth as the light in the lovable boy's eyes began to dim. The four witches gasped as the small house announced that the manor was under attack. A red glow was seen from the large window in the study that looked out toward the front of the home. Amelia dashed to the window and saw multiple flares illuminate the night sky, and then a frightening display of colors as spells and curse were coming out of the tree line. "My gods! The children are out there. We need to get to them," the fearless Augusta Longbottom stated. "We need to get back up before we launch ourselves out the front door." Amelia stated, her Auror training and leadership kicking in. The Aurors stationed at the manor began to engage several small groups of black-robed Death Eaters. These were her top men and knew how to fight an enemy of superior numbers. They were taking up defensive positions, forcing the Death Eaters to come to them. However, these Death Eaters also had some training and began to flank the Aurors while others kept them occupied in a head-on fight. "Minerva, check to see if the flow network is still working. If it is, contact Auror headquarters, give them the code word, Fox in the hen house, that will dispatch a squad of Aurors here," Amelia ordered. Minerva ran to the flow. Finding it operational, she contacted the Auror office and gave the code word. The Auror on the other side jumped and issued an attack on the minister alert. 10 Aurors geared up and ran to the apparition point in the ministry. In the meantime, Amelia had removed the medallion around her neck that Harry had given her. It was one of the galleons that Hermione had made for the DA. She sent a quick message off to Harry, "Home under attack." A large blast shook the front of the manor, shattering many of the exterior windows. Amelia looked out to see 3 Aurors lying motionless on the ground as a 4th was desperately trying to shield against multiple spells coming toward him. 5 Death Eaters were mercilessly throwing dark curses at the lone Auror. "Right. We need to get out there and find our children," Amelia stated. "Poppy, stay here and barricade yourself in, I fear we will need your services tonight," Amelia stated tightly. Poppy Pomfrey grimaced but nodded in acquiescence. Amelia, Augusta, and Minerva headed for the front door, which was barely hanging on by one hinge. They saw the lone Auror from earlier still fighting but was obviously seriously wounded. The 3 witches filed out of the door, spreading out a few feet apart from each other. They took aim at the 5 advancing Death Eaters. "I have the one on the far left," Amelia stated. "The one on the far right for me." Augusta picked her man. "That leaves the 3 in the middle for me," Minerva stated matter-of-factly in her thick Scottish brogue. "On 3 then," Amelia stated. 1, 2, 3. Sagittae Ignis, a volley of flaming arrows shot from the wand and with tremendous force slammed into the Death Eater on the left. Certus, the Death Eater on the right, disappeared straight down into a pit of conjured quicksand. Phanum de Cultris, the blades of grass below the other 3 Death Eaters literally turned into razor-sharp blades. They pierced the thin soles of their leather boots, impaling their feet with their razor-sharp edges. They screamed out in pain and then were silenced as 3 stunners hit them, knocking them unconscious. "Well, that was easy." Lady Longbottom smiled in satisfaction. "We were lucky, that was all. They were too focused on killing my Auror that they didn't notice us," Amelia stated. Minerva checked on the Auror, who had multiple injuries and spell damage, but he was still able to walk. "Get yourself inside, lad. Healer Pomfrey is in the library. Announce yourself as you enter, you don't want to be on the wrong side of her wand," Minerva cautioned. The Auror looked to the minister, who nodded, giving him permission to leave the field of battle. The 3 powerful witches then headed around to the side of the house where they could see more spell fire. They turned the corner to see 10 Death Eaters raining down spell after spell on top of 6 Aurors who were pinned down and looking worse for wear. They also saw several red-robed bodies lying motionless on the ground. It seemed the reinforcements from the ministry had apparated right into the middle of the fight and were quickly cut down in the tough crossfire of spells. They were about to leap into action to help the others when they saw a quick flash of light and then several voices directly behind them. They turned quickly with raised wands, but sighed in relief at the new and welcomed visitors. On the training grounds of Black Manor, Bella was explaining the finer points of movement during a duel. Never remain in one place during a firefight. Cast your spell then move. Your opponent will generally send a spell at the same position where your spell was last cast from. Best defense is not to be there when it comes. Keep your opponent guessing as to where you are. Never strike more than once from any one position. This accomplishes two things. First, it confuses your enemy. With spells coming from various positions, he may think he is up against more than one person and as such will feel more nervous and uneasy. This can result in your enemy panicking and making mistakes that you can capitalize on. The second, a moving target is much harder to hit. As you move, your enemy has to reacquire you in his sights. This costs him time that you can use to either get to cover or, as I have been instructing you, casting while on the move. Most witches and wizards will stop and plant their feet before they cast, thus providing you with a stationary target. Any questions? Bella asked. Harry, Hermione, Luna and Ginny shook their heads in response. Nymphadora Tonks then spoke to the group. Confusion on the battlefield is also an important ally. Smoke, debris, loud blaring noises, etc. Use these to your advantage. If your enemy can't see you, he can't hurt you. If his sense of hearing is overwhelmed, he will find it hard to function properly. Injuring an enemy's eardrum will leave him disoriented and thus vulnerable. Tonks instructed. Charlie, the twins, and I have used this technique with great success. Bill interrupted. We flood their senses with an overload of sound and imagery that, coupled with a good dose of projected fear, will more often than not cause their bodies to just shut down and refuse to work. It allows us to dispatch them at our pleasure. Bill stated with a wry smile on his face. So in other words, you're telling us that the key to winning is not necessarily who is the strongest but who is the cleverest. Hermione offered, looking at Bill, who was too caught up in Hermione's smoky brown eyes to reply immediately. Oh yes. Bill quickly cleared his throat, realizing his gaffe. It's better to, fight smart than go in wands a-blazing. Bill said, a hint of pink in his cheeks. Harry and Bella smirked knowingly at the eldest Weasley boy. Bill had tried to spend as much time as he could around Hermione without calling attention to the fact that he was crushing on the beautiful brunette. Hermione, for her part, would also clandestinely steal looks at the roguish redhead when she thought no one was looking, but it was obvious to all the other occupants of the house that the two fancied each other. But it was an unspoken agreement between all to let the relationship develop on its own. Bella and Harry hoped that Hermione's new interest in Bill would be enough to shake her out of the funk she was in. She had become utterly focused on offensive spell casting and learning dangerously close to dark curses. Bella had tried to get Hermione to talk to her about the anger and desire for revenge that was festering in the heart of the young brunette. But Hermione dismissed her concerns and would not open up. A sudden warmth and vibrating sensation quickly got Harry's attention. He pulled a gold galleon from his trousers and looked closely at the writing on the coin. Shit! Harry yelled, garnering everyone's attention. Aunt Amelia is being attacked at her home. We need to go, Harry informed the assembled group. Within a few minutes, the group, which included Harry, Bella, Hermione, Luna, Narcissa, Tonks, Bill, Charlie and the twins, were gathered around an old horseshoe, each wearing protective cloaks and assorted, specialized weapons courtesy of the Weasley twins. Activate, Harry stated clearly. Each feeling the distinctive pull behind their navels, they were whisked away in a swirl of color. The group reappeared just in front of the manor with a light thud. Harry was amazed that he hadn't tumbled to the ground but had landed without a problem. As the group quickly took in their surroundings, they noticed several unmoving bodies strewn across the lawn. The sounds of spellfire and yelling grabbed their attention towards the side of the manor. Coming around the corner, they were surprised by three witches pointing their wands at them. Recognition was quick as both parties sighed in relief. Aunt Amelia, are you all right, and where's Susan? Harry asked worriedly, looking around for his god sister. Amelia grimaced. We don't know, Harry. She was on the grounds with Neville when the attack came. She replied, emotion thick in her throat. We haven't been able to do a proper search yet, Harry. McGonagall began. We've been engaged with the Death Eaters since we came out to the grounds. Minerva's Scottish accent was thick as it was every time. She was angry or stressed. I hate to point this out, but those Aurors out there aren't going to last much longer. We need to help them. Perhaps we should split up and send some to look for Neville and Susan and the rest of us help those poor men out there. Augusta Longbottom stated, the stress and worry evident in her voice and the tightness in her facial features. Right, Bill, take Hermione, Ginny and Charlie and sweep around to the other side of the manor, see if you can spot Susan and Neville. Shoot up a green flare if you find them and a red flare if you need help. Harry ordered without realizing he was taking on the mantle of leadership. Right, Bill replied. Hermione, Ginny, Charlie, let's go. With wands drawn, the four headed the way they had just come from to sweep around the grounds and manor. With a quick tap each to their cloaks they disillusioned themselves. A handy product of the twins that mimicked the effect of an invisibility cloak, although they were limited to about an hour of use. Okay, Minerva, Lady Longbottom, Fred, George, you try to get to their right flank. Aunt Amelia, you, Sissy and Luna make your way to where the Aurors are. Luna, you and Sissy try and use those obscuring spells you learned from the Potter Grimoire to hinder the Death Eater's visibility. Tonks, stay with them and provide cover for them. Bella and I will take the left flank. With a three-sided attack those bastards won't know what hit them. Harry gave his orders and the three groups moved out. Narcissa and Luna knelt on the ground and held each other's hands. The 2B** then began to slowly chant in ancient Gaelic, their bodies swaying back and forth in rhythm and synchronicity. An invisible wind seemed to gently blow around them, their hair moved gently like floating and swaying in water. What they were attempting would drain their energy quickly, only giving the defenders about 5 minutes of cover. There was a physical change in the air that lay between the attacking Death Eaters and defenders. Everyone felt it, the spells began to slow as something was beginning to happen. At first it seemed like a light mist was rising up from the ground barely inches above the grass and seeping out of the hedge rolls and forest floor, spilling out onto the grounds. The mist slowly rose and began to thicken and roll out, creating a wall of swirling fog. In the heart of the fog was what appeared to be bursts of arcing light that looked like lightning. The Death Eaters could no longer see the defenders and ceased firing, no longer sure of their position. The reprieve in fighting and the obscuring fog gave all teams enough time to get in position. Reaching the end of their strength, Luna and Narcissa collapsed unconscious to the ground. Tonks transfigured a lawn ornament into a large granite slab and pulled Luna and Narcissa behind it and then took up a protective position over the 2B* owned until they regained consciousness. Harry and Bella had managed to get behind and to the right of the entrenched Death Eaters. Minerva and her team had managed to get to the left flank of the black-robed bastards. A moment later the fog began to disappear and just as suddenly curses began to fly, electrifying the night, the smell of ozone thick in the air. 3 Death Eaters were immediately cut down. The other DEs tried to take cover behind trees, boulders and shrubs. They were getting hit by spellfire from 3 sides. The curses from the pinned down Death Eaters became more desperate and ferocious. A lucky spell hit Minerva in her left shoulder, blasting flesh and bone into a bloody pulp. She screamed out in pain at the intensity of the spell. Augusta quickly pulled the Scotswoman down and began to cast cauterizing spells to stop the bleeding, followed up by a numbing spell. Poppy would have to tend to the more extensive damage to Minerva's shoulder. 2 Death Eaters were able to slip out unnoticed while Minerva's team was looking after her. That momentary lapse of vigilance was all that was needed for them to escape, and they took it. The 5 remaining DEs began to feel like this was not going to end well for them. As they debated their next move, a ribbon cutter decapitated 2 of their remaining numbers. Without further hesitation, the last 3 activated their emergency portkeys. Bill and Hermione were searching the gardens while Charlie and Ginny searched near the forest edge for their missing friends. They hadn't seen any sign of them yet and were worried about their other friends who were engaging Death Eaters near the manor. The gardens were beautiful, with large sculpted hedges and groomed walking trails, ornate bird baths and large trellis archways covered with flowers. It would be a very romantic setting if they weren't in the middle of a rescue mission, Hermione mused. Stupefy! A male voice shouted as the red curse came from around the corner of the hedge in front of Bill and Hermione. The curse grazed Bill's shoulder, spinning him around. The redhead lost his balance and fell over backwards, striking his head on a stone that was lining the pathway. Hermione raised her wand as 2 black-robed figures came around the corner, both pointing their wands at her chest. Oi, Wadawi _avenue _air. One of the masked men said salaciously. Allo Poppet, looks like you're all alone. The other man said, looking Hermione up and down. You're a pretty thing, aren't you? I think we'll just take you as a consolation prize, as it were. Hermione slowly backed away from the two Death Eaters, her mind racing. Keep moving, never stay in one place, cast on the run, cast to kill, cast to kill, cast to kill. The Death Eaters, taking her actions as being terrified, took courage and aggressively moved toward her. Hermione let out a blood-curdling scream, not one of fear or terror but of deadly resolve. With lightning speed she cast an exploding hex at the head of the Death Eater on the left. It exploded in a shower of bone, gore and gray matter. The body collapsed where it had stood. Hermione darted back the way she came, creating distance between her and the other Death Eater. She had almost made it around the corner when she was hit with a tripping jinx and fell face down on the dirt path. Bella's training kicked in and she rolled to her back quickly and in a show of abdominal strength pushed her legs over her head, planting her palms flat on the ground at the sides of her head, launched her body off the ground and into a standing defensive position. She cast a slicing spell as the man emerged, but he quickly raised a shield and returned a spell of his own. However, Hermione had moved and cast a bone breaker at the man's chest, hoping to collapse his lungs. He dived out of the way and rolled into a low fighting stance. Apparently this one had some dueling experience. Hermione paused her attack, stunned by the man's quick response. That momentary lack of focus was all the man needed to send a cutting curse of his own at Hermione's neck. Hermione realized her mistake a little too slowly, but had moved just enough that the curse missed her neck but hit just above the shoulder, causing a deep and painful cut. All of a sudden Hermione's mind went back to the night her parents were killed. She could see the vacant look in her mother's eyes as her body was sprawled out on the floor below the stairs. She was kneeling at her father's side. She stared helplessly as his life blood flowed from the deep cut to his neck. There was so much blood, so much blood. The smirking visage of that Death Eater bastard Severus Snape, sneering down at her. Hermione screamed out in rage again. All the hate, all the despair, all of the anger rose up and focused in her chest. A purple curse flew toward her. She flicked it away like an annoying bug. Her eyes glowed with unadulterated fury as she focused on the Death Eater in front of her. She was merciless, ruthless, and out of control. Every dark curse she had read about came to her lips with practiced ease as she released her fury on the hapless target in front of her. It was a scene right out of the worst Muggle slasher film. A barrage of piercing and cutting curses, bludgeoning hexes and bone breakers, organ liquefying spells crashed into the man. His shields failed with the first curse that slammed into them. Blood was gushing out from sliced arteries, strips of skin were torn from his body, gaping holes in his chest and stomach oozed blood and gore, both his eyes had been summoned out of his skull. Shattered shards of bone were sticking out of his arms and legs, his bowels were rent and spilled out their contents. Bill shakily stood on his feet. He knew he had a concussion but seemed to be in one piece. He heard and felt the magic that was being used just around a large hedge. Fearing for Hermione, he moved as fast as his spinning head would allow. As he made the corner, the sight before him almost made him vomit. Hermione was in hysterics as she rained spell after spell at an unmoving pile of charred and gooey flesh. "Hermione!" he yelled, stopping the girl in midcast. She turned her head to him. Her eyes were red and swollen, tear streaks made their way through the splattered blood on her face. Her breathing was fast and shallow. At first her eyes seemed glazed over, but recognition soon set in. Hermione let out a wail and slumped to the ground. Bill ran to her and gathered her up in his arms. The slim brunette began to sob uncontrollably, and she buried her face into his shoulders, her body shuddering in anguish. Bill let her cry while he held her tight to him. He rubbed her back as small tender circles while telling her that everything would be okay. He held no judgment. He did not know what had happened and didn't care. His sole worry was over how to help Hermione. Charlie and Ginny came upon the scene moments later. Ginny did vomit. She had never seen anything so horrific as the mutilated body that lay in a heap just feet away. "Bill, what happened?" Charlie asked in a low voice. "Not now, Charlie. I need to get Hermione somewhere where she feels safe." Charlie nodded and went to help Ginny, who was on her hands and knees still retching from the sights and smells of the DE's body. Bill helped Hermione stand, but she refused to let him go. Her arms had wrapped around his neck in a vice-like grip. He picked her up bridal style and then led his brother and sister cautiously back toward the manor. Augusta and the twins carried Minerva back to the manor and into the library where Poppy was fussing over an injured Auror. She leapt to her feet when she saw the state Minerva was in and immediately began to inspect her injury. Tonks then entered with an exhausted Narcissa and Luna hanging from each of her arms. Fred and George picked up the 2B*owned and carried them to a large couch and placed them gently onto it. "Where are Harry and Bella?" Tonks asked. "And have we found Susan and Neville yet?" Her question was answered as a Patronus in the shape of a falcon flew into the room and in a ghostly voice that sounded like Harry's it spoke. "Found Susan and Neville, both injured severely, need immediate help, near pavilion in back garden." Amelia, Popey, and Tonks sprinted out to the back garden while August stayed with Minerva. She prayed her grandson and his fiancée would be okay. The three witches arrived and with dread took in the scene before them. Susan was covered in blood and was having spasm fits, Neville was not moving, his breathing was labored and shallow, and the noticeable knife that was sticking out of his back reeked of dark magic. Poppy the professional that she was immediately took action and cast a stasis charm on Neville. It did not solve anything but merely frozen him in his current state till she could formulate a plan of action. She then turned to Susan and cast a quick diagnostic spell. "She is suffering from the after effects of the Cruciatus curse, Amelia." Poppy told her longtime friend. "I'll give her something for it, but it will take a while for her to completely recover." Amelia nodded, knowing better than most the after effects of that particular curse. Susan would make a complete recovering, but it would take weeks before the side effects were completely gone. "We need to get Neville to St. Mungo's," Poppy stated. "There is nothing I can do for him here, and they have experts at St. Mungo's who deal with this kind of dark magic." She sighed heavily. "Will he make it?" Harry asked fearfully. Poppy stared at the young man she had grown so fond of over the years he had been under her care. "I don't know, Mr. Potter." With the combination of the severity of the wound and the dark magic imbued in the dagger, Poppy sighed heavily. "His chances are slim at best," the healer stated sadly. Another team of Aurors had arrived at Bones Manor. They began to gather the injured and dead from around the grounds. Laid out in front of the main entrance of the manor was a row of 12 bodies covered in white sheets. Harry looked upon the sight with an ache in his chest and a lump in his throat. 12 good honorable men and women cut down in the prime of their lives. He thought morosely to himself. A warm soft hand interlaced its fingers with his. Looking up he saw the loving eyes of Bella. She did not speak, there were no words needed. She felt his anguish, his sorrow, he was part of her and she of him. They had become two sides of the same coin, forever linked, never to be separated. Harry received gratefully the love that Bella was feeding him through their bond. It fortified him and gave him strength enough to not lose hope or faith in the world he dreamed of. He dreamed of a world that was absent of bigotry and prejudice, a world where every witch, wizard and magical creature could live in equality and peace. But more than this, he wanted to be able to live in love and peace with his family. He was not naive enough not to realize that such a dream would require sacrifice. He was just worried, no terrified at the price that sacrifice would demand. He was determined to bring this war to a swift end. The family had a battle plan, and as soon as they were prepared enough they would begin to bring the war in earnest to those who in their lust for power and dominion would destroy their world. Harry Potter was sitting in the dark and depressing dungeon of Black Manor. The dungeon was not a part of the main house but one of the 4 buildings that stood behind the manor. It was a small 1-room 10 by 10 brick house with a trap door in the middle of the room. The trap door opened to reveal a circular staircase that descended some 20 feet. It was dark, wet, and cold. The air was thick with echoes of the past atrocities that occurred here. The Black family put their kinsmen and family above all else, but their enemies were never shown mercy or compassion. Many a witch and wizard had suffered the wrath of the Blacks in this dungeon. Iron manacles hung from every cell, an Iron Maiden could be seen on the far wall as well as the rack and other instruments of torture. Harry found it morbidly curious that such an old, wizarding family would use Muggle means of torture to inflict pain and death on their enemies. Although, he mused, he shouldn't have found it curious at all. The Blacks were nothing if not equal opportunist when it came to doling out punishment, and what could be more demeaning to a pure blood witch or wizard than to be tortured and killed by Muggle means? The psychological fear that would be instilled in those that would come against them would be tremendous. It was here where Harry had come to be alone with his thoughts. The dreariness and depressive feeling of the place was mirrored by his own feelings he had in his chest. He sat on the bottommost steps into the dark hell hole. The only light was the gentle flicker of a few torches that cast an orange hue through the dismal dark place. It had been 3 days since the attack on his godmother's home. Neville was still in critical condition at St. Mungo's. Harry convinced the magical hospital to place Neville in his own room in the secure wing of the hospital. Amelia had even ordered round-the-clock aura protection for her future son-in-law. The dark magic experts were still trying to determine the nature of the curse that had been placed on the dagger. They almost lost Neville when they had tried to remove the blasted thing. It seemed that any attempt to remove the cursed blade would initiate its final purpose and kill the person it had been plunged into. A diagnostic charm showed that Neville's pain receptors were in a state of continual flare. To avoid permanent damage to his nervous system and mental state, the healers blocked all receptor signals to the brain and had placed Neville in magical stasis. This kept the curse from continuing, but it did not cure it, only stopping it temporarily. The concern now was to find a cure before the curse overcame the magically induced stasis and continued to slowly kill the Longbottom heir. Lady Longbottom had not left her grandson's side. Her constant vigil and her fierce protectiveness over Neville showed a side of Augusta that was rarely seen, that of a tender and caring grandmother who would die for her charge. In all the years that Amelia and Minerva had known the Dowager Lady, they had never seen her show a moment of weakness. Even when her son and daughter-in-law had been tortured to insanity, she had remained the fierce and stoic woman that they had always seen her to be. But now she almost seemed defeated. Her eyes were red and swollen from the uncharacteristic tears that seemed to have no end. The depth of love she had for Neville had become so apparent in the soulful eyes that watched over him. Harry had been by to see Neville every day. On his first visit he had begun to apologize to the elderly witch, but she would have none of it. She had told him in no uncertain terms that the blame lay directly at the feet of Voldemort and no other. Harry had nodded and gave the powerful witch a half smile. Of course Harry did blame himself. He knew that it was ridiculous to take the blame. But with him taking a more visible stand against Voldemort, he could not help but correlate all these attacks on his friends and family to his outing of Voldemort last year with his interview in the Quibbler. Add that to taking on Dumbledore and the pureblood elites in the Wizengamot, he was painting a very large target not only on himself but on his family as well. Susan and Amelia had taken up temporary residence at Black Manor until Rowan Hill was repaired and new wards could be set by the goblins. However, it would take several weeks for everything to be taken care of. Susan was still recovering from the after-effects of being held under the Cruciatus curse. Narcissa and Madame Pomfrey were providing healing and restorative potions to the young redhead on a daily basis. Her spirits had been almost crushed as she was informed of Neville's condition, but Tonks had been a great source of distraction and comfort for the redhead and kept her from sinking further into depression. Tonks would regale her with stories from her aura training days, which were full of comedic incidents involving the clumsy metamorph. Her one-woman show of "Who Am I?" was a big hit with the younger girls of the family as Tonks would change into various Hogwarts professors. Harry even blushed as she assumed the form of the sultry, and Hogwarts voted say wise professor by all male students, the sultry Professor Sinestra. Harry blushed when Tonks's Professor Sinestra pushed her ample bosoms into his face and informed Harry that he had been a bad boy in class and suggestively told him that he would be serving detention under her that evening. This had all the girls in the house rolling with laughter at Harry's expense, who took it with as much dignity as possible, which was to say he was beat red, and falling over his words to make up a suitable comeback but failing miserably. Amelia had not been seen for most of the 3 days. She had statements to make, funerals to attend and a ministry still to run. The attack on Minister Bones had some of the Grey families reconsidering their decisions on allying themselves with Lord Potter. It seemed that the Dark Lord still had reach. Although the attack was not successful, it did show the members of the Wizengamot that no one was untouchable for the Dark Lord and his followers. Narcissa had risen to the challenge and had been using all her political acumen to reassure the Grey Houses that an alliance with House Potter would be mutually beneficial and that a unified front against the dangers of extremism would once again bring peace and stability to their world. She may have also offhandedly reminded them of the potential of House Potter calling in all outstanding debts as a means to finance his stand against the Dark Lord. This had the desired effect. Narcissa was looking for as many of the great houses reaffirmed their allegiance to House Potter. Dumbledore had not been quiet during this time either. He began a campaign of press releases underscoring his past successes against Grindelwald and you-know-who, and the failure of the current administration in protecting the public. His tenure as the longest-serving headmaster of Hogwarts was also played up and painted him as the most capable of keeping students safe and preparing them for their futures as productive members of society. He accused Lady Longbottom as interim Grand Witch of the Wizengamot of collusion with the current Minister for Magic Amelia Bones of promoting a too progressive agenda and allowing legislation to pass that would get rid of the proud traditions of pureblood culture and endangering the continuation of that unique culture. Dumbledore's following was becoming more vocal in their support for him and their dissatisfaction with the current administration. Demonstrations started to pop up outside the ministry and in Diagon Alley. Dumbledore held rallies on the steps of Gringotts and at the Leaky Cauldron calling for a vote of no confidence in Minister Bones and Grand Witch Longbottom. Dumbledore was determined to regain his power and authority even if he had to pander to the pure-blood elites to do so. And if he could firmly destroy Potter's support base, he might be able to get the boy to come back to his fold, as it should be. After all, if he felt isolated and unprotected, that would give him the motivation he needed to come back to the light side and be the martyr Albus needed him to be. Harry saw the wizarding world spinning out of control. There were now 3 distinct factions at play now. There was Voldemort and his merry band of psychopaths bent on total destruction of everything that did not fall into their narrow vision of what the wizarding world should look like. A world where purebloods ruled and everyone else served or died. The second group, of course, being Dumbledore's. Dumbledore's design for the wizarding world had come clearer to Harry as he searched for the rhyme and reason for Dumbledore's actions. The greater good was no more than a complete suppression of free will. What was the greater good? It was whatever Albus Bloody Dumbledore decided it to be. It was a theocracy with the arrogant bastard as the center deity, with every witch and wizard praying prostrate at the throne of the manipulative Burke. Harry's vision and the goal of those that supported him was one of freedom and equality, a representative government that considered all magicals of sentience. The old ways segregated and pitted one species against another, and if segregation and bigotry were allowed to continue, there would never be a lasting peace for any magical. Harry sat in the semi-darkness of the dungeon with his knees up to his chest, his head resting heavily on them. Neville wasn't expected to live, Susan still suffering from being hit with the Cruciatus, Minerva injured, and 12 Aurors were dead. It was all so overwhelming, and he feared never ending. There had to be a way to avoid bloodshed and bring the wizarding world together, there just had to be. "I don't know what to do," Harry whispered. "Someone tell me what to do." Next to Harry lay the wand that had chosen him in the Potter family vault. The Lefay wand. It was only 9 inches in length and a deep dark cherry red in color. Harry was unsure of the type of wood or magical core the wand contained and was too afraid to have Ollivander examine it, fearing there would be too many awkward questions about its origin. Unnoticed by Harry, the wand began to glow a faint purple. Harry's eyes became extremely heavy and were soon closed, and immediately he became oblivious to the world around him. He was not sure when he had fallen asleep, but it was with a start that he woke up and finding himself in a strange place. Harry was not sure where he was, except that he was laying on his back on a rather uncomfortable bed looking up at a thatched roof. He let his eyes roam around and he determined he was in some kind of earthen cottage with a thatched roof. He could see daylight coming from a small window that was to the right of a wooden door. His eyes continued to roam around the room until he came to the hearth of the cottage, where a modest fire was crackling. Just to the right of the hearth he saw movement. He tilted his head to get a better angle, to get a better look at what had moved. Sitting on a small stool was a woman. She looked to be in her early to mid-30s with waist-length dirty blonde hair in a loose braid and piercing blue eyes. The woman stood from her stool and walked toward him. She was very petite, perhaps only about 4 feet 8 inches in height, if that. She had sharp but very feminine features and a Romanesque nose. She wasn't beautiful in the classical sense, but he was to classify her, it would be that she was pleasant to look upon. Though her stature was small, Harry could tell by her walk that she had all the grace and strength of a predator. She had that same predatory gaze and walk that Bella had when she fought. A warm smile softened the woman's face as she approached the bed that Harry lay upon. "Welcome, Lord Potter, I have been most anxious to meet you." The woman spoke with an Old English inflection. "But where are my manners?" she scolded herself. "Please forgive me, my lord, allow me to introduce myself, I am Morgana Le Fay." The woman stated and gave a slight curtsy. A warm smile softened the woman's face as she approached the bed that Harry lay upon. "Welcome, Lord Potter, I have been most anxious to meet you." The woman spoke with an Old English inflection. "But where are my manners?" she scolded herself. "Please forgive me, my lord, allow me to introduce myself, I am Morgana Le Fay." The woman stated and gave a slight curtsy. Harry stared in disbelief at the woman who had just introduced herself and wondered what in the hell was going on. I've got to be dreaming, Harry quietly spoke. The stress must have finally broken me, he said, shaking his head slowly from left to right as he stared at the dirt floor below his feet. A feminine giggle returned his attention to the woman that had just addressed him. You are quite sane, my lord. I am Morgana Le Fay and we are speaking to one another. The woman smiled amusedly at the utterly bewildered young man. Harry slowly sat up from the bed that he found himself on and faced the smiling witch. Okay, let me get this straight. Harry began, looking at the B***owned witch and then the modest cottage that he found himself in. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and holding his hands out in front of him clasped together. You are the infamous and most feared witch in history, Morgana Le Fay. The witch beamed at him with a predatory smile and nodded her head. And I'm sitting in this ancient-looking cottage having a face-to-face chat with you. Harry stated, opening his hands up in a questioning gesture. Uh-huh. The pretty B***owned nodded again, now sporting an amused smirk on her face. Harry leaned back a bit, placing the palms of his hands and rubbing the top of his thighs. Yep. Harry made a surrendering gesture with his arms. I've lost my mind, Harry stated resignedly. Before Morgana could answer, Harry held up his hands to forestall her from speaking. So, Harry began again. Let's go with the possibility that you are who you say you are and I am who I think I am. I am Hadrian James Potter, aren't I? Harry asked rhetorically but was answered nonetheless. Most assuredly, my lord, you are Lord Hadrian James Potter, head of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Husband and magical bond mate to Bellatrix Adian Potter Black. Morgana replied with pride in her voice. Okay, so if you're Morgana, can you tell me where we are? Or should I be asking when we are? He looked at Morgana with an inquisitive raised eyebrow. Morgana's smile widened with amusement. You are where and when you have always been, my lord. Morgana gave him a coquettish smile. Harry must have looked completely lost because Morgana began to chuckle at the dark-haired young man. Forgive me, my lord, I do not mean to make light of your question. Let me explain. Morgana began. That is you and I are occupying the same space as it were. You called for me and I have responded to your call. I have in simple terms entered your mind and you have joined me, in your mind. Your body still remains in the last place you were when you called for me, but your consciousness is here with me. She stated and paused to give Harry a moment to digest what she had just told him. But how? Harry asked. By means of my wand, my lord. She stated. Harry made a confused look on his face which Morgana found endearing. Did not the guardians of the Potter Vault explain to you how your family came into possession of my wand and its purpose? She asked. Harry began to recall his visit to the Potter Vault and his search for a replacement wand. Flashback. Maybe you should see if one of the wands here will work for you, Harry. Narcissa offered as she was looking at all the old pureblood names and ancient and noble houses that had married into the Potter line. I guess it couldn't hurt anything. Harry concluded. Harry began to run his hand over the various wands hoping that one would call to him. He had been at it for only about 15 minutes when a wand literally jumped into his outstretched hand. The wand sent rushing warmth throughout Harry's body and then seemed to hum in his hand. Now that was unexpected. Grandmother Boudica said in a surprised voice. Why so, grandmother? Harry asked. That wand belonged to Morgana Le Fay. The painted witch declared. Bella and Narcissa looked at the wand with awe and reverence. You mean to say that this wand actually belonged to the Morgana Le Fay? Bella gasped out, trying not to hyperventilate. Yes, dear, but legend and myth painted her in such an unflattering if not downright deceitful manner. She was not the dark witch that she was portrayed. She was very powerful and jealous wizards who envied her natural talent besmirched her name. So she wasn't a dark witch? Narcissa asked. No dear, she was not dark, she was more, gray with dark edges you might say. Boudica chuckled. But she was extremely powerful. So she was a Potter then? Harry asked. Not exactly, Harry dear. However, she came to owe the House of Potter a life debt. You see, she was ambushed by a group of wizards intent on killing her, a claim to fame you might say to increase the prestige of their own house. She was gravely injured and apparated away from the scene. She appeared near a forest stream bloodied and unconscious. A young wizard by the name of Gwaine Artemis Potter came across her unmoving form and took her back to his home. He bound her wounds and nursed her back to health. Gwaine fell in love with the beautiful witch and the two maintained a quiet affair for many years. Morgana's magic recognized that a life debt had been formed between her and Gwaine of House Potter. Years later Gwaine sat next to her on the deathbed of his lover. Not having fulfilled her life debt in this life, she spoke an incantation and infused her magic and life force into her wand. She told Gwaine that in a time of great need her wand would answer the call of the Potters and bind itself to the witch or wizard in need. End flashback. So, Harry began slowly. You're in your wand but somehow entered my mind, drawing my consciousness in as well. Have I got it so far? Harry asked. Morgana nodded again and prompted him to continue. And the reason, I guess, is because I asked for help and you had made an oath to protect my family. Harry asked. And all this is about you fulfilling that oath? Morgana nodded her head slightly side to side. Yes and no, my lord. It is true that I made a vow to satisfy the life debt that I owe House Potter. And I did infuse my magic and an echo of my consciousness into my wand that you now carry. That's horrible to be trapped in your wand like that. Why would you do that to yourself? You have had to be there for over 1,000 years or more. Harry stated, aghast at the thought of being trapped like that. Morgana smiled warmly at Harry. Let me explain, my lord. I have not been trapped as you say in the wand for over a millennia. I am but an echo. My true consciousness departed this world when my physical self had died. And I only became sentient, you might say, when your magic touched the wand. The magic I left in the wand recognized that you had a certain destiny to fulfill and understood that you would be the Potter heir that would need my help, the one that I would fulfill my life debt to. Morgana stated patiently. Okay, I guess I can believe that. Harry grimaced, rubbing his head. So why are we here then? Why have you brought me here? For 2 reasons, my lord. First, I wanted to meet you and to introduce myself, and secondly, to begin your training. Morgana stated, standing up from her stool. My training? Harry asked as the witch began to search through some old scrolls on a nearby table. Yes, your training, my lord. I must confess that I am a bit disappointed in you, my lord. You have not taken full advantage of your bond with Milady and have not taken full advantage of my wand either. Well, I can't fault you too much over the wand since you are not aware of all the possibilities that it offers. However, the bond you have with your wife is an incredible gift that you have not used to its potential, but I will help you there. Morgana said in a motherly tone. Okay, let's get something settled right off. My name is Hadrian, not my lord, or Harry if you like. I don't like making others feel subservient to me, I prefer an equal than a servant. Harry stated a little more forcefully than he intended. Very well, Harry. Morgana replied with a look of awe on her face. Indeed, times have changed but the Potter philosophy has remained. Morgana said wistfully. Oh, how so? Harry asked. The Potters have always believed in the equality of all life, both mundane and magical. It is why so many have flocked to their banner over the centuries. Don't misunderstand, Harry. The Potters were a power to be reckoned with and were tough to their enemies and merciless to those who would attack them. But they saw and believed in the sanctity of all life. It's why Gwaine, dear Gwaine, did not kill me or turn me over to those who sought my life. He healed me and treated me with such respect and tenderness. Is it any wonder why I fell in love with him? Being a most attractive wizard didn't hurt either. Morgana chuckled. And it seems the Potter good looks didn't pass you up either, Harry. Morgana winked, causing him to blush a bit. If you loved my ancestor so much, why did you not marry? Harry asked interestedly. Morgana sat back down and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. That's a long story, Harry. It has been one of my biggest regrets, but I felt that it was not in his best interest that we wed. And he did ask and I desperately wanted to say yes. Then why didn't you? Harry asked, his face scrunched up in confusion. Morgana stilled and appeared to be in deep thought before she slowly began to explain. Harry, it was a time of great turmoil in our world. She began. There was no united magical realm. Witches and wizards were constantly after one another, trying to gain more knowledge from those who possessed it, killing for it if need be. Some families joined with others for protection, and magic was shared within those families or clans. The Potters were amongst those seen as possessing great knowledge and were constantly at war with other clans. Many clans joined the Potters and others were overthrown by the Potters and their families, and magic were absorbed into the clan. As I told you before, the Potters did not seek violence or to overthrow others, but it did defend itself and destroyed those who posed a threat to them. I was the last of my clan, we had been wiped out by rival families. I was known to be the most powerful of my family and the guardian of its magic. My many battles with Merlin became legendary. He did not take to losing to a woman very well and had convinced others that I was dealing in the blackest of magics, and this was how I had managed to defeat him so often. So a bounty was set on my head so high that even one time friends began to hunt me. It was on such an occasion that I went to take refuge with former allies of my family. But I was betrayed, and as I attempted to escape I was severely wounded. Barely conscious, I managed to apparate away. That is when the love of my life appeared and rescued me. I know in your world Harry, Merlin is revered as this deity of good and light. But in my time he was just another power-hungry wizard, a powerful one yes, but just another warlord trying to gather power and prestige to himself. Oh, he supported the mundane king, King Arthur, but it was not for the glory of Arthur or England but for himself that Merlin allied himself with the man. You see Harry, it is the victors that write history, not the defeated. So Gawain Potter, the youngest son of the Lord of House Potter, saved my life. He had a gentle manner about him, and had a true gift for healing. I was unable to take care of myself for several months. You see, I had been struck by several dark curses during my flight. But Gawain never left my side. He fed me, bathed me, and would read poetry to me that he had written himself. We would talk for hours over the most inconsequential things, and he made me laugh. I had never met a man magical or otherwise quite like him. Morgana sighed wistfully. He never asked or expected anything in return for the care he had given me. It was quite the shock months later that I realized that he was falling in love with me, but what was more a shock was that I had fallen in love with him. I had spent nearly a year with him and thought that maybe we could make a life together. But then I was discovered again and had to flee. Morgana's eyes took on a distant and mournful look. Who found you? Harry asked, still hanging on her every word. Merlin. She sighed heavily. To this day I don't know how he found me. An awful battle took place and Gawain and I barely held Merlin and his kinsmen off. Merlin was never going to let me have any peace. He wanted me and my family's magic desperately and would never give up. In the end I made the painful decision that for Gawain's safety I needed to leave. I would spend the rest of my life on the run, and Gawain deserved a better life than to be on the run with me. I know I hurt Gawain immensely, it was breaking my heart as well, but I could not bear the thought of being the cause of his unhappiness or death. So I left knowing that I was leaving the one man that I had ever loved. Tears began to flow down Morgana's cheeks as she spoke. The pain was obvious even for Harry to see. But the guardians in the Potter Vault said that you were lovers throughout your life. Was that not the case? Harry asked softly. Morgana looked up at him through watery eyes. It was 2 years later. Not one day would pass without my thoughts turning to Gawain, and my heart ached to hear his voice, to have his arms around me, and to feel his lips on mine. Morgana stuttered, recalling the memory. I had to see him. It was an all-consuming thought that burned in my mind. So with great trepidation and no small bit of anxiety I made my way back to his forest cottage in hopes that he would be there. But when I arrived, the cottage had been burned to the ground. Merlin and his kinsmen had burned it to the ground. I had learned later that Gawain had refused to give them any information about my whereabouts, not that he knew where I had gone. So they razed the cottage in retaliation. I believed at the time that Gawain had been most likely killed because of his refusal to give me up. So I was walking through the rubble of this very cottage you find yourself in, Harry. Morgana gave a small smile, looking around the small home. Anyway, I was almost beside myself with grief when I heard a faint voice call out my name. My first instinct was to flee, but the voice, although distant, was familiar. I turned toward the sound of the voice and saw a figure coming out of the tree line. It was Gawain. We ran toward each other, and when I was close enough I launched myself into his arms. Sobbing uncontrollably I clutched onto him as if my life depended on staying connected to him. I learned that he would come back to the cottage every day in hopes that I would return. When I asked him how he survived, he told me that Merlin did not want a confrontation with the Potters, and to kill a son of that house was to invite a blood feud, and Merlin did not want to be on the bad side of the Potters. Gawain took me to another cottage he had built not too far from the one that had been destroyed. We made love for 3 straight days. He had incredible stamina. Morgana smiled lustily. I wonder if that is a hereditary trait. Morgana smiled lasciviously at Harry before giggling at Harry's look of embarrassment. I stayed with him for a few months before I felt it was time to leave again. Nothing had really changed. Merlin was still after me, and although Merlin was afraid of the Potters, I still feared for Gwain's safety. So for the next 50 years I would visit Gwain at least twice a year, and I would usually stay for a month or two before I would leave and plant false trails for Merlin to follow again. It finally happened, after 50 years on the run, that Merlin finally caught up to me, well, one of his kinswomen. I was eating at an inn owned by said kinswoman, although I did not know this at the time, when I suddenly felt very ill. I had been poisoned by a slow-moving poison. Merlin was contacted, but once again I managed to escape before he arrived, but the damage had already been done. I managed to get back to Gwain, but I was already past even his ability to save me, but I was happy that my last moments of mortality were to be with him. I spent one last night being held tightly in his arms and feeling my lover's warm breath on my body. I had enough strength the next morning to perform one last ritual in which I infused my wand with my magic and an echo or a copy of my consciousness. It was my final act of love and devotion to the man who owned my very soul. The wand would lay dormant over the centuries until a Potter had real need of it, and so that initial debt of love, not a life debt Harry, would be repaid. Morgana stood and walked to the window and looked out over an ancient landscape that no longer existed. Her shoulders shook with the quiet sobs that she could no longer control. Harry stood and solemnly walked toward her and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Thank you for sharing that with me. I'm honored to know the real you and not the dark witch of legend. I feel somehow unworthy of such a gift as you have given me. I don't think I'm." Morgana spun around, placing her small hand over Harry's mouth, stopping him from continuing his self-deprecation. "You are worthy, Harry. I sense in you the same heart that beat in my Gwain. You are an honorable and noble young man, Harry, and the task set before you is a terrible one, and if there is anything I can do to help you have your happy ever after with the woman you love, then I can ask for no greater or nobler cause than to aid you," Morgan stated, cupping his face in her hands and keying his forehead. "You would have been a wonderful mother, Morgana. You seem to have a mother's touch," Harry said fondly. "But I was a mother, Harry, and although I was not always around, I did my best when I was," Morgana said remorsefully. "But I thought, that as the Guardians told me, come to think of it, they made no statement one way or another," Harry stated, his face scrunched up, trying to remember what, if anything, the Guardians had said about children. "Gwain and I had 4 children, Harry. Only 2 survived into adulthood, a son by the name of Geroid and a daughter by the name of Cassiopeia. An interesting tidbit on Cassiopeia is that all her descendants were named for constellations. Some 400 years later, her great-great-great-grandson Sirius Erastus Black would be the first in a long line of Lord Blacks for the House of Black." Morgana smiled a most mischievous smile as she watched that information sink into Harry's mind. Harry stood stupefied at what Morgana had just revealed. "So Bella is your, oh, too many greats to mention, granddaughter?" "Yes, Harry." Harry looked stunned but thought how excited Bella would be to hear that she was a descendant of Morgana Le Fay. "Oh, you shouldn't be too stunned, Harry. If you looked closely at the Potter pedigree, you will find no less than 30 women from the Black line that have married into the Potter family and vice versa. And I know you've only met a few Blacks, but have you noticed anything familiar between the 2 houses?" Morgana smirked knowingly. "I'm not sure. Bella and I have the same dark black hair, but beyond that I don't know," Harry admitted. "The Blacks and Potters share much of the same blood and have intermarried for generations. Even physically, the Blacks and Potters have the same genetic features such as hair and eye color, aristocratic features. I suspect that my bond of love to Gwain has been passed down through my daughter to generations of Black women. Even your grandmother, Harry, was a Black. But I do not know for certain, but it is quite the coincidence, don't you think?" Morgana smiled playfully. Harry could only nod and chuckle. "Well, now that we have covered a bit of history, let us focus on the present, shall we?" Morgana asked the dark-haired young man, eager to change the topic from her past. Sure, but can I ask how it is that you know so much about modern events? I mean, if you only became, what was it you called it, sentient when your wand chose me, and that has been fairly recent." "Very astute of you, Harry. The simplest way to explain it is that, since we came to be together as it were, I have had access to your thoughts and memories, and by means of the bond you share with Bella I've had access to hers as well. My wand has bonded to you, Harry, therefore there is a very real connection between you and I, and this bond allows us to work harmoniously together." You may have noticed how much easier it is for you to cast spells silently and without wand movement, although some of that can be contributed to your lovely wife, some of it comes from me as well. So the wand is controlling my actions then? Harry asked, a little disturbed. No, not at all, Harry. You see, the knowledge of how to do these things has been passed to you through the bonds. It has become a part of your abilities now, it's just floating in your subconscious until you call upon it. And if I might add here, you have barely scratched the surface of what the bond can do for you and for Bella for that matter. Morgana clarified. So what else can the bond do for us? Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. You have already discovered that you can sense each other's feelings, and can converse mentally with each other. But you may not know that you can also share each other's unique magical gifts and abilities. Your ability to speak parcel tongue, for instance, Bella will be able to speak it as well, and her animagus ability will also be yours. The most important ability of all is your ability to combine your magical power. It will increase the power of your spells by tenfold. There are other advantages as well, and you will become aware of those as you allow yourselves to be completely open to each other. But we are open to each other. I don't keep anything from her, Harry argued. Not keeping things from her and being completely open to her, Harry, are two different things. But when we bonded, we saw each other's past and relived each other's experiences. Nothing was hidden. Very true, Harry, very true. But what I'm referring to is opening up your soul and magic completely to each other. At the moment each of you share half of the other. What I'm saying is that you must completely merge together as one to reach your potential. Morgana stated matter-of-factly. I don't understand, Harry began. It was only through the ritual that Narcissa performed that we merged to the point we are now. Harry explained. No, Harry. The ritual that Narcissa performed merely opened the possibility for your souls and magic to merge, it did not cause it. Your love for one another is what caused the merge. But you and Bella still have the ability to complete the bonding and become something far greater than what any witch or wizard has ever become before. Morgana said with a hint of awe in her voice. So do we become one person then? Harry asked, completely confused. Morgana chuckled. Yes and no, Harry. You become one in the sense that your lives and destinies are one. Your magic and hers will become one, never to be undone. Your soul and hers will become one, never to be separated. Your love becomes one, eternal and never-ending. Whoa, that's heavy, Harry exclaimed. So how do we accomplish this? Harry asked sincerely. Well, that is something you and Bella will have to discover for yourselves. Morgana smirked playfully. HMPH. Harry snorted. Knew there would be a catch. He chuckled, shaking his head. Now let's talk about these two dark lords who are after you and how we can deal with them. Are you ready to get medieval on some wizard butt? Morgana stated, rubbing her hands together, allowing an evil grin to spread across her face. Harry woke with a start as he found himself back in the dungeons. He was sure that Bella and the others would be frantic with worry. He had been with Morgana for hours and it had to be near to midnight. Harry scrambled back up the ladder and opened up the trap door at the top. Harry snapped his eyes shut as a painful burst of sunlight assaulted his dilated pupils. It's light outside. I couldn't have been gone that long, Harry thought to himself. Harry looked down at his watch and saw that it was 6:15 in the evening. That's impossible. I went down to the dungeons at 6 p.m. If the date on my watch is correct, it's still the same day. Harry entered through the back door of the manor that led into the kitchen and saw the house elves busy adding the finishing touches to dinner. He was quickly ushered out and told dinner would be ready soon. Harry made his way up to his bedroom, sensing that Bella was there. Harry opened the bedroom door and entered. Bella was in one of the oversized comfy chairs, curled up reading a book. The light from the window softly illuminated Bella's beautiful face. Her long dark hair hung in loose waves over her right shoulder, her petite bare feet halfway tucked underneath her. She was wearing one of his button-up dress shirts that he always found her to look utterly say-why in. The shirt was unbuttoned just low enough for Harry to see a hint of her perfect milky white B***ests that lay beneath it. In an instant he knew what it was that he and Bella needed to do to complete their bond, truly making themselves one. He slowly approached her and then knelt down in front of her chair and rested his hands on her exposed knee. She looked over her book to see her husband looking at her with such love in his eyes that it momentarily took her breath away. She closed her book and set it on the nightstand next to the chair. Harry rose up on his knees and tenderly captured Bella's lips with his own. He fully opened up the bond to her and allowed the full force of his love to flow through. Bella froze as her body felt a level of bliss it had never felt before, a level she never imagined even existed before. Something in Harry had changed. She was feeling every little emotional nuance. She saw herself as Harry saw her, and it was beyond humbling. The word love didn't even begin to describe the depth of feeling Harry had for her. The intensity of it brought her to tears. Harry scooped her up from the chair and gently laid her on their bed. The look in his eyes was enough to know what he wanted to do, but with the emotions he was sending her, she knew that there was something much deeper that was about to happen than just making love. Opening her own bond up to him completely, understanding filled her being. She was all at once terrified and euphoric as she mentally and spiritually prepared herself for what they were about to do and what they were about to become. Harry deepened his key as he gently lay on top of his love, her arms snaked around his neck, pulling him closer to her. Unsure how it happened, she found them both divested of their clothing as warm flesh pressed against warm flesh. Her hard erect nipples pressed deliciously into his strong chest and her legs wrapped around his lower back, bringing their mutually excited says together in idyllic union. Passion flared as their tongues battled for dominance. Bella had always been the dominant one in the bedroom, never allowing herself to be in a submissive position. But now she found herself for the first time completely opening herself up to Harry, allowing all her insecurities and vulnerabilities to be laid bare before him. She gasped as incredible warmth lovingly entered her womanhood, touching every erotic nerve within her wet walls. Her fingernails dug deep into his shoulders as his rhythmic thrust slowly drove her to maddening levels of pleasure, but they were slow enough to keep her from reaching absolute nirvana. Their bond completely open added to the intensity as new levels of empathy were opened to them and a clarity of oneness was revealed. Bella was quickly being overcome with the intensity of their love-making. Her heels dug hard into Harry's toned ass as she tried to force him in deeper and faster. Both of their bodies glistened with sweat as their coupling reached a frenzied pace, with Harry thrusting deep into her waiting womb. Bella tightened around Harry's manhood as her body began its ascent into blissful orgasm. Harry, sensing her impending orgasm, thrust that much harder and faster, bringing himself to the edge of euphoria. Bella was first as a scream of ecstasy burst from her lips, followed a split second later by Harry collapsing on top of her, filling her womb with his seed. Harry turned onto his side, bringing Bella with him, Bella refusing to allow him to slip out of her. She snuggled deep into him and he was more than willing to wrap her up in his arms. What happened next caught both lovers off guard as complete awareness was thrust upon them. Their minds became one. Every thought, every memory, every hope and every desire of their mate was open to the other. Harry and Bella suddenly clutched each other in agony as their magical cores flared between them. Magical eddies of power flowed unhindered between them as their individual cores became the twin of the other, a combination of both cores becoming as one. As the pain receded and the two were finally able to take a calming breath, a golden aura sprang to life around them. What sounded like a heavenly choir echoed around them, and their very souls seemed to call out for the other. There was no pain, no discomfort, but an immediate feeling of wholeness as Harry and Bella truly became soul-bound. Never would one be without the other again. They would live and die together as one, and they couldn't be happier. Unbeknownst to the newly bound couple, a spark of life asserted itself deep in Bella's womb, a spark of life that would change their lives in wonderful ways. Ron Pruitt, formerly Weasley, stood cloaked in a secluded corner, trying to look inconspicuous in the large atrium reception center of the French ministry. Unlike the dark and dim-lit atrium of the British ministry, the French ministry was light and airy and gave off a feeling of refined hospitality. Light and airy was all well and good unless you wanted the anonymity that the shadows afforded. A high arched glass ceiling revealed the beautiful warm summer Paris day that was outside. The rays of the sun flooded through the glass ceiling, acting as a natural prism that filled the atrium with a rainbow of soft color that illuminated the entire floor. The decor was early Louis XIV, not that Ron Weasley cared or even could identify. But admiring the style and beauty of the French ministry was not the reason he was there. Ron's eyes swept around the area. He made brief eye contact with 5 others who were here for the same reason that he was. He had been assigned to Malfoy Sr.'s team to bring in the blood traitors Draco Malfoy and Eugenia Parkinson. A spy within the French ministry had alerted them that Parkinson had sought a meeting with the French ministry regarding sanctuary. The spy had learned that Deputy Minister for Magic, Francois Delacour, had agreed to meet with them and had set an appointment to meet with her today. This was Ron's first mission to prove himself worthy of joining the Dark Lord's ranks. Not that he or his mother had much choice in the matter. This was to be a simple, snatch and dash, operation. They were to grab the pair of traitors and then get them back to England with an illegally provided international portkey. If everything went as planned, he would be back at Pruitt Manor by dinner time. Lucius Malfoy methodically looked over the atrium. He quickly identified 2 possible escape routes from the main hall. He would need to get the Parkinson slag and his traitorous son out quickly once they had them. The portkey would not work within the ministry itself, so they needed to get out of the building to activate it. The plan was to get close enough to the 2 traitors and quickly and quietly cast an imperious curse on the 2 of them and have them walk straight out of the building. The problem was that the building was so well lit that if they were not careful they could be spotted by an observant witch or wizard, or worse, an observant French Auror. It had to be well timed and they needed to remain inconspicuous. Lucius, always the observant wizard, recognized that the French Aurors seemed a little more attentive than usual. Undoubtedly the deputy minister had alerted them to the pending arrival of Parkinson and his son, silently cursing the thought of his traitorous offspring. They were ordered by the Dark Lord not to engage in a firefight with the French. The French were taking a neutral stand about what was happening in England, and he did not want to give them any cause for them to actively work against him. Recruitment in France had also gone pretty much unnoticed by the French ministry, and the Dark Lord wanted to keep it that way. Also, he did not want to fight a multi-bordered war if at all possible. He would first take over Britain and then would focus on the other countries if they did not fall into line. What was concerning to Lucius was the addition of the Weasley boy Pruitt to his team. He had after all been a close friend and supporter of Harry Potter, and the Weasleys and Pruitts had been allies of Dumbledore's for years. He did not know what the Dark Lord was thinking in bringing them into the fold, as it were. But the Dark Lord's mind was his own, and no one, not even he, would dare to challenge the Dark Lord's orders. Nevertheless, if the boy made one mistake while on this mission, Lucius would kill the redhead himself. Success was a must, or Lucius feared his own survival. The Dark Lord did not tolerate failure, and he had failed the Dark Lord one too many times as it was, and he would be damned to let this boy be the cause for failure of the mission. Ron and the others had now been standing around the atrium for almost 2 hours, and his anxiety levels were beginning to rise and his mind began to wander. How in the hell did he find himself in this position, he thought bitterly. It's all Potter's fault, he rationalized. Had he just remained the puppet that Dumbledore needed him to be, none of this would have happened. The ungrateful prick. Ron continued to fume. All he needed to do was marry Ginny, making her Lady Potter, knock her up and then die. Leaving the Potter vaults to us. I deserved his money more than he ever did. The bastard had to go and ruin everything. Flashback. A week after the will reading. Hello, Molly. A short, lean man with an exaggerated hook nose and small watery eyes said silkily. Pious. Molly Pruitt began. What can I do for you? Molly stated, tightly eyeing the slick politician. Molly had just exited Gringotts Bank and was ready to explode after the goblins had informed her that her accounts had been frozen and she was being investigated for embezzlement over evidence that she had pilfered several thousand galleons from Harry Potter's trust vault. I couldn't help but overhear your recent troubles with the goblins. It is such an outrage that they would question the honesty and integrity of a pureblood such as you, one that can trace her heritage back several generations. Pious Thickness stated consolingly, tutting while shaking his head back and forth. And your point is, Pious, Molly snapped, quickly losing her patience. She had known Pious since their days at Hogwarts and knew the man to be as sneaky and cunning as they come. My point is, dear Molly, that someone of your station should not be treated in such a fashion. You are above such false accusations. And a woman of your obvious intelligence and beauty should be taken at her word, and not treated like some society-climbing half-blood, or dare I say, like some uppity mudblood. Pious stated, stroking Molly's ego. Thank you, Pious, but what can I do? The goblins refuse to allow me access to what is justly mine. Molly sighed. Pious cleared his throat and leaned close to the red-headed woman and then conspiratorially whispered in her ears. There are those among us, dear Molly, who understands your frustration. You come from a very prestigious pureblood family, whose fortune was maliciously and, might I added, wrongly taken from you because of the false allegations of a Potter slut centuries ago. The Potter fortune is rightfully yours. The Potter's onerous perjury should have been clearly evident, but the courts were in their pockets. Your family had no chance. I don't need a history lesson, Pius. I am well aware of the treachery of the Potters. Molly spat. Of course you don't, Molly. But I represent someone who could restore your family's standing and wealth. My employer believes that all the old families should take their rightful place in society, and he is willing to help you get what is duly yours. Pius stated placatingly to the proud woman. And who exactly is your employer, Pius? Molly asked suspiciously. Just someone who wants to see our proud pureblood traditions preserved and our elite families prosper the way it was meant to be. He can restore your family to its former glory, Molly, I assure you. Pius stated confidently, holding Molly's gaze. Molly considered the man in front of her for a long moment. Weighing her options, she realized that all she had left was maybe 1,000 galleons stashed at the rebuilt Pruitt Manor. The rest of her funds were now frozen by the goblins, and she no longer could access her personal vault. Pius could tell that the Pruitt matriarch was seriously considering his offer, which made him smile inwardly. The Dark Lord would be pleased if this once light-sided family joined his ranks. The information they possessed about Dumbledore and Harry Potter could be invaluable, and he would find himself richly rewarded by his master for such a betrayal of the light. If I decide to meet with this employer of yours, what guarantee do I have to redeem my family's wealth from the Potter vaults? Molly finally asked. My master has certain influences he can bring to bear on the so-called Lord Potter. Pius spat with loathing that seemed to create a smirk on Molly's lips. Before my lord is through with Potter, he will be begging you to take his fortune. Pius finished smugly. Potter has powerful allies, Pius. I doubt your master will find it easy to persuade him to give up his fortune. Molly stated with a hint of disbelief in her voice. Oh, there are already plans to deal with Potter's allies. Believe me, in a few weeks' time you will be enjoying the wealth your family is entitled to. My master simply requests that as a small token of your appreciation for what he will do for you is that you provide him with 1/3 of the contents of the Potter-controlled vaults. Molly began to sputter, but before she could argue, Pius continued. My master is taking all the risks, Molly dear, and the Potter wealth is extensive. Surely you will not be so selfish. Many generations of Pruitts would never have to work with the amount of gold the Potters have in their vaults. Gold, dear Molly, that they have stolen from many pureblood families such as yours over the centuries. Pius argued. Molly sighed and reluctantly nodded her head. Very well, Pius, the Pruitts will meet with your employer and will agree to his terms, provided that the remainder of the Potter fortune, minus his 1/3 of course, is given to us. Molly stated pompously, already putting on airs of a rich pureblood. Pius bowed supplicantly to the redhead and simpered. Of course, my Lady Pruitt, I will send word of when the meeting will take place. Pius stated, stroking the women's ego once more. Until then, Pius stated, and then left with a pop of apparition. 2 days later, Molly, Ron and 10 other family members of House Pruitt waited in the parlor of Pruitt Manor, waiting for the arrival of Pius Thickness and his employer to finalize the deal that Molly had agreed to. The flames in the fireplace suddenly turned green, grabbing the attention of everyone in the parlor. The head of Pius floated in the flames. Ah, Molly, will you allow us passage? My employer is most anxious to meet with you and your family. Of course, Pius, one moment. Molly adjusted the ward stones over the mantle of the fireplace to allow unfettered access. You are clear to come through, Pius. Molly stated, and then stepped back from the fireplace. Pius Thickness stepped through the emerald flames, as was quickly followed by 5 others, as well as a young girl that Ron knew well. Pansy Parkinson. What the hell are you doing here? Ron asked scathingly at the young witch who had tormented him for ages. Now Weasley, is that any way to start off a new partnership? The dark-haired girl smirked predatorily. Before the young redhead could respond, another figure stepped out of the fireplace, his pale skin and glowing red eyes unmistakable. A gasp was heard throughout the room as wands from all sides came out and began pointing at one another. Lord Voldemort had arrived. Is this any way for a proper pureblood family to greet its guest? The high-pitched voice of the most feared Dark Lord in generations asked askance. I was under the impression that I was invited here to discuss the bright future of House Pruitt. He looked questionably at Molly. Ron shook his head humorlessly at the memory of the Dark Lord's visit to his home. He had been surprised at how convincingly the Dark Lord had swayed his family into joining him. If he kept his promise, the Pruitts would be given most of the Potter fortune once he had dealt with Harry and those that supported him. If Ron was honest with himself, it took very little to convince him to join. The Dark Lord read him like an open book. He promised the Mudblood Granger to him, to do as he wished. Ron had a particular bone to pick with Granger. He was pretty sure she had been the one to curse him that day at Gringotts. Shortly after the disaster that was the will reading, he noticed, or rather felt, something odd in his trousers. A quick trip to the loo and he had his suspicions confirmed. His had been shrunk to the size of a thimble. Molly had taken him to St. Mungo's, but not one of the healers were able to reverse the spell. They were informed that only the spellcaster would be able to reverse it. Once he had the mudblood by he would force her to reverse the curse and then show her how a pureblood dick could be used on an inferior. You'll pay, Granger, you'll definitely pay. Maybe I'll be allowed to beat you while Potter is forced to watch. Ron smirked to himself. I want him to see as I take everything away from him. Ron thought arrogantly. Ron was quickly brought out of his musing when Lucius had looked his way and gave him a subtle warning. Ron looked to where Lucius had nodded, and lo and behold, he saw a tuft of light B***owned hair that was floating to the side of a hooded individual. Ron would know that color of hair anywhere in the person it was attached to. Draco had finally arrived. Ron recalled the vitriolic comments Pansy had made about her former boyfriend when the Dark Lord had assigned him to go with Lucius' team. She had wanted to come on the mission as well and personally curse the B***owned Ponce for his betrayal of the Dark Lord. But the Dark Lord was allowing her to lead another strike against someone in the ministry. He did not know whom, but Pansy had a maniacal gleam in her eyes when she found out. Eugenia Parkinson reached out and grabbed Draco's hand as they made their way to the lifts that would take them to Deputy Minister for Magic Francois Delacour. Subtly she leaned in to whisper in Draco's ear. Draco, I have a bad feeling. I think we are being watched. I swear I feel we're in danger. Eugenia whispered hurriedly to the younger man. Draco slowed his walk and surreptitiously began to glance around the ornate room. Several weeks on the run had sharpened his survival instincts and he quickly spotted at least 3 people who kept glancing at them. Draco squeezed Eugenia's hand and motioned with his eyes toward the 3 people in question. One was just left of the lift they were heading to and the other 2 were just a couple of meters to the right of the lift. Draco was sure there were probably more, most likely behind them near the entrance to the French ministry, but to turn around and look for them would definitely tip the Death Eaters off that they had been spotted, and that would not only be dangerous for them but for anyone who would be caught in the middle of spell fire. The 2 renegades knew that they were in trouble, but how to get out of the situation. Draco spotted a couple of French oars that had just exited another lift and suddenly had an idea. Jenny, follow my lead. Draco whispered and then looked to his right. Eugenia followed his gaze and saw the oars and gave a slight nod. You ch. How could you do such a thing to me? Draco screamed at his companion and then slapped her across the face with a loud echoing pop. The 2 oars immediately focused their attention on Draco and Eugenia. One oar spoke into something in his hand and soon 3 more oars arrived in the atrium. No, I didn't do it. It wasn't my fault, I swear. Eugenia cried loudly. The fight began to draw a lot of attention to the 2 lovers. The 5 oars immediately made their way to the fighting couple. Lucius was furious. Somehow they had been spotted and knew that his good-for-nothing son had purposely caused a scene to bring the oars. He couldn't go back empty-handed, he needed to get the boy, but his window of opportunity was closing quickly. The oars would get to Draco in moments if he did not act now. A course of action sprang into mind that would draw the oar's attention onto something else that might provide him with just enough time to get to Draco. Reducto. Lucius incanted. A bright red spell shot from his wand and crashed into the glass ceiling above the atrium. The blasting spell shattered the glass that showered down on a now panicking crowd. People were screaming and trying to get to cover to avoid getting cut up by the falling glass. Draco and Eugenia ran for the lift. Eugenia sent a quick stunner to the Death Eater who had been guarding it while he was cover his own head trying to avoid the falling glass. The other 2 Death Eaters who were off to the right tried to cast stunners at the fleeing couple, but there were too many people running around in panic to get a clear shot. More oars swept into the area trying to ascertain what was happening and to restore some order. Ron panicked and sent a cutting curse at an oar appeared to be running toward him, at least that was what he believed. The oar was hit in the stomach and fell to the floor screaming as blood flowed from the 6-inch wide and 2-inch deep slash that opened up his lower abdomen. Ron's one spell then set off a cascade effect as the other Death Eaters began firing spells as well. The chaos then went to new heights as the French oars returned fire to stop the threat from spreading. During the confusion, Lucius had made it to the lift but too late to stop Draco and the Parkinson slag. The lift had begun its ascent. Draco looked down at the furious eyes of his father as the lift continued up. "This isn't over, Draco. There is nowhere you can hide. I will find you and you will suffer for your treachery," Lucius screamed at his only child. Lucius turned back to the pandemonium that was occurring in the atrium. His men surprisingly showed enough intelligence that they had almost made their way to one of the emergency exits that was to be used to escape with the two traitors. Unfortunately, the red-headed brat was still on his feet and was exchanging spells with an aura while making his way to the exit as well. "Bomar de Maximo!" Lucius yelled out, causing the floor in front of the oars to explode, sending dust and debris into the air in all directions. Malfoy and remarkably all of his men managed to escape out of the exit and then quickly activated their portkeys. One by one they all disappeared in a swirl of color back to England. They had failed, again, and the realization of that failure had Lucius and the others dreading what lay in store for them once the Dark Lord was made aware. Bella stretched luxuriously in the silk sheets of the large canopy bed. The cool sheets felt incredible against her body, but not as incredible as the warm flesh of her lover and husband who lay next to her. She tucked herself tightly into his side and laid her head on his strong chest. Harry's arm instinctively wrapped around her shoulders and pulled her in tighter to him. Bella stared lovingly at her sleeping husband and marveled at the night of love-making that had occurred. She briefly closed her eyes, a smile spreading across her face as she felt her husband's love flowing to her even as he slept. Nothing she had ever heard of or studied had prepared her for what she and Harry now shared. Bella had always felt unworthy of the love that Harry had given her. Although she knew that her younger self had been controlled and was made to do horrible things, it was still her hand that did them, and she felt that because of that she was unredeemable and destined for a life of sorrow, misery and loneliness. All those nagging and remaining doubts, however, had been swept away last night as she was able to see herself for the first time through Harry's eyes and he was able to see him through hers. There were no more hidden secrets between them, and with everything revealed he still loved her unconditionally, and that love had steadily deepened as each new day was born. She was amazed further at the magical power boost that they had both received. It hummed within them, their cores in constant rhythmic sync. The flow of knowledge between them was incredible and a bit overwhelming, but she looked forward to exploring it. It also gave her no small feeling of security knowing that their potential for defending themselves against any who would come against them. She was also very excited to meet with her ancestor, even if she was just an echo of her former self. To be taught at the feet of one of the most gifted witches of any generations was a gift she planned on taking full advantage of. Morning, love," a sleeping voice murmured above her. She looked up to see the half-open vibrant green and halo of purple eyes of her love. Smiling warmly at him, she leaned toward his face and gave him a tender key on his lips. "Morning, my Harry," Bella whispered in his ears, the warmth of her breath causing him to moan appreciatively. Bella slid on top of his body to give him a proper hello and covered his neck with warm wet kisses, making her way to his earlobe. She gently beaked on her prize and nibbled at it, causing goose pimples to erupt on Harry's neck. Someone is happy to see me this morning," Bella stated with a giggle as she felt Harry respond to her ministrations. Grinding her hips in slow circles, Harry's manhood quickly came to full attention. Biting her lips saucily, she slowly slid her moist folds up and down over Harry's engorging. Harry moaned lustily as he pushed his hips forward and back, matching Bella's rhythm. The velvety sensation was driving Harry wild. He grabbed Bella's hips, pulling her down in an effort to create more contact, more friction. But Bella was having none of it. She wanted to tease him and get him as close to distraction as possible, so she only allowed gentle pressure between their says. Harry's breathing became faster and his heart rate increased. He wanted more contact. He wanted to bury himself in those warm folds. "Please, Bella," Harry panted. "I need you, I need to be inside you." He groaned as he tried thrusting his hips upward, but Bella moved upward as well, denying him entrance. "Does Bella's man need some release?" Bella said seductively, playing with her B***easts and with a smile continuing to slide up and down Harry's length but not allowing him entrance. Yes, Bella, please," Harry whined sulkingly. "Is the all-power Harry Potter begging his wifey for a morning shag?" Bella said teasingly. "Oh God, yes, I'm begging you, love," Harry declared, growling low in his throat. Bella smiled victoriously. With one more pass up his length, Bella positioned herself above the swollen member and painstakingly sank down on his length. Harry's back arched off the bed as he felt the incredible warmth of Bella's womanhood envelop him. A few euphoric tears fell from Harry's eyes at the melding of their bodies. Bella squeezed Harry with her inner walls as she slowly slid up and down his shaft. But she knew that Harry wasn't in the frame of mind for slow love-making. He was keyed up and wanted to greet the morning with a heart-pounding joyride, and she was more than willing to let him have it. She smiled as he grabbed her hip in a firm grip and prepared herself for an orgasmic pounding. Narcissa Black, who was always an early riser, made her way down to the kitchens for her morning cup of wake-up. Passing by the bedroom door of her sister and Harry, she grimaced in exasperation at the sound of Bella's squeals, Harry's moans and the slapping of flesh. Irritated, she cast a silencing charm at the door and walls and marched to the kitchen. 14 years since I had a decent shag. If I don't get laid soon, someone's gonna pay. Narcissa grumbled out loud, pushing the door open to the kitchen. She stopped suddenly at the sight of Nymphadora Tonks and Susan Bones sitting at the table, both grinning wildly at the B***owned woman. Blushing furiously, she swept into the kitchen, head held high as she poured herself a cup of coffee from the serving tray. She sat down regally at the table and, without looking at the other two women, said, "Not a word. I do not want to hear one word," Narcissa said primly. Tonks and Susan, unable to control themselves, burst into fits of laughter. Narcissa raised a manicured eyebrow at the pair, glaring daggers at them. Sorry, Auntie," Tonks sputtered out, gasping for air as she clutched her stomach from laughing too hard. I just never expected something like that to come out of your mouth," Tonks stated, failing to hold back a snort of laughter. "Well, Nymphadora," Narcissa emphasized her name, "I am a woman, and as a woman I have needs just like anybody else. And with those two up there shagging like bunnies all the time," Narcissa stated, glaring up at the ceiling, "I've been painfully reminded just what I've been missing for so long. So you'll excuse me for being a little frustrated." There, Auntie," Tonks playful patted Narcissa's hand. "If it's a man you want, then I know a perfect place to find some man candy." "Oh," Narcissa stated, feigning uninterest. "And where would one go to find man candy?" Narcissa stated, taking a slow drink from coffee, trying to play it cool. "Well, have you ever heard of the Chippendales?" Tonks stated with a huge smile on her face. "Hello, is anyone there?" The three women at the table turned toward the fireplace that had ignited with green flames. "Oh, hello dears, may I come through?" the disembodied head of Augusta Longbottom requested. "Of course Augusta, come on through," Narcissa stated, standing up from the table to welcome the dowager lady. Augusta stepped through the emerald flames and with a slight flick of her wand was clean of any soot that had tagged along on her clothing. "Good morning dears, I bring some wonderful news," Augusta stated with a weary but elated smile. "What news, Lady Longbottom?" a voice from the doorway asked. Harry and Bella had just entered the kitchen, clinging to each other. "Oh, Lord Potter, I mean Harry," Augusta corrected, eliciting a warm smile from Harry. "Wonderful news, they were finally able to remove the cursed knife from Neville," Augusta stated. An ecstatic shriek came from Susan. The redhead immediately jumped out of her seat. "Can I go to him? I mean, can I see him? Is he awake?" the redheaded girl asked impatiently. "He is in an induced sleep right now, Susan," the dowager lady stated patiently. Susan seemed to deflate a little but was still hopeful that she would be seeing him soon. "The healers believe he will make a complete recovery, but that it will take time. His core was severely drained and it will take time for it to fully recharge." "That's wonderful," Bella and Harry said simultaneously, earning a raised eyebrow from the regal lady. Yes, the healers also said that he could come home this evening. They believe that if he is in a familiar or comfortable environment that his recovery may be shortened." "That makes sense," Tonks said. "I mean, being around people you love and are loved by is bound to have added incentive to get better." "Too right, Nymphadora," Augusta said, Tonks biting back a remark on the use of her given name. "And that is why I am here. Harry, I know it might be an inconvenience, but do you think that—" Harry held up his hand, interrupting the older woman. "He is my brother, Augusta. It is no inconvenience. He and you are always welcome here," Harry finished. "Thank you, Harry. With the wards still not rebuilt at the manor, I would feel better knowing he was here. And I know that a certain someone," Augusta paused and smiled at Susan, would like to have her fiancé close at hand to nurse back to health. Susan blushed but nodded her head in response. Good, then it's settled. I will have Hermes prepare a room for him. Let us know when he is ready to be released from St. Mungo's and we'll come along to help. Harry stated. Again, thank you, Harry. Well, I'm off to the hospital again. Turning towards Susan. If you'd like, I could bring you along. I'm sure that he would love to see you when he wakes up. Augusta stated warmly. Susan's face showed her response. She was up like a shot and grabbed her cloak and already grabbing the flow powder from the mantle. The room chuckled at the girl who was anxious to see her intended. Until tonight then, Augusta stated, and then she and Susan stepped into the fireplace and were gone. The informant had told them that their target had been seen regularly at a small brothel over the last few weeks. It was located 3 blocks down from Borgin and Burke's and down an alley to the left called Arsenic Way. It was a very low-end brothel who catered to the undesirables of the wizarding world, those that could not get serviced at any other establishment. This time their mission was not to kill but to capture and bring back with them for further interrogation, and to be eventually turned over to the DMLE for trial and punishment. The usual party of 4 was joined by a 5th for this excursion. The 5th member, being the only one of the group to have personally met their target before, was needed to identify him. The 5 blood-red cloaked individuals silently kept to the shadows as they made their way to the brothel. The stench of the place was gut-wrenching. Urine and feces and a decaying body or 2 littered the alleyway. Hags and vampires silently minded their own business, which seems to be the modus operandi here. The leader pointed out where they would conceal themselves and wait for their target. If the information had been correct, they could expect to see their target within the next hour. They took position on both sides of the street. The plan was to get the person down another side street a couple meters from the brothel. Once there, they would stun him and then portkey him back to a waiting cell where he would be interrogated. At 4 p.m. exactly, a short balding man with beady watery eyes made his way down Arsenic Way just as the informant had promised. The man passed by the first 2 hidden team members. The one closest to the target whispered, "Confundus." The man, disoriented, was led into the adjacent alley. The other 4 team members entered quickly behind the other and surrounded the small man. With a wave of his wand, the leader of the group summoned the man's wand. The 5th member of the group, and who was the smallest, approached the man with wand raised. Who are you?" The now panicking man stuttered. "You better let me go. Why, you don't know who you're messing with?" The man yelled. "Oh, but I do," the smallest member of the team said, pulling back their hood. "Granger." The man gasped. "Hello, Peter," Hermione dangerously whispered. "And it's Potter now." Stupefy. A confused Peter Pettigrew tried to adjust his eyes to the darkness that surrounded him. Wherever he was, it had a cold and an unfriendly feel to it. It also had a distinct mustiness that assaulted his sense of smell. He sat in silence for a moment, trying to remember the last thing he had been doing prior to waking up here. Nocturne Alley. I had gone to Nocturne Alley. He recollected, shaking his head a little more in an effort to call up more of his memory. I had gone there for a bit of fun when, Granger. A flash of dawning entered his mind as his eyes widened. Granger was there, that know-it-all mudblood. She hit me with a spell. Peter cursed himself for allowing himself to be caught by one of Potter's closest friends. So I must be in a holding cell of some kind of Dumbledore's order. He mused. I need to find a way out of here. He stood in the senses-depriving darkness and shuffled his feet to the left. Stretching his arms out, he tried to feel for a wall or something that would give him a sense of location. 8 steps to the left and his hands pressed against a wall of solid rock that was rough and porous. From where he stood, he again slowly shuffled forward and came to another connecting stone wall. A few moments more of shuffling his feet and feeling the rock wall, his hands felt the unmistakable feeling of cold iron bars. So I'm in a cell with bars. The animagus smirked. Fools, this won't hold me. Peter attempted to transform into his rat form when, nothing happened. He tried again and again with the same negative results. Bloody hell. They must have some sort of magical suppression wards. The Potter's traitor spat. Before he could formulate another plan, torches began to spring to life. One at a time, 8 torches illuminated the House of Black's dungeon, 4 on either side of the dungeon walls. Peter scurried back to the corner farthest from the iron bars of his cell and tried to make himself as small as possible. The fat animagus began to tremble as he heard the distinct echo of boots walking somewhere above him. At the opposite end of the dungeon, light poured through an opening door at the top of a spiraling staircase. 3 individuals came down the stairs, 2 obvious females if their curves were any indication of their gender and 1 male, tall and broad-shouldered. The man walked with predatory grace. Peter shuddered as waves of power seemed to radiate from the man and filled the entire space. The woman directly behind him seemed to mirror him in power and had the aura of an apex predator herself. The other female, the shortest of the 3, was not on the same level as the other 2, but there was definitely power there. He did not know why, but this woman made him more nervous than the other 2. Years of existing as a rat had honed his instinct to recognize a threat. He could sense that he was prey to this woman. The first 2 he could sense controlled and refined power, but the other woman had the feeling of a snake ready to strike at the slightest provocation. He would need to be wary of her. His attention was brought back to the man who had now stopped in front of his cell. He squinted his eyes to make out the man's face that was being somewhat obscured by shadows from the flickering torches. He gasped in recognition as a pair of burning emerald green eyes unblinkingly stared back at him. On hands and knees Peter scrambled to the bars, his head bowed in fear and shame. Harry, I'm. Silence. Harry yelled, raising his empty hand toward the groveling man who was bodily thrown into the back of the cell, the porous and jagged rock tearing the Death Eater's clothing and slicing into his flesh. Interesting piece of magic, isn't it, Peter? Harry asked nonchalantly, looking at the bars and the cell admiringly. The Blacks are amazing spell weavers, experts at runes and warding. Harry continued, ignoring the sobs of his parents' betrayer. An amazing bit of magic. Harry repeated himself. A person being held in this cell has his magic completely blocked, while those on the outside can still cast spells and curses to their heart's delight at the person within the cell. Harry continued in a voice of appreciation. You see, when you were brought here, my sweet sister-in-law cut a rune into the back of your neck. That rune activates a series of others within these cell walls, which negates the magic of the one with the rune carved into them. Bloody brilliant, don't you think? Harry now focused on the pathetic-looking man groveling in front of him. Peter felt the back of his neck where he could feel the raised skin of where the rune had been carved. Now, if it was up to me, I would have killed you on sight, but my lovely wife believes you could provide us with useful information on your master. Harry spoke in a deadly whisper. Your decision here and now will determine if you live or die. I know there are many who would like to have a piece of you. At this, the smaller woman shuffled her feet, her hand twitching, wanting to draw her wand. Peter noticed the movement and audibly gulped at the woman who had him on edge. Harry smiled at the display and chuckled. Easy, Hermione, we should at least give him a chance to prove his worth. Peter turned to stare at the girl who stepped further in the light, revealing a scowling Hermione. Yes, she is most anxious to ask you about the location of our dear former potions professor. Harry stated. He was still concerned over his best friend, now adopted daughter's desire for revenge for the killing of her parents. Although she was now significantly in more control than she had been, thanks to Bill Weasley. Hermione had asked Bill Weasley to join their little group, the Dark Mark Killers, in hunting Death Eaters soon after they allied themselves with Harry. Bill had initially refused, seeing the lust for revenge in her eyes, that same look that had been in his eyes after his father had been killed by Voldemort. But after speaking with Harry and Bella, they thought that he may be the best person to help Hermione deal with her emotions. After the battle at Bones Manor, Bill and Hermione had become inseparable. Harry and Bella weren't sure if the two were intimate yet, but they could tell it was just a matter of time. Bill was obviously very attracted to her, and Hermione found every opportunity to be near him. It was a pairing that Harry and Bella had no problems supporting should they get together. Pete, please Harry, I don't know anything. Peter whined. The Dark Lord doesn't tell me anything, he does not confide in me, please Harry. He lies. Hermione stated in a deadly tone. It seems my daughter doesn't believe you, Wormtail. Bella, speaking for the first time, stepped into the light and glared at her former compatriot. Bellatrix. Peter whispered fearfully, remembering what the witch was capable of and not wanting to be at the wrong end of her wand. Tut tut Peter, you and I both know that you know more than you let on. And, my daughter here, Bella stated, placing a gentle hand on Hermione's shoulder and giving her a warm smile, has this wonderful ability to know when someone is lying. And if she says you are not being truthful. Bella tutted again. I would hate to be in your shoes when your mind gets shredded. Oh, I guess I should mention the other part of this wonderful ability of hers. Bella smirked at the trembling man. She seems to be a natural legilimens and able to rip through the strongest occlumency shields, but with some rather nasty side effects I'm afraid. Bella smiled sadistically. Laying it on a little thick aren't we? Harry thought to his wife in amusement. Bella just winked at him. Well, Hermione is playing along with it, she stated over their bond. A pale-looking Peter looked between Bella and Hermione with an escalating fear of being mentally ripped to insanity. Hermione just returned his stare and smirked as if daring him to resist. So what will it be, Peter, cooperation or your mind being turned to porridge? A fate worse than death if you ask me, Harry stated with an air of indifference. I'm still holding out for the chance to kill you, slowly. So decide, now. Harry's icy glare focused on the pathetic man. What assurances do I have that you won't kill me after I do help you? Peter whined from his place on the filthy stone floor. If the information you provide is significant, I give you my word as the lord of an ancient house that I will not kill you. Harry stated. However, should your information be faulty or deceptive, you will wish that you had never heard of the name Potter. Are we in agreement? Peter took a deep breath and exhaled it in a rush. Quickly weighing his options of cooperation or having his mind shredded, he chose the former. I accept your conditions, my lord. However, there are certain things I won't be able to divulge due to oaths and other protections the Dark Lord has in place. Harry glared at the man for a moment and then glanced at Hermione, who was reading Pettigrew. He speaks the truth, Harry. Hermione whispered, her eyes not leaving the Death Eater. Very well, Harry stated with a sigh. Let's begin. What is the current strength of the Death Eaters? Bella began the questioning. About 365 loyal Death Eaters here in Britain, not including the werewolves, vampires, dementors, and other creatures who have been enlisted. Outside of Britain, I am not sure. Pettigrew answered. Bella looked at Hermione, who confirmed the truth of his statement with a nod. Where is the Dark Lord's headquarters? Bella asked. I can't say, it's under the Fidelius charm. Peter stuttered, feeling a twitch in his silver hand. Do you know the identity of the secret keeper? Harry asked. Peter was beginning to panic. Something was going on with the silver hand his master had given him. No, I don't know, Peter was sputtering his words. He's lying, Hermione stated simply. Who is the secret keeper, Peter? Harry demanded, the air suddenly electrified around Peter as Harry's magic rolled off of him in angry waves. Peter began to sob and plead. Can't, he will kill me if he finds out. I will kill you if you do not. Bella screamed at the sobbing man. I made no promise to spare you, you filthy piece of trash. I will end you here and now. Now tell us. Peter gulped hard and opened his mouth to speak, but before he could form a syllable the silver hand shot to his neck and began to crush his windpipe. Defindo. Bella shouted quickly. The cutting curse in an instant severed the silver hand from Peter's arm. The hand disappeared in a wisp of silvery mist. Peter collapsed to the floor, coughing violently while trying to beep in a lung full of air. What the hell was that? Harry asked. I'm guessing Voldemort put some kind of loyalty spell on the hand and it reacted when he attempted to betray his master's secret keeper. Bella hypothesized. Lilith Zabini. Peter croaked, his windpipe suffering some minor damage. What was that? Harry asked. Lilith Zabini is the secret keeper. Peter repeated between gasps. Unlikely, Bella stated. Voldemort would not trust a woman to be his secret keeper. That is why she is the secret keeper. No one, not even the majority of his followers, would suspect a woman. Her identity is only known to a few. I only know because I just happened to overhear Lucius mention it. He was upset that the Dark Lord had not chosen him and he was ranting about it. Peter volunteered. He's telling the truth, Harry. Hermione told her longtime friend. This will be tricky, Harry. Bella began. She is very well connected with the pureblood elites. A direct move against her could complicate our efforts to gain support in the Wizengamot. Not to mention, if she is the secret keeper, Voldemort would have placed all sorts of protections around her residence, not to mention a loyalty spell or two to keep her from giving up the secret. Bella warned her husband. Then I guess we won't be overt about it, we'll have to get her to come to us. Perhaps we need to set up some kind of function and invite some of the elites, that could provided with an innocuous setting to get the information from her. Harry offered. We could ask Narcissa and Bill to see if they can come up with something to negate any loyalty charms or spells. Hermione added to the conversation. Both Harry and Bella nodded at the idea. What happens to a secret if the secret keeper dies? Harry asked. Not that I'm planning on killing her. Harry quickly added. Well, if the secret keeper dies, then the Fidelius charm fades and what was secret will become visible or remembered. However, if that were to happen, he could simply recast it and we would have lost any advantage we would have had as opposed to keeping the secret keeper alive and getting the information. Then Voldemort would never know that his secret was compromised, giving us a tactical advantage. Bella told her bondmate. Harry smiled and kissed Bella's lips tenderly. Not just a pretty face. Harry joked, winking at his lover who smacked him playfully in the chest. Now Peter, why don't you give us the names of your compatriots, and in particular those within the ministry? Harry asked, turning his attention back to the simpering Peter. Amelia Bones, Augusta Longbottom, and Andromeda Tonks were preparing for the August 31st trial of Albus Dumbledore, which was quickly approaching. With the testimonies of Mrs. Fig in her Harry journal, detailing the living conditions and abuse that the savior of the wizarding world had endured for most of his life, and all under the watchful eye of Albus Dumbledore, would have many of the old families calling for his head. For the heir of an ancient and noble family to be relegated to a life of abuse and servitude to magic-hating muggles was beyond the pale. If that was not enough, Minerva's testimony about the constant manipulations upon Lord Potter would certainly cause a stir. Beginning from Harry's first year, he had been placed in life and death situations by the headmaster and used Hogwarts as a testing and proving ground to test and humble the young lord. The most damning evidence would come from the goblins, who had records that proved that Albus Dumbledore, along with his company conspirator Molly Weasley, now Pruitt, had intentionally and with full knowledge of the illegality of their actions conspired to take control of the vast Potter fortune. Pruitt had embezzled thousands of galleons and Dumbledore had embezzled near 1 million galleons from the Potter vaults. Dumbledore would also be charged with illegally sealing the last will and testament of Lord James and Lady Lily Potter. There will be charges of forging a false last will and testament of Harry James Potter, and charges of attempted line theft of an ancient and noble house, among other charges. Despite of all these charges, they knew that Dumbledore had many allies within the Wizengamot who would overlook his crimes and believe that he had his reasons for doing what he did and that he had the best interests of their world at heart. They would need to have a majority of votes to convict the wily old goat, and as it stood, it was too close to leave to chance. It was time to solidify the Potter Black political base, and if it meant calling in the markers of all those who were indebted to the house to publicly make their alliances known, then so be it. Albus Dumbledore had to be exposed for the puppeteer he was. He thought himself above the law, and they would prove it otherwise. But the women of the Potter family also had another reason to bring Dumbledore down. He had been aware of the attacks that had occurred against the Grangers, Longbottoms, Lovegoods, and Weasleys before they happened, and did nothing to inform the DMLE or the Grangers and Lovegoods. A tacit warning of trouble had been given to the Longbottoms, but nothing of substance. He had promised to help the Weasleys but did not show up until after Arthur had been killed. The man was as guilty as Voldemort in their minds, and they had all vowed to bring to light the ancient wizard's true colors to the wizarding world. The women had already set up the first of several planned social gatherings, to speak with all those who were connected one way or another to House Potter. The first was to be 2 days from now at the Greengrass estate. The Greengrass had economic dealings in both the magical and Muggle worlds. Through a substantial endowment from House Potter along with the introduction into the Muggle markets, House Greengrass owed its prosperity to House Potter. House Greengrass would play host to 10 other great houses as the future of the wizarding world would be discussed, as well as alliances renewed or formed. The 3 women swore that House Potter would once more make use of its political power as it had been under Harry's grandfather Charles Potter. The wizarding world would see the rebirth of the new House Potter Black political machine, and woe to those who would stand against it. A reformation was coming, and Amelia, Augusta, and Andromeda were giddy with anticipation. Harry, Bella, Hermione and Luna, along with Sissy and Tonks, were visiting Diagon Alley for new dress robes for the first social gathering at the Greengrass estate the next day. Susan and a mostly recovered Neville already had appropriate attire for the function and decided to stay back at Black Manor, where Susan was playing a very attentive nursemaid to Neville. Their first stop was at Madame Malkin's, where Bella and Sissy made sure Harry had the right kind of robes befitting the lord of 2 ancient and noble houses. However, Narcissa's presence did not go unnoticed by one of Lucius' spies, nor did Harry go unnoticed by one of Dumbledore's spies. Lucius wanted to deal with his traitorous ch of an ex-wife and more importantly recover the Malfoy fortune, which was a misnomer seeing as most of his wealth came from the Black's dowry and financial assistance. His lord also wanted the former Lady Malfoy and use her as an example to those who would entertain the thought of leaving his service. Dumbledore for his own selfish reasons wanted to make the Potter brat see reason and once again come under his control and direction and forget about all the impending legalities. He had sent out an emergency notification to several members of the Order to come to Diagon Alley and detain the young lord for his own safety. Lucius was almost feral with his desire to inflict harm on his former wife and the half-blood upstart Potter. They would both pay for his current circumstances. Lucius had come away from his failure in France with a piece of him missing. The Dark Lord in a magnanimous gesture only took the left eye of his lieutenant as punishment for the debacle in France. The other members of Malfoy's strike team were let off easy with a short but powerful exposure to his Cruciatus curse. Ronald Pruitt had never felt so much pain in his life. He had felt the effects for hours afterward. Molly Pruitt had been furious at the treatment of her son at the hands of the Dark Lord but knew it could have been worse. She was beginning to regret ever bumping into Pious Thickness, which brought the Dark Lord to her home. But her bed was made and didn't know how to get out of it in one piece. She just hoped that the Dark Lord kept his promise of giving the Potter fortune to her. A strike team of 12 was assembled, including the buffoon Pruitt and the Dark Lord's new favorite toy, the Parkinson wench Pansy. This time there would be no holding back. Lucius would succeed in capturing his ex or he would kill her. Either way, Lucius would not be denied. Dumbledore had contacted 6 of his most loyal Order members, including ex-Auror Alistair Moody, who unbeknownst to the ancient wizard was reconsidering his membership in the old man's little club. He was tired and frustrated with Albus's obsession with the Potter boy to the exclusion of all else. He felt the Dark Mark killers had the right of it. Take all the bastards down by any means necessary, none of this fooding around. It was time to play for keeps or not at all. Remus Lupin had also been reconsidering his loyalty to Albus. Yes, the man had helped him when society turned its collective back on him. But he knew James and Sirius would be disappointed with his decision to remain with Dumbledore and not side with Harry. Remus did not want to believe the stories of chronic abuse that supposedly Albus had allowed Harry to live under for years. Or that Albus was somehow plotting to control Harry and the Potter fortune for his own gains. Albus assured him that it was all contrived propaganda perpetrated by the psychopathic witch Bellatrix Lestrange, who had somehow bewitched the boy and was controlling him and grooming him to be the next Dark Lord. This just didn't make sense. Harry did not seem dark at the will reading, nor did he appear to be under any enchantments. To have him announce that Bella was now the Lady Potter had been a shock, but there was obvious love in Harry's eyes when he glanced at the raven-haired witch and not some potion-induced infatuation. Remus desperately wanted to talk to Harry and sort everything out. Hopefully when the Order arrived Harry would be willing to speak to him, but Remus had the sinking suspicion that things were not going to go well. And it would be the Order that would come out of it looking the fools. Remus had felt the power rolling off of Harry and Bellatrix at the reading and feared that Albus and everyone else for that matter seriously underestimated the young man and his new bride. Harry felt completely relieved as they made their final purchases at Madame Malkin's. 2 hours of poking, prodding and being put on display like a dress-up doll for 4 women was beyond humiliating. And if he didn't know better, he could have sworn that Madame Malkin took an inordinate amount of extra time measuring and remeasuring his inseam. He supposed that her hand brushing up against his manhood 6 times was just incidental to her measuring, but she did have that mischievous gleam in her eyes every time she did it though. Harry mused. And the girls all seemed to smirk as she did it. Even Tonks offered to give her a hand to make sure she had the right length. This had caused all the girls to giggle and Bella to slap Tonks on the back of the head. Women, even bonded to a woman, I still don't get their thought process. Harry sighed internally. And we'd have it no other way. Bella replied with a chuckle over their bond. Okay ladies, I believe we have tortured my husband long enough. Time to move on unless Madame Malkin has some last-minute measuring to do, that is. Bella smiled as the other girls burst out laughing and Madame Malkin shot a coquettish wink at Harry. Harry just palmed a head slap and shook his head in exasperation. Harry opened the door to Madame Malkin's and stepped into the alley, closely followed by the others. Everybody down, Harry yelled as he wandlessly cast a shield which was immediately struck by no less than 4 spells. Screams began to echo up and down the alley as 12 people in black robes and bone-white skeletal masks stepped out into the open with wands raised and a rainbow of colored spells flew toward the Potter group. Bella's training kicked in as Hermione and Luna took up defensible positions on either side of the storefront. Narcissa went to Luna's side and began to return spellfire as Luna would shield against incoming spells or conjure barriers to intercept the more powerful ones. Tonks had done the same as Narcissa, going to support Hermione. One would shield as the other returned fire, and the four women worked in perfect tandem, trusting that their partner had their backs. 2 Death Eaters were immediately taken out of the fight with bone-breaking curses and now laid screaming on the ground. Harry and Bella had stood their ground to give the other 4 time to find cover. Harry and Bella worked seamlessly together as they sent blasting curses into the ground to kick up dirt and debris, obscuring the battlefield. The remaining Death Eaters entered various stores and alleyways to get out of the open and blew out the windows to return fire from safety. People were grabbing their children and making for the cover of whatever building was closest. Those who could apparate did so. A magically enhanced voice echoed over the street which caused a temporary ceasefire. "You will drop your wands and come with us quietly, Potter, you and the Blood Traitor sisters, and we will let the Mudblood and the other slag go, for now." An aristocratic voice sneered. "Yeah," Harry stated slowly with his voice amplified, shaking his head from side to side. "Not gonna happen, Lucy." Harry smirked at the man who then stood just inside a doorway rigidly, his knuckles whitening around his wand. "You are a fool, Potter, take a look around you. You are outnumbered 2 to 1. We would cut you all down before a fight could even begin." Lucius Malfoy sneered in his overconfidence. "You may have us outnumbered, but we have you totally outclassed. So take my advice and tuck your tails and run back to your half-blood wanker of a master." Harry smirked. "How dare you insult my lord and spout lies about him, pothead? I will kill you like I killed the Longbottom squib." A female Death Eater spoke to the right of Lucius. "Is that you, Parkinson? I had heard that your puggy lips were permanently stuck to Moldy Short's backside, or was it attached to something more toward his front?" Harry chuckled. "You'll pay for that, Potter." Pansy shrieked. "You know, Parkinson, I have heard that so often that it has become a cliché." Harry mocked in a bored tone. "Granger, you bloody bye. You better set me right. Or I will. Cut off your tits." A new amplified voice yelled out. "Is that you, Ronald?" Hermione responded indignantly. "Why am I not surprised you joined tall, white and pasty? Fix me, you filthy mudblood." Ron screamed. "No need to be short, Ronald." She chuckled. "You seem a little miffed about something, perhaps about some kind of shortcoming." Her mirthful voice echoed through the alley. "You buy. You." Ron screeched. "Enough." Lucius yelled. "Potter, what is your answer? Are you seriously that stupid, Lucy?" Harry mocked. "So be it, Potter, but I will take my buy. Of a wife, dead or alive, and as many of you as we can. Bombarda Maxima." Lucius screamed as he sent the explosive curse at the storefront where Bella and Harry were standing. Harry and Bella together conjured a repelling shield that sent the curse right back to Lucius, who dived out of the way just in time as the spell hit the spot where Lucius had been just a split second ago. The blast sent wood and stone flying in all directions. Screaming intensified as bystanders tried to flee the area. Luna had spotted a family of 4 who were pinned down between the crossfire. With a quick word to Narcissa, the 2B*owned made their way over to the family, shielding each other as they went. The father of the little family was clutching a 2-year-old little girl in his arms and his wife holding fast to a 6 or 7-year-old little boy. 4 Death Eaters, one of which was Pansy Parkinson, saw the movement and made their way to intercept the 2 witches. Luna and Narcissa had just managed to get to the little family when a cutting curse hit Narcissa in her left thigh. The statuesque B*owned crumbled to the ground, her leg bleeding profusely. Luna quickly raised her strongest shield to deflect the other curses from hitting them. Narcissa crawled to the family and cast an additional shield. 2 of the Death Eaters tried to maneuver around Luna and Narcissa to attack their flank, while Pansy and her other cohort continued to rain spells down upon them. Narcissa spotted the 2 black-robed men circling around. She conjured several slabs of granite to give the little group some added protection. She knew, however, that it would not last long. They needed to find better cover, and soon. Bella heard her sister's shriek and quickly made her way to aid the pinned-down group, while Harry, Hermione and Tonks kept the other Death Eaters busy. Harry and his group were dealing with 6 of the black-robed tossers and were barely holding their own. Harry did not want to use too powerful of spells due to the many innocents in the area, including the ones trapped in the shop the Death Munchers had entered into, trapping the bystanders. The Death Eaters had no such moral hindrance and were threw deadly spells left, right and center. "Where are the bloody Aurors?" Harry swore. "I need to have a serious talk with Aunt Amelia about the Aurors' response time." He fumed, dodging a rather sickly-looking yellow spell. Harry was about to comment again when he heard several pops of apparition come from just up the street. "About bloody tea, oh bollocks. Who invited freakin' Dumbledore to this party?" Harry spat. Albus Dumbledore, Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody, Remus Lupin, Emmeline Vance, and 3 other members that Harry could not remember, all appeared at the top of the street. At first they seemed confused at what to do, but a red spell striking into a short brown-haired man from the Order, one that Harry didn't recognize, woke them from their stupor as the man's chest exploded in a shower of bone and gore. Remus wasted no time in making his way down to Harry and helped the young lord in returning spell fire at the group of Death Eaters who were shooting spells at them from a second-story window above the shop they had overtaken. The 2 men shared a glance and with a nod to each other resumed their fight with the Death Eaters. Bella had closed the distance on her sister and Luna's attackers. With a silent flick of her wand, ropes bound one of the 2 Death Eaters who were attacking her sister. Pansy saw Bella attack her comrade out of the corner of her eye and turned to face the older witch, the one she had been most anxious to meet, the former right hand of her master. Without spell fire coming at them from the front, Luna and Narcissa were able to focus their energy on the other 2 who were trying to flank them. The 2 small children were screaming in terror as spells landed all around them. Luna was doing an admirable job so far at protecting the little family, but she was also aware that she was beginning to tire and they needed to end this soon. Pansy sent curse after curse at her presumed rival for the Dark Lord's affection. Bella calmly deflected all of the curses from the enraged girl, not returning any spell. "Fight me, damn it!" Pansy screamed at the tall black-haired beauty. "I will prove to my lord that I am the better witch. That I am his most powerful servant. Fight me, you whore!" Pansy screeched, her voice cracking. Bella sent a mild wordless banishing hex that knocked the shorter girl on her backside. "Listen to me, little girl." Bella marginalized the younger witch. "Do you actually believe that you are something special, that the Dark Lord holds you with any kind of esteem?" Bella mocked the girl who was scrambling to get back to her feet, but Bella had pushed her back down again, this time wandlessly. Pansy's eyes widened at the casual use of wandless magic that this traitor to her lord had just performed. "You are nothing, girl, but a tool for him to use and then discard when he is through with you," Bella stated. "Lies. I am his favorite. I am his right hand. He cares for me," Pansy wailed. Poor misguided girl," Bella cooed as she walked closer to the downed girl who appeared to be almost hyperventilating. "He is not capable of caring or love or any kind of affection. His quest for power has erased any positive emotion from him. That is, if he had any to begin with. He is not even human anymore, foolish girl," Bella continued. No, why, you're wrong. I am his favorite." The girl laughed maniacally. "And I will be rewarded above all others, especially after I kill you," Pansy screamed, finding her wand. Avada Kedavra. The sickly green spell flew from the tip of her wand towards Bella's exposed chest. Bella, with cat-like reflexes, spun to her left, the spell missing her and impacting on the building behind her. Pansy grabbed the emergency portkey around her neck and in a swirl of color was gone. Meantime, Luna and Narcissa had managed to down the 2 other Death Eaters and were binding them with ropes when Bella appeared. With the immediate danger over, Luna cast a basic healing spell on Narcissa leg which stopped the bleeding but would still need to be looked at by a healer. Bella, Narcissa, and Luna made their way back to the main fight, to give Harry and the others a hand, but pops of apparition got their attention as a squad of Aurors appeared. "Do not move or we will open fire," one of the Aurors demanded. Bella rolled her eyes at the man. "The fighting is down the street, you imbecile," Bella growled out. "Why, you filthy," the Auror began before being cut off. "Captain, I do hope for your sake that you were not to just about offend the lady of an ancient and noble house, especially the wife of my godson," Amelia Bones stated loudly as she came from the back of the Auror squad. "No, Mom, I mean Minister, I was just," the Auror captain stuttered as he came to rigid attention. Ignoring the man, Amelia turned to Bella. "Bella, what's going on?" Amelia asked in haste. "We were ambushed by about a dozen Death Eaters as we came out of Madame Malkin's." Lucius is leading them. There are 3 that we took out down here. Bella stated, pointing out the 3 bound Death Eaters. You 2 men. Amelia pointed to 2 members of the Auror squad. Take these 3 to a holding cell at the ministry. No one is to see them. Do I make myself clear? Amelia commanded the 2 Aurors. Yes, Minister. They both replied with a quick bow. Now let's go help Harry. Amelia stated to the others. Bella, Amelia, Luna and Narcissa arrived to find that the remaining 6 Death Eaters were pinned down at the moment. They were all surprised to see Dumbledore and some of his people there fighting as well, though it appeared 2 of their members were down, one obviously dead. Bella was also surprised to see Remus Lupin fighting at her husband's side. With the additional reinforcements, the Death Eaters could see they no longer had the tactical advantage and began to activate their portkeys. Lucius screamed in fury. He would be denied once again. With one more killing curse sent out the window he was hiding behind, he dissipated. The spells coming from the building went silent. Harry and the others cautiously took a breath but did not lower their wands yet. Remus, who was standing next to Harry, saw the approach of the other group led by Bellatrix. His eyes met the eyes of an old acquaintance. Not since his days at Hogwarts had they spoken. They had each been prefects for their respected houses and on occasion were required to patrol the halls together. They had found that they had much in common and quickly developed an easy friendship during their 5th year. Soon they had arranged all their patrols so that they would be together. During their 6th year the 2 had secretly become a couple. They knew neither set of their friends would approve and so needed to keep the relationship quiet. By the end of 6th year they had professed their love for one another and planned to run off together after graduation. She knew that her family would absolutely not accept him as a suitor. He came from a poor family for one, and if they were to ever learn of his condition they might kill him on sight. But their romance was destroyed during the summer between their 6th and 7th years. Her family had bound her to another through a marriage contract. Her mother had gone as far as threatening her life if she did not capitulate to the contract. Her older sister had escaped the family and had married for love to a Muggle born of all things, but she was destined to be married to a pure-blooded man she did not love and knew was as dark as her family had been. 7th year had crushed Remus' heart and hers as well, but she had little choice. Her older sister had been cast out of the family for not marry the right kind of person. They tried to maintain a friendship, but her betrothed's friends kept a close eye on her all the time. She wished on many a tear-filled night that she had the courage to go against her family, but they left no room for error. If she disobeyed them they would end he. Narcissa Black looked into the familiar amber eyes of her biggest regret, her lost love Remus Lupin. Narcissa's heart skipped a beat or 2 as she stared at him. Remus became lost in her deep blue eyes as well, remembering happier times when they were young. Hello sissy. Remus nervously addressed her. Narcissa smiled just as nervously. Hello Remy. The occupants of Diagon Alley cautiously began to stick their heads out of doorways and around building corners and took in the sight of spell-damaged storefronts and sidewalks. 2 more squads of Aurors had arrived and began the tedious process of getting statements from the witnesses of the bold daytime attack. A counseling and trauma team from St. Mungo's had been dispatched to the alley to help with the injured that were caught in the crossfire of the intense albeit short fight. 9 civilians had been seriously injured and 2 killed, 1 Order member had been killed and another seriously wounded. Harry and his group were relatively unhurt but for a few minor lacerations, including the deep cut on Narcissa's left leg which was quickly set right by a trauma witch on site. Harry was relieved to see that his family was all in one piece, but a rage burned deep within him at the audacity of the Death Eaters, and in particular Lucius Malfoy and his former best mate who had now raised a wand against his family. There was nothing more important to Harry Potter than the safety of his family and loved ones, and to have them come under fire again, and in broad daylight showed him more than anything else that the Death Eaters and Voldemort were becoming far too desperate, and wanted to permanently stop him and his growing family. Voldemort had suffered several defeats in a row now, and Harry knew that his nemesis would soon take his frustrations out on the innocents just to let the Ministry and the populaces in general know that he was still a threat and was to be feared. He had provided Bill, Charlie, the twins and Ginny with the names that Pettigrew had given them, and they were already in the process of making plans to strike out at the unsuspecting Death Munchers. Hermione and Tonks had also become full members of Bill's little vigilante group, which had been given provisional but secret approbation by the minister's office. The magically powerful 7-person strike team would bring fear and death to those who would use those same tactics against the innocent. They were now the core of House Potter Black's military arm and would train others as they pledged their loyalty to Harry. Amelia, Augusta, and Andromeda made up the political arm of House Potter Black and would lead the house back to political dominance it had once enjoyed within the Wizengamot and bring those houses loyal to the Potters and Blacks back under one banner as it had done in centuries past. Minerva, Narcissa, and Luna were the research arm of the house. They were researching the more powerful ritual and blood-based magics, as well as the knowledge found in the grimoires of the Potters and Blacks, including the lost art of battle magic which was found within its pages. Harry and Bella were also learning the more arcane magics from Morgana, who had been entering the couple's connected minds nightly as their bodies slept. Bella had been ecstatic to meet her ancestor and had come to adore the ancient echo. A clearing of a throat jolted Harry from his inner thoughts. He sighed deeply in consternation as the twinkling eyes of Albus Dumbledore appeared directly in front of him. "Harry, my boy," the manipulative old man began. "How fortunate that I arrived. I see that we were just in time to save you and your friends." "No need to thank me, Harry, it's what I do. I help those who are in need," Dumbledore stated loudly as a crowd gathered. Harry gave the bastard an incredulous look and calmly responded, "How arrogant can you be, Dumbledore?" The crowd gasped at the condescending tone Harry used at the most powerful wizard since Merlin. "I don't recall you saving anyone. In fact, after your arrival I don't recall you casting a single spell to aid us in any way," Harry stated using air quotations with the word aid. "My mere presence was enough for them to flee, Harry. If you ever reach my level of magic, Harry, you will find that people would rather leave than confront you." Dumbledore spoke too. Harry, as if speaking with a child, some in the crowd nodding and whispering their agreement. "Ooh, I see," Harry replied with exaggerated praise as he performed a sarcastic bow. "The great Dumbledore does not feel the need to raise his wand, he is too powerful for anyone to confront him. Or for him to help." Harry spat the last two words, looking around at all the people who had gathered, meeting every eye. "Let's hear it for your savior, ladies and gentlemen." Harry raised his arms high in the air, assuring everyone's attention. "He has saved us all." "Oh, wait a minute." Harry took on an over-the-top pensive look. "There were those here today that weren't saved, and how many other attacks has there been since Moldy Shorts came back? How many have perished, Dumbledore?" Harry turned to the crowd with an embellished questioning look. Perhaps they weren't worthy of saving. While he was stunning the Death Eaters with his awesome presence today, 3 people were killed and almost a dozen others wounded. How could this be? Harry mocked. "Tell me, Dumbledore, are you so full of yourself as not to raise your wand even in defense of the defenseless?" Harry posed the question, looking at the old man, who suddenly looked uncomfortable. All eyes turned toward the venerable headmaster. "This is not the place for this discussion, Harry," Dumbledore quietly replied. "Isn't the place for this discussion?" Harry chuckled mirthlessly. "This is the perfect place. Perhaps you can explain it to these families why you did not act to protect their fallen and injured family members." Harry motioned his arm to the growing crowd. "Violence is never the answer, Harry. Violence begets more violence, and there are too few pure, magicals left in our world to retaliate against them with aggression," Dumbledore stated, realizing his gaffe but hoping Harry didn't catch it. Harry grinned malevolently at the ancient wizard. "Damn." Dumbledore cursed his slip, but he was already spinning an explanation. "So," Harry began slowly, "we should not harm those who are harming us. Should we not defend ourselves from those who would kill us? Should we just accept our fate and let them beat, torture and kill us at their pleasure?" Harry asked in mocking disbelief. "Why should we not defend ourselves against the Death Eaters?" Harry asked bluntly. "There are ways to defend oneself without meeting violence with violence," Dumbledore stated. "I see," Harry began. "So I assume you're talking about using stunners instead of more permanent or aggressive spells, or perhaps you would prefer if we just warded our homes and never left them. Are we to be prisoners in our own home, Dumbledore?" Harry asked, the crowd beginning to see where Harry was leading the discussion. "Tell us, Dumbledore, what should we do against these people who would kill us? Why would you not want us to defend ourselves, our homes, or our families? Is there a reason not to? Why are you so against it? Are you trying to protect them, and if you are, why?" Harry challenged the so-called leader of the light. "I am trying to prevent unnecessary bloodshed, Harry. Surely you don't want to be the cause of such suffering and harm." Your actions here are a prime example of going too far. Everyone deserves a chance to redeem themselves, Harry. Killing these misguided witches and wizards will do more harm to our culture in ways than anything else I can think of. Dumbledore stated. It was an obvious attempt to shift the crowd's growing unsettled mood back onto Harry. But Harry was not done yet. He had a chance to truly expose the manipulative old man for who he was, and was not about to let the opportunity pass. But his verbal comeback was stopped when another's indignant voice was heard. How dare you insinuate that my husband is the cause of this war? Bella hissed, her eyes glowing with fury. Let me tell you something about these misguided witches and wizards, Albus bloody Dumbledore and the monster they serve. The crowd turned their eyes and attention to up until recently the most feared witch in all of Great Britain. The former Bellatrix Lestrange, a former top lieutenant of the Dark Lord himself. Although there were still many in the magical community who were dubious of her new persona and marriage to the boy who lived, there were fewer still who would dare verbally challenge her on her knowledge of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord cares not for rules or fair play, and he instructs his followers in the same belief. He will kill, beat and torture anyone who gets in his way. You purebloods out there, Bella called, do not think for one moment that your blood status will save you from his bloodlust for power. He fights for the continuation of the old ways. He will spare those of pure lineage. Someone shouted out from the crowd, earning a few voices of tepid agreement. In the First War, how many old families were wiped out? Bella asked the nervous crowd. How many? She snapped. More than 30 old families were wiped from existence, and other noble houses were decimated because they refused to kneel before him, a half-blood born to a near squib and a muggle. Lies. The same voices before contested, while at the same time many other were murmuring over the revelation. Truth. Bella replied matter-of-factly. Tom Marvolo Riddle was his name while he attended Hogwarts. His mother was Merope Gaunt, last of the Slytherin line and a squib who died soon after giving birth to the monster. His father was a muggle aristocrat who had been dosed with a love potion. Do not fool yourselves. The only thing Voldemort, gasps of fear and squeaks of terror escaped many lips at her use of the name, cherishes is power, and what he wants is absolute power. He cares nothing for the old ways, and those who follow him blindly. Their family fortunes drained so that he can fund his war on all magicals. Bella hissed. My sister speaks the truth. Narcissa spoke, removing the hood covering her face. Many recognized the Lady Narcissa Malfoy immediately. My former husband has used the wealth of the Malfoy family to bribe his way out of prosecution for being a Death Eater. Again gasps were heard throughout the crowd. He has bribed many a politician, including former Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, all in an effort to place people loyal to the Dark Lord in positions of power so that when he is ready the Dark Lord will simply take over our government. He has been involved in the assassinations of many family heads and political adversaries to achieve his goals. He does not hesitate to kill anyone, even his own followers, and his followers will kill anyone their master tells them to without regard to blood or station. Narcissa finished. So Albus, where should we stand? Do we not defend ourselves and our families? Do we not fight for the very survival of our world as we know it? Harry asked the uncharacteristically quiet master manipulator. Harry turned his back on the old headmaster and looked at the crowd, locking eyes with as many as were looking back at him. What do you say? Harry asked the crowd. Will you hide away in your homes, praying that the dark mark doesn't appear over your house? No. A few voices shouted. Will you allow a power-hungry fiend to dictate how you should live your life? No. A few more voices joined the others. Will you let a few pureblood terrorists take over your government and dictate who is or isn't worthy to live or use magic based on their blood? No. This time the response was almost deafening. The crowd was growing, and several reporters and their photographers had arrived and were taking furious notes on the impromptu political speech. A palpable feeling of anger was swelling through the chattering crowd toward the state of their world and the seemingly unchecked attacks by the Death Eaters. Headmaster, what is your opinion of Lord Potter's and the new minister's position on being more aggressive in putting down the Death Eaters? A reporter from an unknown paper asked. I am opposed to such action that will spill any magical blood, especially blood from old families. We must give them the opportunity to change their tactics and realize that violence does not strengthen their cause. There are more politically correct means to promote their positions. Dumbledore answered diplomatically. Stark bent from the Wizard Free Press headmaster, I have two questions. First, you stated that we should not spill any magical blood, but isn't that what the followers of you know who are doing? Secondly, as Lord Potter has suggested, should the public just put down their wands and hope for the best that they are not killed by these terrorists? Isn't that just being a bit naive? I believe if we offer our brothers and sisters a chance to voice their concerns and give them a medium to express their agenda, that we can come to an understanding. Some concessions could be made on both sides to assure at the very least that the violence stops. Dumbledore answered in his best grandfatherly tone. Mr. Bones, what is your response to what Lord Dumbledore has proposed? The same reporter asked. Let me make this perfectly clear, these brothers and sisters are nothing more than terrorists. Their sole purpose is the destruction of the Ministry and anyone who does not measure up to their standards of blood purity. Voldemort does not and will not share power. He would set himself up as dictator and strip our citizens of any and all rights they now enjoy. Amelia stated matter-of-factly. We have witnessed what happens to those who do not subscribe to Voldemort's and the Death Eater philosophy. They are killed. How many pureblood houses and noble families have been wiped out for disagreeing with this terrorist's ideology? An assassination attempt has already been made against me and other old and noble families in the past several weeks. I will not allow them a voice in our government. I will meet them spell for spell. I have authorized the Aurors and Hit Wizards to respond to deadly force with deadly force. The passive way of dealing with this group in the past has been met with disaster and the deaths of many good wizards and witches. No more. We will actively bring the fight to them. Let me state here and now that your blood status and/or house status will not protect you if you are found to be a supporter or an active participant in the ranks of Tom Riddle aka Voldemort. I will protect all of magical Britain's citizens regardless of their blood status. We are all blessed with magic and share a responsibility to nurture and train every member of our society who possesses it. Amelia firmly told the crowd of civilians, and reporters receive a round of loud applause. Lord Potter, what is your position on all of this? In the past you have been known as a strong proponent for the former head of the Wizengamot. Has your support and alliances changed? Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet. The jewel-bespectacled reporter asked. As I have made clear in recent statements, I have lost all confidence in Albus Dumbledore, not only to lead in our political halls, but as a leader against the turmoil our world now faces. He would give one chance after another of redemption to these terrorists while they continue to shed innocent blood. They have not just targeted adults in this war but children as well. They have no morals. And they deserve no second chances, and they deserve no mercy. I wholeheartedly support Minister Bones and the direction that she and others within our government have set. We must meet this assault against our people with the same force as is being used against it. I would ask my colleagues of the Wizengamot to join me in supporting the new legislative bill sponsored by the Lady Longbottom, which would heavily sanction those who are found supporting this terrorist movement and provide our peacekeepers with the training and equipment they need to fight this heinous threat. Furthermore, I seriously question the motives of Lord Dumbledore's reticence to condemn these terrorists for their atrocities against our world. I wonder if he does not share in their ideals and goals, just perhaps not their methods to achieve it. Furthermore, I think we should seriously question his fitness to oversee the teaching at our beloved Hogwarts and the safety of its students. I have given you a history of my own years at the school and the dangers that I and my classmates had to face since my first year, as well as the other crimes perpetrated against me personally at the hands of this man. Harry stated, glaring at the old man. I have been the Muggleborn's greatest advocate in wanting them in our society. I am saddened that Lord Potter would think otherwise. I have been an advocate and a champion of those new to our world. As I have said, all magical blood is precious, and I am against any such action that would end in bloodshed. We must seek a more benign way of handling these misunderstandings. Dumbledore interrupted sharply. Misunderstandings? Hermione blustered. Misunderstandings? My parents were murdered in front of me. A man you employed as a potions professor cast the curse that tore open my father's neck and killed him. There was no mercy in his eyes. No, let's discuss our differences. He was there to murder us. Gasps were heard throughout the crowd as the name Severus Snape was whispered among them. An attack which you, Albus Bloody Dumbledore, had been made aware of in advance by your pet Death Eater. You gave us no warning. You allowed the attack to happen. In my eyes you are as guilty as those who perpetrated the act. Hermione spat at the feet of the old headmaster. Reporters were writing furiously, Flashes from a dozen press cameras nearly blinded those nearest to them. Miss Granger is clearly emotionally distraught over the loss of her parents and has in her blinded state has linked me to the crime because a former associate of mine who allegedly had attacked her family. I am deeply sorry for her loss, but I had no knowledge of the events in which she speaks. Had I been aware, I would have done my best to protect her family as I would any Muggle-born, half-blood, or pureblood family. I am offended that I would be so maliciously accused of being complicit in such a heinous attack. Dumbledore retorted in false bravado. The courts will decide your involvement in the attack, Dumbledore, as well as your guilt in other crimes perpetrated against me, my family, in magical Britain. A new dawn is breaking, Dumbledore, and we will no longer allow the travesties of the past to stand. You say you are a proponent for the Muggle-born and the half-bloods, yet your record as Chief Warlock would suggest otherwise. Every piece of legislation that has come before you regarding this group has been shot down. Equality and fair hiring practices for this group has come before you many times, yet you refuse to introduce it to the Wizengamot for vote. Inequality in the courts is outrageous. Muggle-borns are not fairly represented. The word of a pureblood is taken over a Muggle-borns without hesitation or investigation. Muggle-borns are barred from serving in the ministry or owning a business. Is this your idea of being a champion of the people? The elites in our world fear no prosecution and see themselves above the law and often are guilty of crimes that should earn them a lengthy stay in Azkaban. Your own voting record shows that you are as biased against Muggle-borns as those who would see them driven from our world or worse. You have no credibility, Dumbledore, and I look forward to your trial where all your manipulations and lies will come to light. Now, if you will excuse us, we have things to be getting on with. Harry received applause for his observations and shouts of support for the boy who lived echoed throughout the alley. I need to speak to you in private before you leave, Harry. Dumbledore said in low tones for Harry's ears only. Harry raised an eyebrow at the impertinence of the man. We have nothing further to discuss, Dumbledore. I am not that trusting little boy anymore. Harry replied curtly. I'm afraid I must insist, Harry. You are taking things too far. We need to show a united front if we are going to turn the hearts of the people toward the greater good. Dumbledore stated, his smile slipping a bit and his eyes icy. You insist nothing. You forget yourself, Dumbledore. I've let slide your presumptiveness of addressing me in the familiar. But let me make it perfectly clear that I do not consider us friends socially or politically, and I have no inclination or desire to align myself with you. Harry's voice hardened as he stepped closer to the ancient wizard, his eyes locked onto Dumbledore's, showing his contempt for the man. You are nothing to me, Dumbledore, but a meddling old man with delusions of godhood who is out of touch with reality. Your refusal to engage this war in the way it needs to be is proof of that. Your time as the supposed leader of the light of magical Britain is about to crash down all around you. I pity you, old man. This is what you have brought your life down to. Historians, when they write about you, will write about your infamous fall from grace. Harry then stepped back and turned his back on the former head of the Wizengamot. Hate and anger swelled within Dumbledore's chest. This boy was destroying all he had created, challenged him at every turn. And now his action threatened his place in history, and he could not allow his legend to be sullied by this half-blooded upstart. I am Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard since Merlin. And you will listen to me, Potter, or be silenced. Albus drew his wand with surprising speed and pointed it at Harry's back. A dark purple curse, the organ liquefying curse, illuminated the tip of his wand and then sped toward its target. An immediate explosion of color illuminated the area, as shields, stunners, and some offensive spells flew from a multitude of wands. The still assembled crowd and members of the media stood frozen in time as they watched the spells slam into the body of the great wizard. In horrific slow motion his body hit the ground. There was no movement, no one dared breathe as the motionless form lay on the ground. Empty eyes stared up from the crumpled body. There were no risings or fallings of his chest, no signs of life whatsoever. No one knew for sure, but the historic figure was hit by no less than a dozen spells. None were lethal on their own, but the collective power of so many spells was enough to extinguish the once celebrated life of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. It would be the topic for years to come, the tragic and seemingly senseless death of the defeater of Grindelwald and leader of the Light. Many articles would be written on Dumbledore's dissension from grace, his mental Stability over the last several years of his life and his manipulations of the boy who lived and the many other crimes and inconsistencies in the man's life as headmaster of Hogwarts, supreme mugwump of the ICW, and chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Although his reputation had been stained in recent years, the wizarding community would feel the loss of the once great man. The Aurors began to disperse the crowd as many witches confirmed to Minister Bones what was obvious to all: the Dumbledore was indeed dead. Harry felt numb. Although the two men had been at odds, he never would have wished this heartbreaking end for his one-time mentor. Bella wrapped her arms around her husband, pulling him tightly against her. "It's not your fault, love. He decided to use deadly force against you. Ironic when you think he would not use such lethality on the Death Eaters. We were merely defending you against the attack. Even Moody and Lupin shot stunners at him. It was unfortunate, but none of us regret defending you." Bella consoled her husband. "I know, love. It's just..." Harry shook his head in sad frustration, not knowing really what he wanted to say. Bella just held him tighter and rubbed his back with small circles. Amelia came over and placed a comforting hand on her godson's shoulder. "Harry, why don't you and the rest of the family head home? I'll be here late getting all of this sorted out. With close to 50 witnesses, the news of this will be all over Britain by morning. I'm going to have to give a press conference first thing. With the news of Dumbledore's death, I'm sure we will see an upswing in Death Eater activity. You should get everyone to come over to the manor tonight so we can come up with some kind of game plan," Amelia stated warmly. Harry nodded his head, and with a look to his family they all dissipated back to Black Manor. Tomorrow would be full of new challenges. A world without Dumbledore may motivate his enemies to more open hostilities and brazenness. For all his faults, Albus had commanded respect from his enemies. He after all was a powerful wizard. Most who worked in the dark feared him on some level, and now without that fear, how would the dark respond? Pius Thickness rushed to give the incredible news to his master. He had witnessed the entire event in Diagon Alley, from the fight between Potter's group and that of Lucius, to the accidental death of Albus Dumbledore. This would definitely change his master's timetable on moving his plans along. With Dumbledore gone, the only one who could seriously challenge his master, it was inevitable that his master would be victorious. Potter was still a child, and although politically connected at the moment, he was no match for his master. Pius entered the large hall of the Riddle Mansion and saw nearly 100 Death Eaters kneeling in front of a large golden throne reminiscent of the chair Dumbledore sat in at Hogwarts' Great Hall. Directly in front of him were 6 forms that were twitching on the ground in front of his lord. Among those were Lucius Malfoy, Alexis Carrow, the Pruitt boy, and the Parkinson wench who thought too much of herself, Pius mused. They were all in fetal positions, twitching from what looked like the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. Another was slowly spinning upside down in the air, his robes falling over and hiding his face. His back was bared and several deep cuts crisscrossed each other. A large puddle of blood pooled directly beneath the unmoving man. It brought back the memory of Alecto Carrow, who also found himself on the receiving end of the Dark Lord's wrath. Alecto was never seen after that meeting. It was rumored that the Dark Lord allowed his snake to devour him. Pius shivered at the thought of being crushed and then eaten by the abnormally large snake. Pius wisely stood off to the side of the hall, not wanting to interrupt his master punishing those who failed in capturing Narcissa Malfoy and Harry Potter. It was extremely bad form to interrupt him while he was doling out punishments, and a good way to finding yourself joining those unfortunate souls on the floor. "I am very disappointed, Lucius. How many times will you fail me? How many times will I allow you to live after such incompetence?" Voldemort hissed at the shaking man. "Forgive me, my Lord Dumbledore, and..." "Silence." Voldemort cut off Lucius' pleading. The B***-owned wizard winced and tried to make himself smaller, curling into a ball. "I grow weary of your pathetic excuses, Lucius. I grow weary of the incompetence of my so-called elite Death Eaters. I grow weary of my soldiers losing to children and old women." Voldemort raged, his voice echoing through the room, causing many a grown witch and wizard to whimper and a few others to lose bladder control. "If we are to have my utopia, we must not give an inch. We must be tough and merciless to those who oppose me. The ministry is full of mudblood lovers and those who would deny you your proper place in our society. They must fall at our feet and we must crush their bones beneath them. Soon the ministry will fall and we will rebuild it in my image. And those faithful of you here today will reap rewards beyond imagination. You will be the princes and princesses of the magical world, and those of lesser blood will fall at your feet and worship you and serve you as their betters. Voldemort stated to a boisterous round of huzzas. But as always, I must make an example of what can happen should you fail me. I have obviously been too lenient. I have let go unpunished several recent failures, and apparently this has spawned slothfulness in my servants. Voldemort looked up at the suspended body of Tobias Umbridge, younger brother of the former Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. Nagini, lunch. Voldemort called to his pet. With a snap of his fingers, the body crashed to the floor with a thud, and a low moan escaped from the lips of the still alive man. With lightning speed, the large snake coiled itself around the battered and bloody body and began to constrict its coil around the warm body. A bloody curdling scream echoed through the room as bones began to snap on the man. His collarbone snapped in half, his ribs crushed as the last remaining bubbles of air were forcibly expelled from his lungs. A loud crack indicated that his hips were pulverized. Nagini loosened her coils from around the man and positioned her head to that of Tobias Umbridge. Several Death Eaters vacated their stomachs as the great snake unhinged its massive jaws and began to swallow the man head first. Several minutes passed as the Death Eaters were forced to watch until Tobias' feet disappeared within the jaws of the hellish servant. Now, I hope that I have impressed upon you the severity of the consequences should you fail in your future assignments. Voldemort hissed. You are dismissed. All but 12 Death Eaters quickly left the great hall of the mansion. The remaining figures kneeled in a semicircle around their lord and waited for him to speak. I do hope you have a good reason for not arriving when I summoned you, Pius. The Dark Lord stated dangerously. I do, my lord. I bring good news. Albus Dumbledore is dead. The slippery politician said with a gleeful smirk on his face. Voldemort stopped in his tracks as he replayed what he had just heard in his mind. Are you certain of this, Pius? I am, my lord. Many witches confirmed it to Minister Bones at Diagon Alley after Lord Malfoy's failure there. Pius glanced at Lucius, who was glaring daggers at him. Pius smirked at the still twitching man. How was this accomplished? Who killed him? Voldemort asked in interest. Dumbledore attempted to attack the Potter boy, but was cut down by spells coming from those in his party and several others from Aurors and others present. Pius related. Dumbledore attacked Potter, in broad daylight. The man obviously had finally cracked. Voldemort mused as he sat down in his throne, absorbing all the details. This is most welcomed news, Pius. You have done well. Pius beamed at the praise. With Dumbledore gone, we may be able to move up your plans on taking Hogwarts, my lord. Lucius offered. True, although Hogwarts still has powerful wards and defensives, these will have passed on to the deputy headmaster of the school. Our numbers are not yet sufficient enough to risk an all-out assault. Also, with it being the summer months, there will be no students there, and we will need that leverage to hold the castle. The threat of dying children will keep the ministry and others from trying to retake the school. No, that plan will have to wait. Voldemort replied, weighing his options carefully. No, we must continue our efforts in weakening the ministry, and to do that we must somehow get some of our people back inside and in positions of power and authority. Voldemort stated. It will be impossible to do, my lord, with the Bones whore implementing her new security measures. Anyone with your mark, my lord, would be found out upon entering the ministry and promptly arrested and their assets seized. Bryce Edgecombe informed his master hesitantly. He is correct, my lord. Pius offered. All ministry employees now must take a magical oath of loyalty to the current minister until such time he or she is voted out and a new one is confirmed. All members of the Wizengamot are inspected for the dark mark as well. No one is permitted into the chambers without being checked, and no wands are allowed except for the sergeant at arms and his staff of Aurors. These Aurors are handpicked by the minister herself and are stationed at every door and at strategic locations within the hall. The Bones woman is making quite a nuisance of herself. Voldemort muttered. There must be a way for us to get our people on the inside. What if we use the Imperious Curse? They might not be our people, but at least we could control them. Alexis Caro offered. It would not work. Pius stated. The magical oath would fight against the curse and would be rendered ineffective. I may have a more subtle solution, my lord. Lilith Zabini spoke for the first time. And what exactly are you proposing, Lady Zabini? Voldemort hissed softly. What we need is to get someone close to the minister. Lilith stated primly. Malfoy snorted. Obviously, I assume you have a method to do this. He sneered at the exotic woman. Indeed I do. You see, Harry Potter is the godson of our dear Minister for Magic. He is as close to her as her own niece. From what I've seen of him, he has grown into quite the handsome young man," she stated silkily, her smoky voice oozing sayulity. "Will you be making your point soon?" Malfoy huffed. Lilith smiled seductively back at the frustrated man. "There is a gathering tomorrow night at the Greengrass estate. Many of the old and noble families will be in attendance at the request of Lord Potter Black. I am told that the minister will be there. Security is expected to be extremely heavy and the home and surrounding area warded to the hilt. Potter is attempting to establish a strong political base around himself and Minister Bones." Lilith continued. Yes, and this helps us how?" Voldemort asked impatiently. "I have been invited to attend by the Davis family and will be introduced to the handsome young lord. My plan is quite simply to ingratiate myself upon the boy and then seduce him. I'm sure you are aware how persuasive I can be. Once I have him so infatuated with me, I can begin to manipulate the boy and have him do whatever I ask him to do." Lilith moaned huskily. Several of the male Death Eaters had their tongues hanging out and were glassy-eyed at the sultriness of her voice. "You do realize that the boy is married and to Bellatrix Lestrange no less," Snape remarked. "She would cut you up and toss you out her door as nothing more than meat scraps." "Simpleton," Lilith mocked. "He is the lord of 2 ancient and noble houses, and it is within the old laws governing marriage practices of the ancient and noble houses that he can take a wife for each house. If I can seduce him and get him to impregnate me, and being from an equal house, by the old laws he would have to take me as his wife if there is not one for that house already. Bellatrix would have no choice but to accept me as his second wife," Lilith stated smugly. "Once I am entrenched in his little family, I am quite adept at subtle manipulations. With enough time I could have him spilling his darkest secrets, influence his views and opinions, and have him introduce legislation that you, my lord, would want passed. I could even have little accidents happen to others in his little family, including Bellatrix. With enough time, my lord, I could have him walking right into your waiting arms with the key to the front door to the ministry and you wouldn't even have to raise your wand." Lilith finished. Voldemort sat back in his chair and steepled his fingers in front of his face. His mind began to look at the potential pros and cons of this plan. Lilith was unmarked, and if she could somehow gain control over Potter and bend him to her will, it would save his dwindling resources. Logically, it could take a few years or more for the plan to bear fruit. Could he wait? He had waited 20 years already. What would be a few more? He could still cause mayhem in the country and force the ministry to spend more of its resources in a vain attempt to find and engage him. And if she gave birth to his spawn, and if it were the only surviving heir, it would gain all the wealth of the Potter and Blacks once Potter was killed, and he would be, that wasn't even a question. That wealth would then be his to do as he wished. And he would need that kind of wealth to rule his kingdom. The plan had many what-ifs, many things would have to fall into place for it to work. But if anyone could do it, it was the exotic Lady Zabini. She was as dangerous as she was beautiful. The widow of 7 former husbands was evidence of her skill. "Very well, my dear. You have my permission to go forward. I would also like the names of all the families in attendance to this little social gathering. I may want to pay them a visit in the future. I will also require weekly reports. I want as much information of the goings-on within the ministry as you can get," Voldemort ordered. "Of course, my lord. It will be done as you command." Lilith bowed to the pale-faced Voldemort, who was sporting a sadistic smirk on his face. Bella was sitting on the sofa in the small parlor of Black Manor. The setting sun cast its warm colors through the large window. The ambient light in the room was soft and low. Bella was humming a familiar lullaby and Harry was stretched out on the sofa as well, with his head in Bella's lap. She was running her fingers through his raven hair and gently massaging his scalp. His eyes were closed and his head relaxing into the wonderful ministrations of his wife. His mind, though, was trying to sort through the events of the day and trying to find some sense in it, but there was none to be found that he could see. At least the family meeting had been productive. The family had gathered at the Black home and had discussed what the death of Dumbledore would mean to the wizarding world. Amelia arrived later that afternoon after issuing a statement to the press and arranging a guard to watch over and protect Dumbledore's body. Aberforth had come and had taken his brother's body back to their family's ancestral home to be buried quietly. Aberforth had informed Amelia that he held no ire against those who were involved in the incident. He had noticed that his brother had become more and more obsessed with Harry over the years and had fallen into some kind manic delusion that he needed to control the boy. He also sent his deepest apologies to Harry for the way his brother had manipulated and harmed him. Surprisingly, Moody and Lupin had approached Amelia and offered their services to Harry and his family. Remus also wanted to apologize to Harry in person and hoped that he would forgive him for choosing Dumbledore over him. He realized too late that he had made the wrong choice but did not know how to make amends. Harry of course forgave him immediately and Remus was brought to Black Manor. Of his own accord and quite unexpectedly, Remus gave a wizard's oath to never betray Harry and swore an oath of loyalty to him in the House of Potter Black. Harry was grateful for the pledge of loyalty as it removed any doubt of insincerity from Harry's mind. Through Moody, Harry learned that most of the remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix were interested in joining Harry. They'd felt that this war could not be won by passive means. There were some, however, that were longtime friends of Dumbledore's that decided to go back to their own lives and not get involved. A few even blamed Harry for causing the death of the Great Wizard. By the end of the meeting, Harry's military arm had gained 30 new members. One good thing that came from Dumbledore was an extensive spy network throughout the wizarding community. They too had pledged themselves to Harry's cause through Mad-Eye. Mad-Eye Moody and told Harry that when the news of today's events and Harry's speech came to light in the morning, many of the disenfranchised magical community would turn to him as a light for hope. Amelia and Augusta agreed that the political fallout of this would be to sharply redefine the lines of political power. Harry, your stand on equality for all magicals will bring you tremendous support from the people who have been ostracized by the pure blood agenda. No one of your house status has ever so publicly stood up for them before. In effect, you have issued a call to arms for all those who feel disenfranchised. I just hope we don't see a backlash of violence on establishments and people of pure blood ancestry. I may need you to call a press conference to reassure the populace that the new administration will deal appropriately with any acts of bigotry or hate crimes. I said as much in my press release, but to have you give your approbation will be more helpful, I believe. Amelia stated with a little concern in her voice. Of course, Auntie. Harry nodded. Perhaps we can plan it for the day after the news is released. Harry offered. That would be fine, Harry. Amelia sighed in relief. Are we ready for the function tomorrow at the Greengrass Mansion? Bella asked, changing the topic. Bill cleared his throat. Yes, my lady, my team finished setting our special ward stones earlier this morning. Anyone with a dark mark will be immediately stunned as they cross over the threshold of the mansion. Any dark artifacts crossing the ward line will cause a loud shrieking to occur around the object. We also have the standard anti-portkey and apparition wards. Once the party begins, defensive and offensive wards will become activated around the exterior of the house. We should be quite safe. Bill grinned as he sat back in his chair next to Hermione, who gave his hand a squeeze underneath the large dining room table the family had gathered around. I also have a dozen hand-picked Aurors who will be patrolling the grounds as well. I had met with Bill earlier and had those Aurors keyed into the wards. Amelia added. Do we know if Lady Zabini will be in attendance? Harry asked. According to Lord Davis, the invitation was extended and she had accepted. Augusta replied. Do we know if she is still Voldemort's secret keeper? Tonks asked. When I scanned Pettigrew's mind, she had been. We can only hope that she still is. If not, at the very least we can get a little more intelligence from her. Hermione spoke up, receiving quiet nods from the group. Right, well, tomorrow should make for an interesting day, hopefully not as violent as today's was. You all have your assignments and know what to do, so let's be safe tomorrow. Harry smiled warmly at his growing family before reaching for Bella's hand and led her to the parlor. Bella continued her soft singing and gentle ministrations to Harry's scalp. She loved these moments with her husband, when he was unguarded and just allowed himself to be putty in her hands. All too often he unfairly placed the burden of guilt upon himself. He felt guilt over Hermione's parents' death, for Luna's father, and for the countless other deaths that had occurred since Voldemort's rebirth. With her constant reassurance, Harry was getting better at not blaming himself. There were just those rare moments when the guilt crept back in. But those moments were becoming much fewer. What kind of wedding would you like to have, love? Harry's random question caught her off guard. His eyes were still closed and his breathing soft and even. Wedding? Bella asked with a bit of confusion. Yeah, doesn't every girl dream about their wedding? Harry asked, opening his eyes and looking up at the love of his life. Well, yes, but we kind of skipped that part, didn't we? Bella replied with a crooked smile. In the eyes of magic we are husband and wife. I don't need some stuffy ceremony to know that I am totally yours and you are totally mine. I feel your love so deeply in my heart and soul that a ceremony would be just some unnecessary affectation that has no real meaning. Bella grabbed Harry's hand and placed it over her heart. This right here, this heart that beats in my chest, beats only for you. It is yours through this life and the next. There is nothing I need more than just knowing that the bond we share has joined us eternally together. So no, my husband, I don't need a wedding to know we belong to each other. It's knowledge I already have that runs through every cell of my body. Bella answered and then leaned forward and tenderly kissed his warm lips. Harry stared in loving awe at his wife as she flooded their bond with all the love in her heart and the sincerity of her words. There was nothing more to say on the matter. In all things that mattered they were husband and wife and nothing could be more wonderful. Harry relaxed his head back on Bella's lap as she renewed her efforts in relaxing her husband. Suddenly the doors to the parlor opened and quickly closed as two bodies entered into the room in a tangle of limbs. The pair seemed to be fighting for oral dominance as two pair of lips were trying to devour each other. Hands were roaming furiously trying to remove clothing. Bella and Harry stared at the couple and then back to each other and then back to the amorous couple. Harry sat up and next to Bella, who had a large grin on her face. Harry then cleared his throat. I hope we're not disturbing you, Harry stated, trying to keep the amusement out of his voice. The startled couple let out a yelp and flattened themselves against the door and faced the center of the room to find the lord and lady of the house watching them. Harry, I can explain, you see, Hermione stuttered before being interrupted. Exactly what is your intention with my daughter, Master William? Bella asked Bill, his face now glowing a spectacular red. Well, Bill began. Bella raised her eyebrow at the man. Hermione and Bill just stared at the floor in embarrassment and a little fear on Bill's part. Bella with a wave of her hand caused the gas torches in the room to flare brighter, illuminating the room. Hermione was surreptitiously trying to retuck her blouse back into her skirt and smooth down her messed up hair. Bill was trying to rebutton his shirt, but his shaky fingers were not helping him in the slightest. Harry's next words were meant to be harsh and accusatory but came out as a loud chuckle at seeing the couple's uncomfortable expressions. Bella cleared her throat at her husband and gave him a stern look. But through their bond they felt each other amusement. Yes, well, William, Hermione, I must say that I'm quite disappointed in the two of you, Harry stated as seriously as he could muster. Hermione lowered her head further and Bill looked like he wanted to flee the room. Yes, quite disappointed, Bella continued for her husband. Disappointed that it took you two this long to get together. Bella chuckled. Bill and Hermione stared back at the other couple in confusion before the light entered into their minds. Bella stepped forward and pulled Hermione into a hug. I was wondering when you two would get together, Bella said with mirth in her voice. Really? Why, you're not upset? Hermione asked. Heavens no. Harry and I have seen the looks you two have been giving each other for weeks, Bella stated. Just let me warn you, Bill, I've always been very protective of Hermione, and now that she is a member of my family even more so. Do I need to explain myself further? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. No, my lord, I understand completely, Bill said, his voice breaking a little. Good, then we have an understanding. Harry smiled and slapped Bill on the shoulder. The two couples sat down and spoke for a while. Bill and Hermione told them how they just felt so right with each other. Bill had been worried about the age difference and wanted to wait to get involved with her. He had told her that he fancied her but that he would wait until she turned 17 before exploring any kind of relationship with her. Hermione had other ideas, and told Bill that she fancied him and wanted to see if they could have a romantic relationship. She told him that she would reach her majority in a couple of months and she had no desire to wait. Needless to say, there were fireworks the first time they kissed and now couldn't get enough of each other. It was not all physical. Bill was quite intelligent and stimulated Hermione's mind as well as her libido. Harry and Bella listened cheerfully to the couple. Harry was happy for his best friend/daughter and hoped that her happiness continued to grow. Narcissa and Luna entered the parlor and informed Harry and Bella that the rest of the family had left for the evening and would return tomorrow prior to the Greengrass engagement. Sissy, Bella called to her sister before she left the room. Yes, Bella. By chance do you have a stomach-settling potion brewed? Bella asked the B***owned witch. I believe so. Are you having stomach problems? Narcissa asked in concern. Well, just in the mornings. Over the last several days I get up and I'm hit with a wave of nausea and I have to run to the loo. Bella stated. Oh. Narcissa asked, her eyes sparkling. Do you mind if I perform a quick diagnostic spell on you while you're here? Not at all. Bella stated. Harry, be a dear and let your wife up so she can lie on the sofa properly. Narcissa asked sweetly. Harry sat up from his comfortable position on Bella's lap and stood up from the sofa. Bella stretched herself out and tried to get comfortable. Narcissa then rolled up Bella's blouse to expose her belly. Taking out her wand, she began to weave it around Bella's belly in a specific pattern. Luna and Hermione's eyes widened as they recognized the wand movements. It was a pregnancy-revealing spell. Within a few moments a sparkling gold hue surrounded Bella's belly. As soon as the color appeared, the younger girl shrieked with excitement and ran to Bella's side and kissed her cheeks and then began to place their hands on Bella's stomach. Narcissa had a huge grin on her face that threatened to split it in two. Bella's eyes began to water as a surge of happiness went through her and she began to half giggle and half cry. Harry stood back looking completely confused, not knowing what the spell was that Narcissa had cast. Bill came over to Harry and patted him on the back. Congratulations, Harry, Bill said jovially. For what? Harry asked, still oblivious. Congratulations, Daddy, Bella cooed at her husband. Harry's eyes widened to humorously large proportions and dazed crooked grin appearing on his face. I'm gonna be a dad, Harry whispered in awe. Yes, you are, dear brother-in-law, and a father to twins. Narcissa giggled as she just cast another revealing spell over Bella. Amidst the shrieks of joy and happiness from the four girls in the room, none had noticed that Harry had fainted dead away after hearing the word twins. Bill looked down at Harry and laughed. I suppose there's a bottle of fire whiskey somewhere in this house. I think Harry's going to need it. Bill laughed as he stepped over Harry looking for the libation in a couple of glasses. A very happy Bella lay sleeping, snuggled against her husband. His right arm was draped around her waist with his hand lying gently on her bare belly. A small smile graced her face at recalling his reaction last night when they learned that she was pregnant. After a quick enervate by Luna, Harry was all smiles the rest of the night. He was so excited that he called the rest of the family to give them the wonderful news. Although many had just left the manor, they all returned to congratulate the couple. Well, that is to say, they gave Harry a quick hug and then focused all their attention on the expected mother. Susan immediately volunteered to take charge of the baby shower. Hermione was going on and on proudly about becoming a big sister. Luna was scouring the house for all the butterbeer corks she could find to make the anti-nargle necklaces to give the twins when they were born. Poppy pulled out a ledger and was scheduling monthly visits to check on mother and babies, and no one could quite understand Minerva, who was so excited that she started speaking in her native Gaelic, confusing everyone. It was well past midnight before the house emptied again, and Bella and Harry actually had time alone to bask in the glow of the wonderful news. Harry had been hyper-attentive and Bella loved every minute of her husband fussing over her. She knew that his greatest desire was to have a family of his own. And although he considered the others to be family, the two lives growing within his wife were the first to be of his and Bella's combined blood, created by the enduring love they had for one another. Bella, as she was apt to do from time to time, began to doubt if she was worthy of the life she now enjoyed. A life where she was incandescently happy with a man she valued and loved more than her own life. Now there were two precious lives growing within her. It all seemed so impossibly far from where she was a few short years ago. While Bella was lost in her musing, the scenery changed before her. Suddenly she found herself in an ornate ballroom softly illuminated by a large chandelier that hung from a gilded dome roof. A rich mahogany wood floor stretched out beneath her feet. A large plate glass window dominated one side of the room, allowing the twinkling stars and the light of a crescent moon from the night sky to add a touch of romance to the setting. She looked down upon herself and gasped at the sight of the most beautiful ball gown she had ever seen. It was a deep red dress that complemented her goddess-like feminine curves, and her long dark hair. Her ears perked up as a hauntingly beautiful song began to echo around the room. May I have this dance? Bella turned around at the sound of the voice. It was a voice she was intimately connected to. It was a voice that always solicited a stirring deep within her heart. She turned to face the handsome dark-haired young man. She gasped again at the warmth and deeply passionate love that he had for her reflected in his eyes. She took the proffered hand and was gently pulled into his warm embrace, his eyes unflinchingly looking into hers. There was so much love reflecting in those emerald pools that if Harry had not been holding her, she was sure her knees would have given out and she would now be on the floor. Harry opened his mouth to speak. His voice was soft but firm. It was also laced with unmovable conviction. Bella, even hearing her name on his lips caused her heart to flutter. Never doubt that you deserve happiness and to be loved. We both have things in our past that have made us feel undeserving of love. But by whatever god or goddess has allowed us to find each other, I give my gratitude every day to them that you are in my life. Harry kissed her tenderly and then they began to move in perfect harmony to the song. Listen to the words of the song Love. Harry whispered to her. No more talk of darkness, forget these wide-eyed fears. I'm here, nothing can harm you, my words will warm and calm you. Let me be your freedom, let daylight dry your tears. I'm here with you, beside you to guard you and to guide you. Say you love me every waking moment. Turn my head with talk of summertime. Say you need me with you, now and always. Promise me that all you say is true. That's all I ask of you. Bella rested her head on Harry's shoulder as they slowly spun around the room, the words of the song echoing the feelings they wanted to express. Let me be your shelter, let me be your light. You're safe, no one will find you, your fears are far behind you. All I want is freedom, a world with no more night. And you always beside me, to hold me and to hide me. Then say you'll share with me one love, one lifetime. Let me lead you from your solitude. Say you need me with you, here beside you. Anywhere you go, let me go too. Christine, that's all I ask of you. The warmth of Harry's arms, the love in his eyes, the conviction of his words and the tender words of the song flooded Bella's entire being. Happy tears fell freely down Bella's face as the song began its crescendo into its final stanzas. Say you'll share with me one love, one lifetime. Say the word and I will follow you. Share each day with me, each night, each morning. Say you love me, you know I do. Love me, that's all I ask of you. Anywhere you go, let me go too. Love me, that's all I ask of you. By the end of the song Bella could no longer stand on her own 2 feet, she was so overcome with emotion. Harry had scooped her up in his arms as the last strains of the song faded away. The scenery around them changed again, and where once there was a magnificent ballroom there was now a green meadow with wildflowers. The sun was low in the western skies and cast warm orange and purple hues across the sky. Harry knelt with Bella in his arms and gently laid her on a quilted blanket. She looked up at him with watery eyes so full of love and vulnerability that Harry was momentarily breathless. Leaning down he captured her lips in a gentle kiss. Bella's arms wrapped around his neck and pulled him down on top of her and hungrily deepened the kiss. In the back of Bella's mind she knew that she and Harry were linked together in their bond at that moment, and that all this was from Harry's own imagination made manifest within their linked minds. But it was still the most romantic moment that they had ever shared together, and Bella was not keen on letting it end just yet. Their kiss became more and more passionate and lustful, and their hands began to caress each other in stimulating ways. Bella wondered briefly as clothing disappeared if making love within their link was anything as incredible as the real thing. Her answer came immediately as Harry entered her warmth. Oh goddess, have the final preparations been seen too? Harry asked. They have. Once we isolate Lady Zabini from the rest of the party we will immediately portkey her to the ritual house. Bill replied with certainty. So there won't be any interference with the wards surrounding Greengrass Mansion? Bella asked the red-headed curse breaker. No, the portkey is attuned to the specific magic of the wards and will allow us unrestricted movement. Bill stated. How long will the process take? Harry asked. Not long, it is a modified curse that I encountered in Egypt. The target will be placed in a dream-like state. I then can manipulate what she sees as reality. In this case she will believe she is speaking with Voldemort and him telling her to give the secret to a new recruit, which will be me in disguise. If all goes smoothly we should be able to portkey her out, perform the curse and then have her back within an hour. Bill stated confidently. Will she remember any of this afterwards? Bella asked. She will, but it will be like a distant and fading dream. She will not have complete recall of the events. Bill answered. Can it be discovered through legilimency? Harry asked. It could be, but it will be seen as a true memory and not a fabrication. Bill responded. So in other words, if Voldemort decides to look into her mind, he will know of the secret being passed to someone. Harry asked the Weasley head. Technically yes, however, he will need to being looking for the specific memory. If he doesn't know what to look for, it is unlikely he will find it. Bill answered. What about obliviation? Narcissa asked. Too risky, that will definitely raise suspicion if she is missing a block of time. Bill replied. Well, it's a risk we have to take if we want to end this war quickly. Harry stated. I can give her a false memory. She'll only remember enjoying herself at the Greengrass party. Bill offered. Harry sighed. I guess that will have to do. Harry said. Sissy, what is the plan once we discover Voldemort's headquarters? How long will it take you to set up the ritual? Harry asked his sister-in-law. It will depend on how long it takes to find all the ward stones surrounding the place. We will then use the existing ward stones and piggyback our own rune-based wards on top of them using the existing magic to fuel them. Once we have done that, Luna, Minerva and I will begin the chant that will activate the curse within the runes. It should take us about 10 minutes of chanting for the curse to become active. Narcissa responded. 10 minutes? That seems like a long time to go undetected by the Death Eaters. Bella stated with concern. With battle magic it requires a lot of magical strength. That's why it takes 3 of us. Some of the other Potter battle magics take even more power and more witches to perform them. It will be quite draining on us. That's why Poppy will be close by to activate emergency portkeys on us if we fall unconscious from the magical drain. Narcissa explained. I don't like it. Bella stated matter-of-factly. It leaves you vulnerable for far too long. We will have notice me not charms on us, so that should buy us enough time to perform the ritual. We should be fine, Bella. Narcissa tried to ease her sister's worries. If all goes to plan, milady, none of us will be in the line of fire. The Death Eaters and Voldemort will turn on themselves and do the work for us. It's an ingenious piece of magic. It's no wonder why the Potters were so feared in the Middle Ages. The power to turn your enemies against themselves is a useful military tactic. Bill stated. Bella huffed but nodded in acquiescence. After we get the information from Zabini, Bill, you and your team will scout out the area and locate all the ward stones. Once discovered, return for Sissy so she can begin the process of changing the ward stones. I'm trusting you, Bill, to bring everyone back unharmed. Harry glared at the older redhead. I will protect them with my very life, my lord. Bill bowed. Harry nodded. I want to move on Voldemort as quickly as possible. I don't want him to have enough time to discover what has happened to Lady Zabini. Harry stated, looking at the assembled family. My lord, I'll have about 20 fighters on standby just in case things go pear-shaped and we need to evacuate our people. Moody informed Harry. Thank you, Moody. Let's hope it will not come to that, but it's good to be prepared. Constant vigilance and all that. Harry grinned. Aye, my lord. Moody replied with a smirk on his face. The Greengrass mansion was actually not too far from Black Manor in southern Wales. The Blacks, Potters and the Greengrass, had been allies for centuries. Several Potters had also married into the Greengrass family as they had with the Blacks. Such were the customs of the Welsh purebloods, which the Potters were among them. The large mansion was in the classic Tudor style, set in the middle of 50 acres of sprawling green gardens and walkways. The 500-year-old home boasted a huge banquet hall with regal arches and a large open fireplace with the Greengrass family crest above it. 15th-century tapestries hung from the walls, along with the polished dark wood floor. It gave the room a sense of history and nobility. The room could hold 150 people comfortably. This is where the political gathering would occur, and Harry would present his case to many of the old houses. The Potter Black entourage came by flow to a reception room within the mansion. Only the closest of friends used this entrance into the Greengrass home. The majority of guests would either come by portkey or apparition to the front gates of the property. There they would take a coach to the main house. The portkey and apparition site was guarded by 8 of the Ministry's top hit wizards. One of Bill Weasley's protective wards was placed at this entrance. Anyone with the dark mark would be instantly discovered and then promptly arrested and sent to a holding cell within the Ministry. Welcome to our home, Lord Potter Black. David Greengrass spoke, stepping forward and offering his hand. Harry obliged the offered hand and shook it firmly. My gratitude to you, and your family, Lord Greengrass, for allowing us the use of your beautiful home for this function. Harry replied with a slight bow of the head. Please allow me to introduce my family. This is my wife Evelyn, the Lady Greengrass. Evelyn curtsied to Harry, who placed a key between the first two knuckles of her right hand. "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Greengrass. And these are my daughters Daphne, who I believe is in your same year at Hogwarts. Ms. Greengrass." Daphne curtsied and Harry keyed her hand in the same manner as he had with her mother. "It's a pleasure to see you again. I see that your beauty continues to blossom. I fear for the educational pursuits of the male population of Hogwarts, your presence will surely drive them all to distraction." Harry grinned. Daphne's face blushed at the compliment. "Thank you, my lord, it is also a pleasure to see you again. I hope that our past interactions with each other will not deter any future formal alliances between our two houses." Daphne stated with a hint of nervousness. "You were never a part of the crowd who were actively hostile to me, Miss Greengrass, and I do not hold their actions against you or your family." Harry smiled warmly. Lord Greengrass smiled at his eldest daughter. She had the makings of a fine diplomat. "Thank you, Lord Potter Black." Daphne curtsied once more. "And this little one here," Lord Greengrass spoke again, "is my youngest daughter Astoria, who will be starting her 3rd year at Hogwarts this year." Astoria glared back at her father for the little comment. "I see that your sister will have some competition for the loveliest witch at Hogwarts," Harry sweetly told the young girl, keying her hand as well. Astoria turned a bright shade of crimson at the compliment as she curtsied. "Thank you, Lord Potter Black. So will you be attending Hogwarts this year?" Astoria asked the handsome young man. Harry grinned at the young girl. "Alas, I'm afraid I will not be returning to Hogwarts. But don't you want to finish your schooling? How will you get a job?" Astoria asked innocently. Daphne looked up in surprise as well. Astoria Greengrass, what an impertinent question to ask his lordship. Evelyn Greengrass chastised her youngest. Harry chuckled and held up his hand to forestall Lady Greengrass' ire on the young girl. "It's quite all right, Lady Greengrass. It is after all a fair question. To answer your question, my lady," Harry, directing his response to Astoria, replied. "I will be taking private tuition and taking my NEWTs early. Other obligations and duties require my full attention at the moment, but be assured, milady, that I will complete my education." Harry smiled warmly at Astoria, who again was blushing madly. Harry turned his attention back to his host. "Lord Greengrass, allow me to introduce to you my beautiful wife, the Lady Bellatrix Potter Black." Both Daphne and Astoria seemed to deflate a little after the pronouncement. Harry was unaware of the act, but Bella observed it and chuckled inwardly. She was sure that there would be many young witches at Hogwarts who will be heartbroken that the boy who lived was off the market. "Lady Potter Black, it is an honor to have you in our home," the Lady Greengrass replied. "And this is our daughter Hermione Jean Potter Black," Bella pronounced proudly. "Ah, I had heard that you had blood adopted her after the awful incident involving, well," Lord Greengrass cleared his throat, aware he had almost brought up a painful topic. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My eldest daughter has spoken about you, of course, you being the top student in your year, and she having been second behind you since your 1st year. I dare say she has been working extra hard to try and take that top spot away from you." David Greengrass chuckled, getting a glare from Daphne. Hermione grinned sheepishly. "And this is our ward, Luna Lovegood, who will take up the title of Lady Lovegood once she reaches her majority," Harry stated, nodding towards the quirky B****. "I was so sorry to hear about your father, my dear. You may not have known this, but I was one of your father's financial backers. We had attended Hogwarts together and had become close friends. His articles always were fascinating topics of discussion at our dinner table," Lord Greengrass stated warmly to Luna. "Thank you, Lord Greengrass. I plan on continuing my father's work once I finish school," Luna said proudly. "When that day comes, please come and see me and I will do what I can to help you get the paper running again." "Thank you, Lord Greengrass, I will keep that in mind." Luna returned a genuine smile of gratitude. Harry introduced the rest of his party, including Narcissa, Bill and Charlie Weasley, and the Tonks, including Nymphadora. Augusta Longbottom and Neville arrived shortly after the Potters, followed by Amelia and Susan Bones. Amelia had come with her protection detail as the Minister for Magic. The group was shown to the banquet hall where other guests who had arrived earlier were mingling. Harry recognized a few of the families, including the Diggories, and was introduced to the rest by Augusta and Amelia. A magnificent buffet had been set and people were eating and mingling while a 7-piece orchestra was playing in the music loft above the hall. After what seems to be the 100th person Harry was introduced to, he finally made his way to Lord and Lady Davis and their guest the Lady Zabini. "Good evening, Lord Davis." Amelia opened the introductions. "Minister Bones, a pleasure to see you here." Lord Davis bowed his head slightly. "Thank you, Lord Davis. Allow me to introduce Lord Hadrian James Potter Black and his wife the Lady Bellatrix Potter Black." "Lord Potter, this is Lord Charles Davis III." Lord Davis bowed first. Being from a lesser house, Harry returned the bow in a show of respect to House Davis. "I am pleased to meet you, Lord Potter Black. May I introduce my wife the Lady Callista Davis?" Lord Davis spoke. "A pleasure to meet you, Lord Davis, and you as well, Lady Davis." Harry gently kissed her hand. "And this is a close family friend, the Lady Lilith Zabini." Lilith Zabini was a goddess of a woman fallen to earth. She was statuesque with an olive complexion and deep brown eyes. Her hair was long, dark and luxurious. Everything about her screamed predator. She curtsied low to Harry, giving him an incredible view of her ample and firm cleavage. Bella scowled inwardly, wanting nothing more than to rip Zabini's eyes out, the eyes that were sending smoldering looks at her husband. Bella kept her face neutral, knowing that they needed her, for now. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Zabini," Harry stated, keying her hand, his gaze fixed with hers. "The pleasure is all mine, my lord, I'm sure. I hope you will save me a dance this evening. I would feel remiss if I did not share a dance with the most handsome man in the room," Lilith stated in a sultry voice. Harry had to admit the woman was stunning and knew how to stir the male libido. A small growl escaped Bella's lips, which elicited a small and hardly noticeable smirk from Lilith. "Lord Potter," Charles Davis cut in. "There has been quite the firestorm of publicity around you lately, and I must say it has garnered the attention of many in the upper ranks of our society. I was of course stunned, as I'm sure most of the population was, at the unfortunate revelations surrounding you and the late headmaster. His death was surprising, and yet I fear his untimely passing may have created a vacuum in our society. Although I did not agree with him on many issues, he was instrumental in keeping the balance of our society's more extreme factions. I'm curious to know if your intention is to fill that vacuum in order to maintain the balance." Lord Davis asked. "That will be the main topic I will discuss tonight, my Lord Davis. But I will tell you this, I do not intend to support the status quo or let it continue. I mean to, what is the phrase? Oh yes, I intend to shake things up, dramatically," Harry replied with a seriousness that belied his age. "Are you sure that's a wise course, Lord Potter? I agree that change is needed, but we must proceed slowly and with patience. In time we will be able to slowly change to the society we aspire to become," Lord Davis offered. Many others who had overheard the conversation were now giving it their undivided attention. Seeing that the crowd was now interested in the conversation, Harry thought it best to begin his speech now. Harry tapped his wine glass, getting the attention of the room. He approached the small dais of the room and stood behind it. "My lords and ladies and invited guests," Harry began, "with your kind indulgence I would like to address you now. Many, if not all of you, know that you were invited here because of your current or past alliances with the most noble and ancient houses of Potter and Black, and there are others still that were invited in hopes to create a new alliance with my houses. You may be asking yourself, to what end do I bring up this matter? What is the purpose of forging and reforging these old alliances? The question is both simple and yet complicated. My purpose for all of this is to bring together and form a political alliance so big and so powerful as to eradicate once and for all the scourge of our world, the self-proclaimed Lord Voldemort and his group of miscreants also known as Death Eaters," Harry stated firmly and with power. Many in the crowd gasped at the mention of the Dark Lord's names, crystal glasses shattered on the ground and a few of the women fainted. Harry continued, "But we must not stop there. My fellow wizards and witches, we must also eradicate those laws and customs that divide us as a people. To quote from an American president, a house divided cannot stand. When we segregate ourselves and label others within our community as second-class citizen or worse, we only damage ourselves. To those who believe that a person's blood purity equates to magical strength, let me give you a small history lesson. The student who scored the highest ever on their newts and who is considered the most powerful wizard next to Albus Dumbledore in modern times is a half-blood boy by the name of Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. Many who had read the papers had heard this claim before by Harry, some still were reluctant to believe it while others had finally been persuaded. Currently there is another student at Hogwarts who is on track to beat even Riddle's scores, a Muggle-born girl, who I am proud to say is my best friend and adopted daughter, Hermione Potter Black, formerly Granger. Harry continued his impassioned speech for another hour. Afterwards many families were eager to reaffirm their alliances with the House of Potter Black. 50 different families had been in attendance, 38 of those now were firmly with Harry. They were the families who were like Harry, fed up with the corruption of the government. Amelia could only do so much and needed a strong supporting organization behind her to effect real change. The Potter bloc now controlled a little more than 2/3 of the votes in the Wizengamot. With this new power base, the entrenched pureblood elitist would be effectively neutered. With Amelia's house cleaning of old department heads, there was little now that Voldemort's supporters could do within the ministry without the ministry being alerted to it. Although some of the families did not give their full support, deciding to remain neutral, it was a solid victory in Harry's opinion. The remainder of the evening was dedicated to mingling and planning and a bit of dancing and pressing the flesh. Harry had been dancing with many of the ladies from the various houses, including Daphne and Astoria. Harry noticed the Lady Zabini moving in his direction and mentally informed Bella to get the others ready to enact their plan to kidnap the Italian beauty. Bella surreptitiously notified the others. "Lord Potter, I hope you did not forget that you promised me a dance." Lilith Zabini pouted, her full lips on display. "How could I ever forget a promise made to such a beautiful woman, my lady?" Harry stated with his crooked smile and a bow. Harry stepped up to the beauty and placed one hand on her hip and the other held her hand. They began to dance around the room. Lilith closed the distance between them with her B*East pressed firmly against Harry's chest. Her lips mere inches from his and her deep brown eyes staring wantonly into Harry's. "It is becoming a bit warm in here, don't you think?" Lilith purred. "A bit, yes," Harry replied, clearing his throat. "Would you mind terribly escorting me to the balcony, milord? I think I need to get a little bit of fresh air." Lilith whispered in her smoky voice. "Of course, Lady Zabini," Harry replied. "Please call me Lilith, milord," she breathed. Harry grinned. "Then I insist you call me Hadrian," Harry told the older woman. Lilith smiled widely, her eyes sparkling. Harry offered his arm to her and they began to make their way to the door that led outside to the darkened balcony. Harry felt a sharp pain on his hand and looked down to see a small scratch on top of his hand. "Oh my, Hadrian, I apologize for my clumsiness, my fingernails are a bit sharp, I should have been more careful," Lilith stated, searching Harry's eyes for something. "It's quite all right, nothing, to W. Ori." Harry felt extremely disoriented for a moment and found it hard to concentrate. Lilith smiled as she saw the glassy eyes of her escort. A powerful and fast-working potion had just been introduced into Harry's bloodstream. It was a combination of a powerful lust potion and a concoction of her own making that mimicked the Imperious Curse. "Can you hear me, Hadrian?" Lilith asked softly, placing her hand on his chest, her warm breath tickling his ear. "Uh-huh," Harry replied dazedly. "You are so gorgeous." Harry swayed a bit. "Do you want to key me, Harry? Do you want to feel my body pressed against you, Harry?" She breathed slowly in a low, seductive voice. Harry just nodded absent-mindedly. Within Harry's mind a battle was taking place. He wanted Lilith, but no, he loved Bella. He struggled to latch onto anything to ground himself. He was searching for Bella's face, but something was making him want Lilith. He needed to F her, but he did not know why. "Bella, Bella," Harry softly vocalized. Lilith was stunned by the strength that Harry had to fight the effects of the potion. "Impossible," Lilith exclaimed. No one had ever been able to fight it before. She had to move faster than she would have liked, but she couldn't afford to wait and have him completely throw off the potion. "Make love to me, Harry, make love to me, right here, right now," she breathed seductively. She grabbed his hands and placed them on her B*East, squeezing his hands above them, but he quickly removed them like he had been burned. "No, Bella, I love Bella." Harry grasped his head. He began to reach out for the love of his life. He was almost there. "I know. You want me, Harry, you can have me, Harry. I'm so wet for you and your cock is so hard, make love to me, Harry." Lilith reached down to grasp his manhood, but Harry moved away. "How are you doing this, Potter? How are you fighting me? I didn't want to do this, but you leave me no choice." Lilith pulled her wand from her sleeve and pointed it at Harry. "Imperi." Bella had gathered the others and was heading toward the balcony when all of a sudden she became unsteady on her feet and swayed as if she were drunk. Bella. What's wrong? Narcissa asked her sister. Harry. Bella muttered, trying to shake the disorientation she was feeling. What's wrong with Harry? Bella. Sissy asked, but Bella seemed to be out of sorts, grabbing her head. Reluctantly, Sissy slapped Bella across the face. The reaction was immediate. That by ch. Bella roared and took off for the balcony, with the others following closely behind. Bella threw the double doors open and saw the Zabini slut pointing her wand at her husband. Bella threw her hands forward and in a powerful show of wandless magic shouted, "Get away from my husband, you by ch." Lilith was thrown bodily into the wall adjacent to the balcony door. Lilith's limbs were painfully stretched out and away from her body. She was being forcefully crushed against the stone wall. Lilith tried to scream, but whatever Bella was doing had forced all the air from Lilith's lungs and the Italian beauty was near unconsciousness. A gentle hand grabbed her shoulder. "Love, I'm okay. Let her down, we need her alive." Bella heard the gentle voice of her husband and turned quickly and embraced him tightly. The magic Bella had used ended and Lilith Zabini fell to the floor with a thud, alive but unconscious. Harry looked over Bella's head toward Bill, Charlie, and Narcissa. "Grab her and Portkey back to Ritual House. Bella and I will have to stay here and be visible. Once you have her there, find out what her plan for me was. Obviously she drugged me for a reason. I felt almost compelled to have say with her. I think without my link to Bella she would have been successful." Harry told the group. Narcissa looked pensive and then spoke. "Clever little by ch." Narcissa groaned. Everyone turned to look at her. "I'm not positive, but my guess is that she intended you to impregnate her." Narcissa explained. "But why?" Harry asked, confused. "There is an old law that is still on the books that pertains to the noble houses. If a member of one house impregnates another from a house of equal standing, especially in regards to a head of house or heir, he is honor-bound to marry the woman and give her station as a lady of that house. Meaning her child will become the heir once her lord has passed. I'm sure she had plans for Bella and you to have a short life expectancy so that she and her love child would inherit everything." Narcissa finished. Bella quickly pulled away from Harry's arms and drew her wand and marched toward the women on the ground. Her face was furious and was about to cast a spell when Harry stopped her. "She never would have succeeded, love. I was already beginning to overpower her potion." Harry spoke softly in her ear as he wrapped her in his arms. "I know, but it still pisses me off," Bella said angrily. Harry released her and Bella gave the unconscious woman a swift kick in her midsection. "Bella," Narcissa hissed. "What? I didn't hex her, just gave her a little parting gesture." Bella stuck her tongue out at her older sister. "Right, Bill, let's get her out of here and back as fast as we can." Harry said. "Will do. Charlie, Narcissa, let's get this over with." With that, Bill pulled a short piece of rope from his robes. He tied one end to Lilith's right hand and he, Charlie and Narcissa grabbed hold of another section of the rope. Bill spoke the activation phrase and then they were gone. The walls that made up the large circular room of the ritual house glowed eerily. Varying shades of green and red seemed to slowly swirl within the stone as it traveled around the room. The low torchlight cast enigmatic shapeless shadows in all directions. Lilith Zabini was floating in air about 4 feet off the ground. Her hair was blowing around her head in slow motion as if made to do so by some unseen wind. Her arms were angled down, her palms facing forward in a look of supplication. Her eyes were closed and her face was completely slack. Narcissa, Luna, and Tonks under Bill's direction set up the ward anchors and spells needed to induce the hallucinogenic state they would need to trick Lilith's mind into giving up the secret to Voldemort's base of operation. The curse would allow the caster to control what the victim would see and hear, creating a lifelike representation of what the caster wanted the victim to see. This was similar to what he, the twins and Charlie had done to various Death Eaters, but not as terrifying. Bill prepared himself mentally for the ritual. Creating the illusion could be mentally and magically exhausting if it took too long. The ward anchors around the circular room were etched with specific runes that corresponded with similar runes drawn upon Bill's forehead. The anchors would draw upon Bill's magic and create the illusion within the room itself and not within the mind of the victim. In this way all of the senses were involved, which added to the realism of the ruse. Once all of the victim's senses were engaged, he would gently enter Zabini's mind and bring to the fore any detail that could be used to aid in creating the correct look and personality of Voldemort so as to not raise suspicions that what she was seeing was fake. Performing passive legilimency and maintaining the illusion increased the amount of concentration required to maintain the ruse. It was also a gamble. If Zabini felt his presence in her mind, the ruse would fail and they would lose any opportunity to retrieve the information they needed from her in a benign way. He would also use the opportunity to discover her motivations for her attack on Harry. Much like a dream, the illusion would have neither beginning nor an end. However, magic would fill in the holes by pulling forth past interactions with the Dark Lord, creating a sense of continuity that the brain could not differentiate from real memory. That was the hope anyway. Bill Weasley, head of House Weasley, leader of the Dark Mark Killers, and captain of the militia of House Potter Black, stepped into the ritual room and immediately had to steady himself from falling to his knees. The power created in the room by the ward anchors and activated by the runes on his forehead forcefully leached onto his magic. The chamber remarkably seemed to amplify the power the runes gave to the curse. Out on the streets of Nocturne Alley, he had never felt such a pull at his magic when using this curse to disable the Death Eaters. It took him several seconds to focus his mind and get his bearings. Once he had acclimated to the new level of power being drained from him, he began to focus on the matter at hand. "The Dark Lord commands your presence," Bill whispered, planting the first seed in Lilith's mind. Lilith's own mind would provide the atmosphere and environment the illusion would create. But it was Bill's use of legilimency and magic that would cause the runes to activate and then create the illusion. The ritual room slowly morphed into an ancient church courtyard, with a large stone archway. Dying and dead trees lined the outer stone wall, which was only about a meter in height. The church seemed to have been long abandoned. Bill wondered if this was a predetermined place that Voldemort called her to when he wanted her. A shadow began to form in the graveyard next to Bill. Darkness coalesced around it, slowly taking shape of humanoid form. The creature was pale and hairless, slits for a nose and pair of lifeless red eyes. He was a small man, which surprised Bill, who, like many other witches and wizards, believed that the darkest wizard in a century was larger than life. But he did sense the evil that was in the man if Zabini's memories of the man were correct. Although the illusion looked and had the feel of Voldemort, it was through Bill's mind that was linked to the curse that would animate him. Bill covered his head with his cloak so that his face was not visible. "Let the game begin," he whispered. The body of Lilith Zabini was slowly lowered to the floor, and as soon as her feet touched the stone ground, opened her eyes. She quickly looked around. Confusion showed on her face for a fraction of a second, but then was gone as the curse did its work. She slowly walked through the old gate that was only hanging by one hinge and made her way to her lord, who would be in the middle of the courtyard underneath the stone archway. Spotting her lord, she approached, noticing another was standing off to his side with his hood up and head down. Lilith Zabini knelt in front of her lord and keyed the hem of his cloak. "You called for me, my lord?" the exotic beauty asked, keeping her gaze downward. "I have need of you, Zabini." The illusion of Voldemort spake. "Of course, my lord," Zabini replied and began to remove her clothing. A stunned Bill had to shake himself from his stupor at the sight of the woman undressing. Not that." The Voldemort doppelganger spoke hurriedly. "My lord," Lilith asked in confusion. Her master never stuttered before. "You are here for another purpose." "And how may I serve you, my lord?" she asked. "This is my newest servant, William Rua. He will need access to my headquarters, and thus he will need to be told the secret." Voldemort told the witch. "Of course, my lord," Lilith said, but then did not say anything further. "I waiting, Zabini. Reveal the secret to my servant." Voldemort snapped. "Forgive me, my lord. I simply await your passphrase to access the secret in my mind before I can reveal it." Lilith replied, cocking her head in concern. "The Dark Lord, to assure that no one could learn of the secret by means of legilimency or torture, added a secondary security measure only known to him and Zabini. It was the passphrase that unlocked the secret, a post-hypnotic suggestion that when spoken would unlock the secret buried in her mind." Bill froze. He was unsure how to proceed. He had never encountered this kind of security measure before. There was no way of knowing what the passphrase could be. What was it? Was it in English, Latin, Gaelic? He had no clue. This was not good at all. He had no idea how to retrieve the secret. Even with legilimency, there was no way for him to trick her in bringing it to the fore of her mind if the knowledge of it was buried in her mind, completely forgotten until the passphrase was spoken. Bill pulled out his wand and immediately stunned Zabini. Rubbing his face in frustration, he had no idea where to go from here. The environment of the room changed once again and returned it to the circular stone ritual room it had been before. Harry and Bella were getting concerned. The hour mark had already passed and Bill and the others had not returned with Lilith. The soiree was beginning to break up and Lady Davis had been inquiring about the whereabouts of the Lady Zabini. Amelia approached the couple and whispered in a hushed tone, "I received word from Nymphadora." Amelia shook her head slowly. It didn't work. The secret is somehow protected by a passphrase. Without it, Zabini cannot access the secret within her mind. What about legilimency? Harry asked. Wouldn't that be able to unlock it? I'm afraid not without ripping her mind to shreds. She would be little more than a vegetable afterward if we went that route. Amelia stated morosely. Then I say we rip her mind to shreds. Bella harshly whispered back. This is war, Amelia, and we need to use every method at our disposal if we're going to win this. But love, I know what you're going to say, Harry, Bella interrupted. But what other choice do we have? We can't just let her go. Bill said that she would remember the conversation with the fake Voldemort, plus if we tried to obliviate her and send her back to the dark wanker, he will know that something happened to her and then we're back to square one with no way to learn where he is. Amelia and Harry looked at each other and then back to Bella. Harry, Amelia interrupted his thoughts. For obvious reason I can't condone what would be the torture of another human being. Manipulating them is one thing, but this is quite another. As minister, my responsibility is for the welfare of all magicals. But she is a Death Eater, Aunt Amelia, and she is an unmarked Death Eater, Harry, and it would be hard to prove otherwise to the members of the Wizengamot. She is from an old family and, like it or not, that holds some sway with many in our governing body. Besides, we have no evidence that she is anything more than simply Voldemort's secret keeper, and we can't even prove that the Fidelius charm prevents Veritas serum from working. Amelia stated in a conciliatory manner. So what do we do with her, the auntie? Harry asked. Unfortunately, Harry, we lose this round. The best move would be to obliviate her of the last 2 hours. Most likely Voldemort will discover this and he will recast the Fidelius charm and we are back to where we were. Amelia sighed heavily. I'm sorry, Harry, but I can't think of any other solution. Bella wanted to scream out in frustration. Amelia, what is one life compared to hundreds and possibly thousands that could be killed or worse because we let this opportunity pass us by? In this case, I believe the end justifies the means. And don't give me that look, Amelia. I know what you're going to say, that was exactly what Dumbledore had planned for Harry. This is different, Bella hissed. How, Bella? How is this any different from what that manipulative old bastard wanted to do with my godson and your husband? Amelia roared. Because Harry is not protecting the hiding place of a bloody mass murder, that's why. Sweet Morgana. Amelia, if we let her go we could be extending this war by years. We have a chance here, a chance to bring the suffering to an end. A chance for Susan and my babies to grow up without the fear of some crazed bastard hunting them. Bella returned fire, her eyes glowing from the buildup of her magic due to her anger. Amelia sighed deeply, rubbing her face with both hands. She realized that this was a pivotal decision in her short term as minister. If she allowed Lilith to go free, it could drag the war on for who knows how long, but could she live with herself knowing she was sentencing an intelligent and vivacious woman to mental ruin? Her thoughts turned to her beautiful niece and her new fiancé, to Luna and Hermione, and then to all the children that could lose their parents or parents that may lose their children. She then glanced at Bella's hands that were resting on her belly as if shielding her unborn children from the evils of the world. It was a terrible decision for anyone to have to make, but in the end she knew that it was the right course. She sighed heavily again as the weight of this decision seemed to collapse hard down on her shoulders. Let's get the information, whatever it takes. I'll support you, Harry, even if it cost me my position later. I will support you. It is the right thing to do. Amelia smiled warmly at Harry even though her eyes were watery with the weight of her decision. Harry took his godmother in his arms and hugged her tightly. I know this is more than I should ever ask of you. I wish there was another way, I really do. But know this, you will always have my love and my support. I love you, Auntie, Harry whispered into her ear. Amelia nodded into his shoulder and then pulled herself back together and stood up straight, putting on her professional face. Thank you, Harry, and I love you too. She smiled and cupped his face with her hands. Taking a reassuring breath to cleanse her mind, she turned toward Bella. Let me send a message back to Nymphadora with the go-ahead to proceed. Bella nodded and gave Amelia an apologetic look which Amelia was grateful for. She knew that her honorary goddaughter was just saying what needed to be said and she loved her for her candor. With that, Amelia went to the balcony to send a message via her patroness to Nymphadora. Nymphadora re-entered Ritual House and gave the nod to an awaiting Bill and Narcissa, who both solemnly returned the nod before entering the circular ritual room. Lilith was still unconscious and magically restrained to a chair. Another chair sat facing her where Bill made himself comfortable for the unpleasant task ahead. Narcissa poured a potion down Lilith's throat that would weaken her mental defenses enough that Bill could slip through her occlumency shields with relative ease, and another potion to put Lilith in a relaxed physical state. Bill knew that he had to pull up any memory where Voldemort was the focus. Depending on how many interactions she had had with the Dark Lord, this could take some time. The danger would come where he encountered protected memories. He would have to rip through those protections. These protections were usually anchored deep within a person's subconscious and were particularly hard to find. The only means to isolate them was to destroy all other memories surrounding them. In essence, you were erasing a person's life, their schooling, family, people they grew up with or loved. Everything was destroyed. They only caused confusion and noise while trying to focus on the protected ones, so they had to be wiped out. Bill would try and leave as much as he could intact, but even with minimal damage, Lilith Zabini would never be the same. It was a long shot for her to even be able to return to some sort of normal life. Most likely she would join the Longbottoms at St. Mungo's for long-term care. Bill focused on the task at hand by taking a deep breath and clearing his mind. He opened his eyes and stared at the unconscious form of Lilith Zabini. He raised his wand and whispered, "Renervate." Lilith Zabini's eyes snapped open, but before she could utter a word, Bill had cast his next spell. Legilimens. Harry, Bella, Hermione and Luna all bid adieu to Lord and Lady Greengrass, and thanked them for the wonderful and productive evening. The Greengrass were given an invitation to come to Black Manor for dinner before Daphne and Astoria returned to Hogwarts. Lord and Lady Davis, who were leaving at the same time, had given up on finding Lady Zabini, assuming that she had made her own way home. The Davises bid their host good night, but not before inviting Harry and Bella to their own home for a more private meeting. The Potters stepped out of the flow back at the manor and quickly made their way to the ritual house. Their ears were greeted by the piercing screams of Lilith Zabini as they entered the dwelling. The exotic beauty with all her beauty and charm looked like a wraith of her former self. She was deathly pale, her eyes filled with excruciating pain. A trickle of blood was seen falling from her left ear and her body seemed to randomly spasm. Bill Weasley sat across from her, sweat dripping from his face, body rigid. He seemed to be struggling to maintain his control. It is not commonly known, but most curse breakers are master occlumens and as a necessity had to become masters in legilimency as well. The first was to protect their minds against the myriad of curses, jinxes, and spells that were commonplace in their line of work. The later was needed in case one of their co-workers fell victim to the many mind-attacking curses that the ancients used. This skill was used to bring their comrades back by skillfully repairing the minor and sometimes major damage to their psyche and subconscious. Hermione, seeing Bill's state, moved to hold him and give him encouragement. She was quickly grabbed by Narcissa and pulled away from the redhead. "You can't interfere, Hermione," Narcissa told her soothingly. "He needs to maintain complete focus or he will lose the connection." "But, he looks like he is in a lot of pain," Hermione whimpered. "It's a difficult process against an unwilling target. Their minds are locked in a battle of wills. It is not an easy process. Zabini will be throwing what defenses she has at Bill, and he will be attempting to destroy them as he searches for the memories we need." Lilith Zabini let out another blood-curdling scream and then suddenly fell silent. Her eyes were still opened but seemed to be completely glazed over, her body limp but upright. "What just happened?" Harry asked to no one in particular. "He's managed to finally break all her defenses. Now it's just a matter of how long it will take to sort through her memories until we find the passcode and then the secret. I suggest the rest of you go back to the house. Nymphadora and I will remain here to help Bill. We'll notify you as soon as we have anything," Narcissa told her family. I want to stay as well," Hermione stated. Narcissa smiled at the young witch, remembering what it was to be young and in love. An image of her 16-year-old self hiding in a broom closet with a 16-year-old Remus Lupin flitted across her mind. "Very well, Hermione, I will have Hermes bring us all some tea," Narcissa told the young witch. Hermione smiled back and took a seat to wait. Harry, Bella and Luna all retired back to the house and took seats in the main parlor. The old grandfather clock in the corner showed 12:45 a.m. Harry wondered how long it would take Bill to find the secret, or if he even would. It was all such a long shot, and he hoped that it was not all for nothing. To destroy the woman's mind and not find anything weighed heavily on him, even if she was a Voldemort supporter. It was an awful state to put someone in. The Longbottoms came to mind, and how Neville struggled every day with the knowledge that he and his parents would never enjoy a normal parental and child relationship. Lilith Zabini had one son, Blaise. He had for all intents and purposes made the boy an orphan. Yes, he was a Slytherin and part of the group that persecuted him. Although Draco had seemed to have had a change of heart and was now in a sort of witness protection program in France with Lady Parkinson. Harry chuckled silently at the thought of Draco with Pansy's mother. Narcissa was overjoyed that her son was safe and, according to the French, enjoying a new identity in a heavily muggled town. Would Blaise have switched sides? Harry mused. Would Lady Zabini have switched sides if she had been approached and offered protection? It was all a moot point now. Events had already been set in motion that ended any possibilities for the exotic woman. Harry, wake up. What is it, sissy? A groggy Harry asked. He had fallen asleep of the large sofa with Bella comfortably lying halfway on top of him. He glanced at the clock, which now showed 5:30 a.m. It's done, we have the information, Sissy told him softly. Harry sat up quickly, which earned an angry groan from Bella, who had been rudely pulled from a rather erotic dream starring her husband. How's Bill? Harry asked in concern. Exhausted, Hermione took him up to her bedroom and is tucking him in. I sure she is tucking herself in with him. Sissy smirked. She stayed awake the whole time, pacing back and forth like a caged animal until it was over. What about Zabini? Harry asked, hopeful that she wasn't completely lost. Narcissa slowly shook her head. There wasn't anything Bill could have done to repair all the damage. The passphrase was buried so deeply within her psyche it was completely shredded. I doubt she will know her own name, Narcissa stated sadly. I've sent messages to all the family and the others to be here at noon to discuss what we have found and put our plan into motion. In the meantime, I think a nap for all of us is just what the doctor ordered. Narcissa yawned. Oh, and Harry, Bill found quite a few disturbing details about the Lady Zabini. She was quite the, for lack of a better word, psychopath. I hope that helps put your mind at ease. I know you have probably been stressing yourself about what we have done. I want you to know that I believe it was not only necessary but justified as well. Narcissa kissed Harry on the cheek and then went to her bedroom for a bit of sleep. Maybe she would have a dream about a certain handsome werewolf. The dining hall of Grimmauld Place was almost filled to capacity as the family and some of their allies gathered to discuss the discovery of Voldemort's base of operation. An expansion charm was used on the hall and extra seats conjured by Narcissa and Minerva to accommodate the large gathering. The elves had provided enough drinks and finger food for a small army. Harry wanted to keep the knowledge of Black Manor down to just his family, and as such took over Grimmauld Place since the order had been broken up and its former leader deceased. Upon their arrival they discovered the house elf creature, dead and lying in front of a portrait of his late mistress, Walburga Black. The portrait began a diatribe of profanities at anyone who passed by until she saw her three nieces, Bellatrix, Narcissa, and Andromeda. Stunned at their presence, she inquired about their presence in the Black ancestral home. Bella answered that she was now the Lady Potter Black and matriarch of both houses, and warned the portrait about further outbursts, or as the new matriarch of the house she would have her permanently removed. Walburga beamed with pride that a daughter of House Black was now the matriarch of two powerful houses and quickly agreed to the terms. This would bring great prestige back to the family, the portrait smirked. Harry stood at the head of the long table. To his right was his beloved Bella, sitting tall and straight and looking every part the aristocratic but powerful witch that she was. Bella, with her unmatched skills at dueling and her unnatural sixth sense of knowing where her opponent would move, was a formidable opponent in any fight, and it was right that she should be at his right-hand side as his second in command of the allies and vassal houses to House Potter Black. To his left sat his godmother Amelia Bones, who had a fierce and determined look about her. Those who knew her were well aware of the power at her command. She was cunning, extremely intelligent, and a terrible force of nature if you got on her bad side. Harry could not have picked two better people as his generals than Bella and Amelia. Amelia also brought with her the weight of the ministry, which made available an enormous amount of logistics and manpower. The family had been planning the demise of the Death Eaters and Voldemort himself since the family came together. Amelia had been quietly working behind the scenes to organize a militaristic response from the ministry should Voldemort be located. She was determined to bring a swift end to this war, and by damn she would throw everything she could at the problem to see it done. To the right of Bella sat Narcissa, and then Andromeda. To the left of Amelia sat Augusta Longbottom, and to her left Minerva McGonagall. It did not escape anyone's notice that it was these 6 independent and powerful witches that made up Harry's inner circle. These were the people he trusted most, these were his counselors and his conscience, but most of all he saw them as his family. Amelia and Bella were his military advisors, Augusta and Andromeda were his government and legal experts, Narcissa and Minerva covered a wider range of things from banking and finance to magical education and magical exploration and innovation. Under Bella and Amelia were Bill Weasley and Alistair Moody as captains in the Potter Black Militia, which now boasted close to 200 witches and wizards that had been recruited from the allied houses and now defunct Order of the Phoenix. Included in this militia were the Weasley twins, Charlie, Neville and Hermione, much to Bill's displeasure, who did not want her part of an active combat team, but wanted her in a safer area of the mission. But Hermione above all else was a Gryffindor and had courage and determination to spare, not to mention a stubborn streak a mile wide. She would not sit in safety while others risked their lives. Amelia had also quickly but quietly put together a reserve force of 150 Aurors and hit wizards placed under the command of Rufus Scrimgeour. He had been informed that a possible strike against a Death Eater stronghold would occur sometime soon. No details were given to the recruits to avoid the information making its way back to Voldemort. They were told that this was a joint live-fire exercise with a ministry-sponsored militia and to come battle-ready. The militia, hit wizards, and Aurors would be divided into 20 teams that consisted of 20 soldiers each. They would be used in waves. 3 waves of 5 teams would assault the castle from different sides if the ritual should fail. Otherwise they were to pick off those who managed to get past the wards. There would be no taking of prisoners, anyone with a dark mark went down, for good. The 5 remaining teams would be held in reserve until needed. Narcissa and Minerva's team included Luna, Susan, Daphne Greengrass, and Professors Septima Vector and Aurora Sinestra, who were recruited by Minerva from Hogwarts. These witches would be part of the ritual team who would play the most important part of the assault on Knot Castle, using their combined power to activate the 2-part battle magic ritual that Luna and Narcissa had learned from the Potter Grimoire. 7 was a powerful magical number, and according to the grimoire it would take at least 7 powerful witches to maintain the power flow needed to keep the curse viable. Aurors Nymphadora Tonks, Hestia Jones, Jerry Dunnigan, Connie Hammer, along with Remus Lupin were charged with the protection of the ritual witches. They were to protect them at all costs. If one ritual witch was to fall, the circle would be broken and the curse would fail. The ritual had 2 parts to it. The first part was called the Mist of Fear. The circle would summon a mind-altering greenish mist that would rise from the ground between the ward stones. It would find its way through every nook and cranny of the castle and grounds, infecting every witch and wizard it came in contact with. It was created to cause fear and an overwhelming feeling of betrayal that would compel the Death Eaters to turn on one another, thinning their ranks quickly. Only those who could outrun the mist or had strong occlumency shields could escape it. The downside was that it was severely taxing on the circle and could not be held for long periods of time. They had 10 minutes max that they could hold the curse before it dissipated and the intended targets would return to normal thought processes. It was hoped that a large concentration of the Death Eaters would be found together where the curse could work with devastating effect. The second part of the ritual would be the most crucial for victory. Runes would be drawn on the chest, arms, and legs of the militia. The ink used to draw the runes was a combination of blood from the 7 ritual witches and a mixture of herbs and plants such as ginseng, fennel and sow thistle, which were known to produce strength, energy, and protection. Corresponding runes were drawn on the witches and on a master rune stone in the middle of the ritual witches' circle, which would activate the curse and the protections. The blood in the inked runes linked the combatants to the witches. The combined power of the witches and the rune stone acted as an amplifier of magic, as the combined cores of the witches in theory became one supercharged magical core. This supercharged core then pulsed outward and activated the runes on the soldiers within the wards. They would then receive an increase of strength, speed, and be capable of throwing off minor curses and spells. The ritual would bear an incredible strain on the ritual witches, taxing their own strength and challenging their ability to maintain focus under such a great stress. As great as the risk was to the witches involved, Narcissa believed that they were all capable and powerful enough to meet the challenge. Augusta and Andromeda would be responsible for any necessary emergency portkeys and medical needs. Poppy Pomfrey, once the teams had left, would convert the large dining room at Grimald Place into a triage and trauma center. She had brought with her 2 interns that were learning from her and who happened to be in 2 of the allied houses, Penelope Clearwater and Samantha Stevens. They would treat the injured and send any who had life-threatening injuries to St. Mungo's. Poppy had notified her old friend Marcus Welby, the head healer of St. Mungo's, that there could be a confrontation coming soon and to prepare for wounded witches and wizards. Welby, a vassal house to House Potter, had been asked to keep the information quiet but to be prepared. Welby, as director over the Wizarding Hospital, had made discreet orders from all his potion providers to increase the number of healing potions, blood replenishers and the like to his orders. Welby felt confident that the hospital was well enough stocked to care for a large number of patients requiring emergency care. Ginny Weasley, Tracy Davis and Astoria Greengrass were also a part of the medical team. They made up the part known as the recovery team. They and 7 others would be on site near the battlefield and would be the ones to tag the fallen and injured with a ward-synchronized portkey to be transported. 5 hit wizards, all loyal to Amelia, would serve as the recovery team's protection. The kitchen would become an emergency medical dispensary and was stocked from floor to ceiling with a myriad of potions, from blood replenishers to burn ointments and Skelligro to calming drafts. Bill, Charlie, Tonks and Narcissa had arrived earlier from scouting the old Knot mansion in Northumbria. The small group was able to locate all of the ward stones surrounding the castle-like home. Narcissa had painstakingly piggybacked the Potter ritual runes onto the existing runes surrounding Knot Manor, while the others watched over her and noted locations of any sentries. They opined that Voldemort felt very secure with his defenses because the group found no sentries except for at the castle itself. The castle sat on 150 acres, there was very little open field to mount an all-out straight-on offensive against the castle. There was a large labyrinth of hedge rolls to the rear of the property. Although it provided cover, it also obscured your view of what was coming toward you. If the enemy came into the maze, it would be close quarters fighting. A large stone garden dominated part of the front and sides of the ancient building, with a variety of stone and marble statues, more hedges but of the shorter variety, and a large bowery and other water features sporadically placed around the property. A large fountain dominated the front of the building, obscuring the entire main entrance from a forward-moving force and thus not giving the attacking forces a clear line of sight at exiting targets. There were anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards in the original ward scheme. This would actually benefit the attackers, making sure their targets did not escape the influence of the ritual. Their only worry was that they did not know how many Death Eaters were located within the walls of the large building, and there was no way to know if Voldemort himself was there. The task would be a difficult one if they weren't able to thin the ranks in the initial attack with the ritual curse. But it was too great a prize not to attempt it. And Harry and Amelia had resolved themselves to bring the war to a swift end. Voldemort sat on his throne in the large reception hall of Knot Castle, looking over the 500 assembled Death Eaters. His captains, who were at the front of the gathering, were kneeling in front of their lord, waiting patiently for him to address them. 3 hours earlier the Dark Lord had called for all his subjects. There was only one reason that their lord would call for all their numbers: he had planned an attack and it was to happen tonight. Voldemort would only assemble his troops the day of a planned attack. It was to eliminate the possibility that a spy within his ranks could tip off his enemy. Although this did help in keeping loose lips silent, it had a major drawback. The captains had but moments to organize their troops in some sort of manageable chaos once they learned of the objective. A Muggle village near Hogsmeade was the target. Voldemort chose it because of its close proximity to the all-magical village. It would be a shot across the bow to warn the magical that he was still a threat and to cause fear to ripple through the residents of the magical town, letting them know that they could be next. The objective was simple: complete annihilation of the residents, every man, woman, and child, the bloodier the better. Voldemort had also sent for Fenrir and his pack of about 100 werewolves to slash, rip and tear flesh from bone. He wanted the magicals, especially the Ministry, to witness the horror he could leash upon them. He knew that psychological warfare could be just as traumatic as physical, and he wanted to traumatize those who would defy him and his destiny to rule over them. Tonight, my loyal purebloods, tonight we strike back at those who have forgotten their place, those who have the hubris to think that they are our equals. Half-bloods and mudblood filth, and those who champion their cause stink up and befoul our noble and ancient traditions and customs. They walk down our streets with their noses turned up at our society, they supplant themselves within our government and hack away at our venerable laws. They are within our very institutions of learning, corrupting the minds of our young, denying them their heritage and birthright as masters above those of lesser blood. Voldemort chided to a chorus of hisses and callous epithets. They are in our noble halls of learning and government right this minute, and they are smirking. They are laughing at all of you here that represent the pinnacle of our society. Yes, yes, they mock you and spit on you. You who are gods among mortals. They mock you. The crowd was getting worked up more and more as Voldemort spat his venom, inciting the black hearts of those assembled, those whose very beings were now shaking with pure bloodlust, an irrepressible desire to kill those putrescent Muggle lovers who have corrupted their way of life. Tonight, my faithful, we will visit upon those who the Bones Whore would protect such mayhem, such carnage, that it will be remembered for generation upon generation and only whispered afterward in their secret places. The streets shall run red with blood, no structure will be left standing, and we will scorch the earth that it shall not bring forth life for millennia. Bill, you and your team will make your way through the hedge rolls at the back of the castle. Make sure you wait until all the green mist has evaporated. I don't want you guys turning on each other. I understand the twins have come up with some unique defensive weapons, Harry stated. Peruvian darkness powder, Harry. Fred replied. We've used it several times on confusing the death munchers we've eliminated in the past. George followed his brother. It causes a cloud of complete darkness that no Lumos spell can get through, no one will be able to see. That's great and all, but how do you intend to engage the Death Eaters? If they can't see you, then you can't see them, Harry stated. But that is where you would be wrong, your most worshipfulness. Harry raised an eyebrow at the twins' speak and shook his head, reeling from the back and forth between the two redheads. How so? Bella asked from Harry's side. They got the idea from a Muggle movie they saw, Charlie replied to Bella. The Muggle soldiers in the movie used some sort of glasses to see in the dark. These glasses saw the heat from another's body. Charlie continued. Yes, infrared I believe they're called. Harry offered. I saw them used on a show on the telly when I lived at the Dursleys. Well, we made our own, body seekers, as we call them. George answered. Indeed, dear brother, these body seekers, Fred picked up from his brother, allow us to see through the Peruvian powder and see anyone with a body temperature. Completely useless against vampires and inferior, of course. George said. Brilliant, Harry replied. How many do you have? He asked. About 20. Bill stated. Is that right, Fred? Yeah, 20. What did they look like? Bella asked the twins. Happened to have a pair on me. George replied and withdrew a pair of glasses from his cloak that looked amazingly like the round glasses that Harry used to wear, except for the metallic green color of the lenses. Seeing Harry's look of incredulity, Fred added. Gives them a look of class, don't you think? Bella and a few others of the family chuckled. Harry just rolled his eyes. Reet. Harry deadpanned. Harry looked at the other team members for a status report from their respective assignments. Each gave a positive state of readiness. The tension was beginning to increase as Harry gave out his final assignments. Voldemort, if he is there, will most likely not immediately join the fight till he absolutely has to. We will control the wards once Narcissa and her team begin the ritual. That means they will not be able to use apparition or portkeys. Amelia will make sure the flow network is closed to the castle. If all goes to plan, the Death Eaters will be in such a state of confusion and fear that we should be able to overwhelm them with few losses. But as Moody has warned us, plans can go to hell in a hurry once battle is engaged. So stick to your assignments, Harry stated, his heart pounding in his chest. What of Voldemort? Tonks asked. Once Voldemort reveals himself anywhere on the battlefield, the one who sees him will fire a purple flare into the air. He or she will then back off and not engage him. I and my hand-picked team will then engage him and bring him down. I have a little surprise in store for the insane git. Harry shot a quick meaningful gaze to Narcissa, who nodded back grimly, worry etched on her beautiful face. Right then, we leave in 15 minutes. All team captains report to your teams. The rest of you know your assignments. Harry stated, dismissing everyone. And so, I will lead us into a new era, where we are seen as gods living amongst worshipping mortals. Voldemort ended his speech to the ringing cheers of his followers. His cold sneer looked over his dark army, and he almost felt pity for those foolish enough to defy him or stand in his way. Voldemort abruptly came to a halt as his minions continued their revelries. Something was off. His mind whirled with confusion as he tried to identify what had just changed. Something had changed. His inner circle noticed the suddenly pensive-looking lord, and had quieted. Like the tide washing back out to the ocean, the roaring numbers suddenly fell silent in a wave that began from the front of the hall to the rear. No one moved, no one dared speak as they all watched the Dark Lord seemingly staring off into oblivion. It was very disconcerting and no one knew what to do. The silence in the room was deafening. It came to him then, the wards have changed. He could no longer feel them, which meant only one thing. The whole hall jumped as the sounds of screams and spellfire suddenly burst through the stillness. Besides the 500 in the hall, an additional 300 were spread throughout the castle and the grounds. The Death Eaters nearest the large oak double doors that lead out of the hall threw them open to ascertain what the cause of the commotion was. Those same Death Eaters who had opened the door had looks of confusion on their faces as a fast-moving rolling green mist quickly enveloped them. The first portkey activated, deploying the first militia group just beyond the wards of Knot Castle, followed by the other groups in 30-second intervals. The teams silently made their way to their initial checkpoints and waited anxiously for the first signs of the ritual to begin. Eyes widened and voices silently gasped at the numbers of Death Eaters that were now spread about the castle grounds. Thoughts of betrayal began to pop into many of their heads as they saw the large army before them. But their captains and team leaders assured them that they had not been betrayed, that the Death Eaters were not in a state of battle readiness, evidenced by the casual way they were walking around and speaking one with another. A honey badger Patronus made its way to each team captain, telling them in the gravelly voice of Mad-Eye Moody to hold their positions, that the strike was still a go. And to maintain readiness until stage 1 was over. And for Merlin's sakes, do not move into the green mist. The old Auror warned them. Harry, Bella, Amelia, and Moody along with Rufus Scrimgeour arrived at the designated command position that sat on a hill that overlooked the entire front view of Knot Castle. The sight of so many Death Eaters surprised the young lord, and in a brief moment of doubt wanted to terminate the attack. His logical side quickly asserted itself as he thought over what so many of the Dark Lord's followers in one place could mean. "He's here," Harry quietly spoke. His companions all looked to him. "Are you sure, Potter?" Scrimgeour asked. "Of course he is," grumbled Moody. "Why else would all these tosspots be here? I think we interrupted a pre-strike meeting. Fortuitous if you ask me." "He's right, Harry. From what we have been able to learn of his methods, Voldemort only calls in this amount of people when he is going to strike somewhere, and it is usually on the same night. It reduces the risk of word about it getting out to the wrong people. If there are this many on the outside, how many do you think are on the inside?" Bella asked. "Near as we can figure, he has close to 1,000 soldiers, that includes werewolves, maybe a giant or two, and of course Dementors, but I don't sense any here at the moment." Amelia offered. 1,000, Bella whispered. "He has been busy recruiting. He didn't have those numbers when I was forced to serve him." Bella added, a small pang of guilt gripping her heart before it quickly fled as Harry's love flooded her being. She gave him a grateful smile and returned her love to him. "Are we still a go then?" Amelia asked. "We are," Harry stated firmly. "This ends tonight. Good lad. Let me notify our captains." Moody raised his wand as a small badger erupted from the tip, and then after a whispered instruction sent it out. Narcissa, Luna and the rest of the ritual witches as well as their guard arrived at the Master Rune Stone. Each sensed the weight that was on their shoulders. They were the key to success. Without their efforts, this offensive could be very short and very deadly. They had mentally prepared themselves for what was expected of them. Narcissa was completely honest with every member of the ritual team. The ritual would tax everything they had. It would leech their magic and their very life force. If all went the way they hoped, the most they would suffer would be magical and physical exhaustion. If things did not go right, they could potentially have their magic depleted beyond repair and their very life force drained completely. So it was a very sober and pensive group that approached this heavy responsibility. Each member hugged the others as they gathered around a large round stone. The stone had a flat, almost table-like top and was about 6 feet in circumference and rose from the ground to a height of about 2 feet. The top of the stone was etched with many runes and concentric lines that connected them. This would be blood magic on a scale not seen since the Dark Ages. Each ritual witch would be required to cut open their palms and press the bleeding appendages on blood wells carved into the stone. The magic in the stone would keep the wounds from healing and allow the blood to continue to flow. These blood wells ran in concentric lines around the stone, connecting the various runes that Narcissa had carved. A chant would begin that would free their magic to flow freely into their blood and thus energize the runes on the anchor stone. The stone would then send a magical pulse to the other ward stones surrounding the knot property. Once the last ward stone was activated, their blood sacrifice would activate the ancient curse that was first created by Cassiopeia Potter in 827 AD. Cassiopeia Potter during her life was known as a dark enchantress with the particular penchant with using blood magics to affect the minds and wills of Potter enemies, altering their perception of reality, thus making them easy to manipulate. She enjoyed turning an enemy against itself, watching as they spilled their own blood. The Cassiopeia Coven, as they were known, were chronicled in the Potter history books as wiping out no less than 15 great houses who were aligned against House Potter during the 9th century. The 7 witches of the coven were historically believed to be the most powerful witches of their age. It was even mentioned in the annals that Romilda Ravenclaw, the grandmother of the famous Rowena Ravenclaw of Hogwarts, was a member of the Cassiopeia Coven. It was rumored but never proven that the Cassiopeia Coven could call forth demons from the nether worlds to aid in their battles, and according to the predecessors of the Ministry of Magic, the Wizards' Council, it was proof that the coven was evil and thus by extension the use of blood magics were evil. However, it wasn't till after the founders of Hogwarts had passed, and the Ministry of Magic chartered by the English Crown in 1629 was there a law passed to ban the practice of blood magic. It was only just a coincidence that the Potters' family magic centered on blood magic, and that no other house had quite the knowledge or ability to use it to the same effect as House Potter. But the Potters saw it for what it was, a blatant political attack by the enemies and those who were afraid of the power that House Potter could wield. The Potters publicly gave up the practice in 1635, but the Potters in secret would not give up their knowledge, and it was handed down from generation to generation in the Potter Book of Shadows, otherwise called the House Potter Grimoire. Eventually it was all but forgotten until a curious B***owned ward of House Potter rediscovered it. And so it was that Narcissa and Luna had learned of the Potter secret and would use the ancient knowledge to bring an end to the enemies of their house once more. With the adoption of House Black into the Potter line and Luna also having been accepted by Potter blood, it gave the ritual what it needed, the strength of the Potter magic to perform it. The 7 witches surrounded the rune stone equally spaced to give symmetry to the ritual circle. Each with produced a silver dagger and sliced open their palms. One by one the witches knelt, placed their hands on the stone. The blood wells quickly began to fill as an iridescent blue light began to take form as each rune lit up, illuminating the faces of the ritual witches and giving them an eerie glow. The ritual witches began their chanting cadence to evoke the ancient curse. With hands bleeding and the chant begun, the witches began to sway to their rhythmic intonations. Their voices grew louder and louder. From the depths of thy soul we seek thy fear, to bring to mind a form so clear, that which will cause thee to tremble and shake. And in stark terror thy desperation make. Scatter blood, scatter bone. Your ally is no longer known. 'Tis evil that lay in wait for thee. Do what thou must to be set free. The stone began to grow brighter and pulsate to the rhythm of the synchronized heartbeats of the 7. Those assigned to protect them stood in fascination and felt the tremendous buildup of power that was being generated. A sudden shockwave seemed to explode from the anchor stone, sending its power to the next stone and then the next and the next till it came back, making a circuit connection between it and the other ward stones. The chanting continued for another 5 minutes without ceasing, and then Remus, Tonks, and the others began to notice an acid green mist begin to rise from the ground in front of them. Cautiously they stepped back as the mist seemed to roll toward the ancient castle. Looking toward the next ward stone, he saw the same mist rolling forward. A collective breath was held as the mist was now visible to the Death Eaters who were outside the castle walls. The Potter allies watched with growing anticipation to see how their enemy would react. The rolling mist seemed to gain speed as it made its way over the castle grounds. The Death Eaters were unsure what was happening and made little attempts to keep away from the mist. 30 seconds later the first blood-curdling screams were heard. A few seconds later spell fire erupted all across the grounds. Cutting curses, bludgeoning curses and the green of the killing curse was seen illuminated in the cursed cloud. The Potter allies watched the carnage unfold in front of them, many losing their constitution and emptied their stomachs on the ground in front of them. Severed heads, arms, and torsos began to litter the ground. The brilliant green grass now stained crimson with the flowing blood. Voldemort was taken off guard as the recruits nearest the door that had been enveloped in the mist began to curse anything and everyone around them. 20 of his numbers were already dead or dying and more falling quickly as his followers began turning on each other. He had to do something quickly. Wind charms. The order was bellowed out to his followers. Hundreds of wands were pointed at the mist as the charm was yelled out by the panicked Death Eaters. Sadly the charm had little effect as more Death Eaters fell to the curses of their comrades. Voldemort turned to the wall immediately behind him, and pointed his wand and the ancient stone work. Bombarda Maxima. A large hole opened up in the wall exposing the room to the castle grounds. Everyone out. Wands at the ready, we are under attack. Voldemort screamed to his soldiers. 130 more Death Eaters, however, lay dead on the flagstone floor as they exited the castle. A rush of men and women poured from the ancient reception hall in panic. They exited to find themselves losing their footing on something slick. Many fell to the ground only to find themselves retching as they saw themselves covered in blood and gore. The 300 or so surviving Death Eaters from the hall stood frozen in morbid shock as they looked out over the grounds. Bodies and parts of bodies lay strewn across the castle grounds. Blood was flowing over the grounds several inches deep. The putrid smell of death and burned flesh was heavy in the air. Fights were still in progress with what only appeared to be about 100 or so remained of the 300 plus of their fellow Death Eaters that had been there just a short time before. The mist now seemed to be slowly receding and those that had been fighting soon stilled their wands, confused at what had just happened. Voldemort sensed the fear in his remaining army and heard the whispers and the talk of fleeing. A few of those voices began to speak louder and more assertive. A shrill voice finally built up enough courage and yelled out, "I did not sign up for this and I refuse to continue. I have not received what I was promised and I am done." Molly Pruitt broke from the ranks and began to pull a pale Ronald along with her. "Petrificus totalis," Voldemort bellowed, freezing both Weasleys in place and summarily stopping any other Death Eaters from moving. Pansy Parkinson, who had been next to the Dark Lord, yelled, "No one leaves our master." The crazed girl spat, "Let this be a lesson to those who turn their backs on their lord that I do not tolerate cowards." A quick severing hex removed the head of the former Mrs. Weasley. Her body stood erect for a moment longer before it fell forward and landed in the muck and blood on the ground. Her head looked up from the ground, her eyes frozen in a look of shock. Now, to her male spawn. Diffin, pop, pop, pop. Voldemort was interrupted from his casting when the popping sound of several flares lit up the sky and the ground beneath. The last bit of courage that many of the Death Eaters had remaining fled as the sound of spell fire echoed through the humid night air. The remaining Death Eaters sprinted in all directions, heading for the ward boundaries to escape from the killing field that was the castle and its grounds. However, fate had other ideas, and this night many more would be reunited with long-dead ancestors. Ron Pruitt, formerly Weasley, remained frozen where he was, left to whatever fate had in store for him. Harry looked on with a sigh of relief as the curse seemed to work and the Death Eaters were falling upon each other with unrestrained fury and lethality. Not since the ancient days of House Potter had witches and wizards alike been witness to such slaughter of their enemies. And although the work of death turned his stomach, he was grateful that in the end he was saving the lives of countless others. Bella was having the same thoughts as she stood next to Harry, holding tightly to his hand as her other hand caressed her stomach. She wanted a world free of fear for the twins growing within her belly, and for every mother's child born into this world. So if evil men and women had to die for that to be a reality, she would stand with her husband and bring hell itself to those who would threaten that peace. Tonks and Remus looked worried as they saw the strain the curse was putting on the 7 witches they were there to protect. They were all pale, the loss of blood was beginning to take its toll on the women. Minerva looked absolutely white, Her lips were beginning to turn a sickly blue and she swayed dangerous between consciousness and the dark of oblivion. Remus' eyes were locked onto the porcelain goddess he had been in love with since his Hogwarts days. He desperately wanted to hold her and declare his love once more for her. But the past few weeks had been crazy and left them precious little time to rekindle the fire that had once burned fiercely within them. A yell from Tonks broke his thoughts of love. He turned to see Minerva collapse and the glowing stone go dark. Luna staggered and Narcissa groaned as well. All the witches were disoriented and weak. Remus's team quickly supplied the ritual witches with blood-replenishing potions as well as small doses of pepper-up potion until they were alert. Amelia, Moody, and Rufus saw the green mist begin to fade and immediately sent out Patronus out to their captains and told them to prepare for attack. They waited now for word from Nymphadora that the second part of the ritual was complete before sending the militia along with the hit wizards and Aurors into battle. Harry received word from a concerned Tonks that Minerva could not continue and that they could not start the second part of the ritual. Damn, do we have anyone along Minerva's level of power that could be used in her place? Harry asked his command team. I can go, Harry. Amelia stated. No, Amelia. Bella interrupted. You're needed to direct the militia, no one else has your tactical ability, I'll go. Bella offered. What? No way am I allowing you to do that, Bella. Harry yelled. Do you know the risk involved? I know perfectly well what the risks are, Harry. She yelled back. She took a deep breath, calming herself and cupped Harry's face in her hands. Quote, Love, we don't have the time to argue this. I know what can happen, but I'm confident that I will be fine. After all, I'll have you inside me to encourage me and to strengthen me. She nervously smiled, though she tried to portray a sense of reassurance. Harry looked like a lost puppy as he stared into the eyes of the love of his life. His soul reached out to hers, and they shared a warmth that only two souls desperately in love could feel. 1,000 words and feelings were communicated within a heartbeat. A single tear fell down Harry's face as he slowly nodded. She reached up and gently pressed her warm lips to his and breathed in his scent. You be careful, I want my husband in my bed when this is all over. Bella whispered lovingly in his ear. His arms pulled her against him and he held her tightly to him. I expect my wife to be there as well. With another soulful kiss she turned and apparated to the ritual circle. She is a very powerful witch, Harry. She'll be fine. Amelia consoled her godson. Harry could only give a tight nod. He then turned his focus back to the battlefield. He turned just in time to see a hole blasted in one of the exterior walls as at least 300 Death Eaters spilled out. A moment later, purple flares illuminated the sky, indicating that Voldemort was on the field. Let's end this, Harry whispered. Bella arrived at the ritual site and took Minerva's position in the circle. Narcissa looked at her sister in a mix of concern and anger. Bella, you cannot help us with this, back away. Narcissa commanded her sister. I'm all you have, sissy, so deal with it. I'm staying. You're pregnant, Bella, there is no telling what ill effects this could have on your babies. I can't let you do this. She returned with anger in her voice. Bella paused for a moment at Narcissa's words, but her determination to end this war ruled out. If I don't help, a lot of good witches and wizards will die down there. My babies will be fine, I believe that. I know the powers that be didn't give me these children just to take them away from me. Please, sissy, the longer we argue the more likely our people will be in peril. Bella proclaimed passionately. Narcissa sighed heavily but acquiesced. Once again the witches all reopened the wounds on their palms, and in Bella's case for the first time. Pressing their palms once more on the stone, all the witches received a surprise boost in power as Bella's blood bursting with Potter blood mixed with the blood of the other witches. The increased power lessened the power drain somewhat from the other witches. Once again the 7 witches allowed their magic to flow and begun the next chant that would activate the final part of the ritual. The power that beats within my chest, I willingly share among the rest. My strength, my sight, and magic's might, I send to those who are in plight. Let my blood that has been shed fuel the bodies that fight instead. This sacrifice we sisters make, for kinsmen bold our blood to take. As before, the protectors of the 7 began to feel a buildup of power, but instead of a blue light being emanated from the runes on the stone, an emerald green light lit the runes and engulfed the 7. An expected pulse shot out of the anchor stone and activated the other ward stones until the circuit was complete. Nymphadora sent the message back to Amelia that the ritual was successfully started. Amelia, Moody and Rufus then sent Petroni out to the team leaders to begin. Once the message was received, the first wave of militia walked into the ward boundaries. All around Knot Castle every witch and wizard of the militia temporarily had a green hue as the various runes that had been tattooed on their bodies activated. A sense of euphoria was felt amongst the Potter allies as their senses and reflexes sharpened and increased. They felt the amplified power of the seven flow within them. With confidence they made their way to the killing fields. The militia moved like ghosts, and was almost faster than the eye could track. Spells rained down on the terrified Death Eaters, who began shooting spells wildly at the attacking force. Terror gripped the souls of the defenders. Spotting their lord, they made a mad dash to join up with him, however many were cut down in the attempt. Voldemort was yelling at his lieutenants to try and organize some sort of order to repel the attackers. This was an unusual position that the Death Eaters found themselves in. They were used to having the element of surprise. They used hit and fade tactics, never staying long enough for their targets to mount any kind of counterattack. Now they found themselves on the defensive, surrounded by an enemy that was to their utter shock and horror using deadly force. This had never happened before. The Ministry would never authorize the use of lethal spells in the past, so they felt no fear in engaging the handicapped Aurors. But that had now changed, as evidenced by the hundreds of their fallen brethren. Their lord had spoken of causing such horror and carnage to shake the very souls of their enemies, but the tables had definitely been turned, and now they were shaking with the horror that they might not survive the night. Lucius Malfoy, for all his failings, was an intelligent man, and right now his intellect was screaming at him to get the hell out of there and to get the hell out of England. The cause was lost, and he was well aware that this time there was no bribing the minister to stay out of Azkaban, and no cry of the Imperious Curse would go unchallenged this time. With his mind made up, he headed for the tree line and escape. Neville Longbottom and his team of 20 emerged through the woods along the western side of the castle. Their team leader was veteran Auror Lieutenant Frank Columbo. He was an odd sort of man, short with unruly curly hair and a glass eye. The unassuming Auror could lull any dark witch or wizard into a false sense of security before unleashing such a powerful confundus charm, that the offending witch or wizard found themselves in custody without ever getting a shot off. Their group found themselves suddenly confronted by 30 werewolves led by none other than the infamous Fenrir Greyback. Fenrir smirked as he saw the group in front of them. "Well, it looks like we have some fresh meat to savor here, boys." Fenrir guffawed to his men, who all chuckled darkly. "And look, they brought us a beetling as an appetizer. Longbottom, isn't it? Meat of a noble is so sweet and succulent." The werewolf licked his lips languidly as he stared at Neville. Before you start your snacking, gentlemen, could I perhaps persuade you to give up now and avoid all this nasty business?" Auror Columbo gesticulated with his hands, his right glass eye looking sideways. Fenrir and his companions laughed mirthlessly as they suddenly launched themselves at the 20-man squad. Fenrir rushed toward the Longbottom scion with a bloodthirsty growl. Neville moved so fast he was like a blur as he sidestepped out of the way of the jumping werewolf. Grabbing him by the scruff of the neck, Neville spun, throwing the werewolf into a marble statue of the goddess Artemis, shattering it. Dazed but furious, the werewolf again launched himself with speed born of his disease toward the 16-year-old wizard. But to his dismay, the boy moved impossibly faster. The werewolf, in a mid-air assault, soon saw the business end of the young boy's wand as a powerful banishing charm hit him full in the face, throwing the scourge of children everywhere flying back and impaling himself through his chest on a spear of a bronze statue of Romulus. Blood filled the lungs of the diseased man as he began to drown in his own liquids. Neville slowly approached the coughing man as blood stained his lips, but this time it was not the blood of children or the innocent, it was his own, and that gave Neville a dark satisfaction. "I guess you won't be getting that snack after all, you bastard. Look upon the final moments of your pack and know that there will be no mercy shown to those who willing attack the innocent." Neville growled at the man. Fenrir looked to his right and saw that what was left of his pack were being slaughtered and their heads removed. The Aurors were moving so fast and their reflexes so sharp that his brethren did not stand a chance against the onslaught. His rage began to strengthen him as his lupin side began to assert itself. Neville backed off, which gave Fenrir added courage, but then his eyes locked upon the silver dagger that the Longbottom boy withdrew from his sleeve. With lightning speed and with the dexterity of an assassin, the knife flew from the boy's hand toward him. Fenrir Greyback hung pierced on the spear of Romulus, his lifeless body limp and his head bent backwards with a silver double-edged blade embedded deep within his skull. Neville turned away from the corpse and assisted his team in exterminating one of the greatest threats to wizarding children, the pack of Fenrir Greyback. Potter Militia Captain, Bill Weasley walked into the maze of hedge rolls with his newly affianced girlfriend Hermione Potter Black right by his side. She had given him a reason to survive the battle by trying to beat his very soul into her with the most passionate kiss she had given him to date, with a promise of much more to follow. They were followed closely by Charlie Weasley and Fred and George. The other members of their assault team had spread out around the entrance and waited for the signal from their captain. They were to take out any Death Eaters that managed to escape out of the hedge rolls. The echo of yells and spellfire soon reached the ears of the infamous Dark Mark killers. With a nod from Bill, Fred and George began launching small bundles of Peruvian darkness powder into the maze. Bill and the rest of the team donned the Potteresque body heat-seeking glasses that would allow them to see the heat signatures of any living thing in the maze. Bill, Hermione, and the other Weasleys made quick work of about 15 Death Eaters who had become lost in the darkness of the cloud that covered the whole of the maze. But good fortune wasn't to last, as the other DEs in the maze started randomly shooting spells in all directions. The Weasleys hadn't considered that the glare from some spells could temporarily blind them. A stray cutting curse that had been cast next to someone else casting a fire spell took them by surprise. George was hit across his left arm and chest with the nasty severing hex. Severely wounded and bleeding heavily, Fred grabbed his twin and made for the exit and an emergency medical portkey. George's injury fueled the rage in the two remaining Weasley boys and Hermione. The three walked through the maze, weaving a tapestry of death and mayhem that would become legend in future teachings of the Auror Academy as an example of what emotion-filled spellwork could do. 48 Death Eaters were slaughtered in the labyrinth. The hedges after the war were completely incinerated. There were so many pieces of bone and sinew and other body parts so embedded into the vegetation that it was impossible to get rid of it all. As the three approached the other side of the labyrinth, the Peruvian darkness powder had run its course and slowly faded away. Suddenly a familiar drawling voice laced with loathing grabbed Hermione's attention immediately. "Sweet vengeance is mine at last." The voice of the former potions master of Hogwarts sneered. Hermione's eyes narrowed at the murderer of her parents with unrestrained hate. Taking a page from Harry's book, she responded to the sallow-faced man with a sneer rivaling that of her former professor. "Why, hello, Snivelus. How's the leg?" Hermione smirked at Snape's reaction to the long-hated nickname given him by his boyhood nemesis and the reference to her handiwork. Bill and Charlie had their wands up and pointed at the man, each with a curse on their lips ready to be vocalized. "He's mine," Hermione purred, her eyes never leaving Snape's. "You don't have your muggle weapon to save you now, Mudblood. I shall enjoy slowly ripping you body apart piece by piece." "Poetic, don't you think?" Snape smirked. 5 other Death Eaters arrived behind Snape and were immediately engaged by Bill and Charlie. With another superior smirk, Severus Snape began to circle the know-it-all by Ch. Narcissa, Bella, Luna, Susan, Daphne, and Professors Sinestra and Vector were all straining with holding the link to all their fighters open. It was incredibly draining, and Luna, although powerful, otherwise Narcissa wouldn't have allowed her to participate in the ritual, was now nearing her limit. Her magical core, which had not yet reached its majority, was beginning to fluctuate dangerously. She could feel her magic begin to lose its cohesion, but she knew she needed to last as long as she could to give the fighters just a little more time. Just a little bit longer. "Oh!" A barely audible sound escaped Luna's lips as she collapsed, her body going into spasmodic convulsions. The 6 other witches were suddenly released from the link and felt the disorientation from being brought out of their trance. Remus and Tonks were kneeling over Luna trying to help her. Narcissa saw the petite bee owned convulsing, her eyes rolled up into the back of her head. Luna had become the daughter that Narcissa had always wanted and had grown to love the quirky bee owned completely. "Luna!" Narcissa screamed as she pushed Remus and Tonks away from the young witch. She pulled out her wand and began to run a quick diagnostic charm over the girl, not caring that her hands were still bleeding and dripping down onto the unconscious girl. "Her core is collapsing. We need to get her to St. Mungo's immediately," Narcissa screamed amongst her tears. "I'll take her." Auror Jerry Dunnigan answered quickly, kneeling down and taking Luna into his arms. "Please hurry," Sissy cried as she keyed Luna's forehead. Orr Dunnigan reached for his emergency medical portkey and in a flash of swirling color he was gone. Sissy was crying hysterically. Her daughter in all but blood was near death and knew that a positive outcome for the sweet girl was almost non-existent. At best she would be a squib and at worst, she dared not let her thoughts go there. Remus picked her up off the ground and held her to him. His emotions were a complete mess. On one hand he was holding the woman that he loved and he relished it, but on the other he knew she was dying inside over the fate of the young witch whose life may be lost. He decided just to hold her and let her have her cry and work out all her own emotions. The loss of the ritual witches was immediately felt throughout the militia. However, the damage to the enemy had been significant. The fighting had been almost one-sided. The Allies had maybe lost about 20 of their numbers and another 30 wounded, but the DEs had lost nearly 95% of their numbers. The surviving DEs had returned to their lord and had erected barricades around themselves just in front of the main fountain. That dominated the front of Knot Castle. They were using wide area spells to negate the speed and strength of the Potter militia. With the enchantments of the ritual witches gone, the Potter militia began to erect barricades of their own and had Voldemort and 60 remaining loyal followers boxed in. Harry and his senior staff made their way to the front of the Potter barricades. Tom Riddle, or if you insist, the much-debated Dark Wizard Voldemort, Harry stated, his voice amplified and echoing over the grounds. Step forward and be judged for your crimes against this people. I will not be judged by you, Potter. Or by any other lesser being. Mine is the higher law, mine the greater cause, and you shall bow to me, Potter, before this night is over, or you will be ripped from this world. Voldemort hissed. Look around, Tom. You are beaten, and your army defeated. We will allow the survivors of your ranks to live and be tried for their crimes. But your fate is sealed, Tom. There will be no mercy for you. Harry stated firmly. What, no second chances, Potter? What would dear Albus say? Have you truly come over to the dark side? Voldemort chuckled darkly. You have blood on your hands now, Potter. Never to be pure or clean again, you have become me, Potter. You kill to achieve your means, just like me. You punish those who defy you, just like me. Look in the mirror, Potter, and you will find me looking right back at you. Your words have no sway over me, Tom. I fight because I had to. You have pursued me for years, and unlike you, I do not kill indiscriminately or for power. I fight to make a better world where all magicals can live without fear of being discriminated against because of their parentage. Naive sentiments, Potter. This has never been about blood purity to me. Oh, I used the purebloods to achieve my ascendancy, but it's always been about power. Power and fear is what rules the world, Potter. And he who has the power controls the fear. And fear is a powerful weapon to control the masses and get what you want. Lucius Malfoy could taste freedom as he crested the hill almost to the ward boundaries. He saw a group of about 12 people around a large ward stone. His first instinct was to sneak around them until he saw something that brought his blood to a boil. His wife was in the arms of another man. His pride demanded that he take some sort of action. She had been the cause of his fall from grace in the eyes of the Dark Lord. She had stolen his gold, hidden away his traitorous son. She was the cause of his fallen state, and he would have his revenge. Lucius withdrew his wand and took careful aim at his whore of a wife and cast the green killing curse. Minerva had recuperated some of her strength, but her magic was still too weak to even cast a Lumos spell. As she stood next to Narcissa and Remus offering what support she could to the distraught woman, she caught movement out of the corner of her eye. She recognized the person immediately and gasped as she saw the sickly green hue of the unforgivable streak toward Narcissa. She knew without hesitation what she needed to do, without regret, knowing she had lived a full life and had become a part of a loving family once more. She made the ultimate sacrifice for her family and stepped in front of the curse meant for Sissy. As if in slow motion, the other members of the group saw the events unfold in awestruck horror. They watched helplessly as the body of Minerva McGonagall was briefly illuminated before falling heavily to the ground, never to rise again. An echoing scream came from Narcissa as her wand joined the wands of those around her and unleashed their fury on the smirking man in front of them. A dawning realization hit Lucius of his predicament a little too late. As spell after spell slammed into his body. Nothing larger than a quill was left of the man as his body was ripped asunder. Harry felt Bella anguishes as the images of what had happened to Minerva and Luna was played out in his mind. His grief almost overwhelmed him, but he turned it quickly to fierce determination and anger as he faced Voldemort and his remaining army. Incredible amounts of power began to roll off Harry, his aura began to show brightly and his eyes glowed with unbridled power. He heard many gasps and prayers of mercy come from the Death Eaters as they witnessed the transformation in the Potter boy. Not even Voldemort was powerful enough to produce a visible aura. Only Merlin had ever been known to produce one. I will say this once and once only. Those who wish to live, throw down your wands and step forward. For those of you who are foolish enough to remain, you shall receive no quarter. Harry's voice laced with power shook the very ground around them. 2/3 of the remaining Death Eaters threw down their wands immediately and walked forward it to the waiting hands of Ministry Aurors and hit wizards. The rest remained defiantly by their lord and would not surrender. This changes nothing, Potter. I am still the most powerful wizard to ever exist, and I shall rebuild my army more terrible and more devastating than before. Voldemort hissed. You seem to be under the delusion that you will walk away alive from this, Tom. I assure you that is not the case. Harry said flatly. On my orders, open fire on the remaining filth. Harry exclaimed. Thinking fast, Voldemort played his last card. If he could kill the Potter brat here and now, it might cause enough shock and confusion to give him a chance to escape and rebuild. Under the ancient laws, I challenge you, Harry Potter, to a wizard's duel. The House of Gaunt by oath of magic issues a blood feud with the House of Potter and challenges the head of House Potter to single combat with all spoils going to the victor. Voldemort vocalized loudly. Now this was what Harry had been waiting for. He knew it was not just enough to defeat Voldemort in battle, but he needed to defeat those that supported him financially as well. And to do this he needed it to be a battle of houses. Every dark family that had pledged their lives and fortunes to Voldemort and the House of Gaunt as either vassals or allies would lose everything to House Potter if he was victorious. Harry wanted to permanently cripple those pureblood elitists who could wage a blood war. As in ancient times, the losing house would be absorbed into the victors and their fates put into the hands of their new lord. Harry smiled internally as he was about to accept the challenge, but was stopped when Bella's voice echoed in his head. Hadrian James Potter Black. Don't you dare accept that challenge. You cannot trust him to fight fair. This is too much to risk, Harry. Don't do this, Bella cried. Not to worry, love, I have taken precautions. He must kill me to take over House Potter, but he gains nothing if he dies, or we both die. Either way he will die tonight, love. Remember that I'll always love you, and take care of our children. With those final words Harry closed his link to his wife, and turned toward the wizard who would rule. I accept your challenge, Tom. To the victor go all the spoils. So mote it be, Harry declared. So mote it be. Voldemort laughed maniacally. Let us begin. Red, yellow, purple, blue, and green spells illuminated the area where the two combatants circled each other, trading spells back and forth at incredible rates, testing each other's abilities, looking for any weaknesses that they could exploit. The Dark Wizard had to grudgingly admit that his opponent had some dueling talent. But he had been doing this for much longer and knew spells that this child had never seen or even heard of before. After all, he knew more dark spells and curses in his first year at Hogwarts than most 7th years. A lucky slicing hex took off his left earlobe, bringing him quickly out of his musings and refocusing his thoughts on the here and now. I will take you a piece at a time, you bastard, if I have to. The angry young magical growled. You neither have the power nor the ability to defeat me. Lucky hits do not a victor make. My little finger has you outclassed. You're nothing but an annoying pest to be exterminated. The Dark Wizard retorted with a smirk. Insults are the weapons of the scared and the incompetent, which are you. His opponent bit back with a smirk and a chuckle. Pathetic, really. You used to intimidate me, but now I see you for what you really are. You're a coward who has to resort to fear and intimidation, because he lacks any real power or ability. Why, you filthy mudblood whore. I will show you true power. Severus Snape bellowed. Confringo defindo incendio sectum sempra. Severus Snape blasted a chain of spells at the one-time bushy-haired bookworm. But this was not the Hermione Granger he had known at Hogwarts, nor was she the terrified girl at her family's home when he and 2 others murdered her mother and father. No, this Hermione had taken her voraciousness of learning and applied it to all the combat spells and fighting techniques that the best fighter in all of Britain could teach her, the former Bellatrix Lestrange. Now her blood-adopted mother. Through that process Hermione had inherited her new mother's situational awareness and unorthodox fighting style that made her the most dangerous witch of modern times. Hermione dodged, ducked and spun her way out of the path of the oncoming spells and curses. She was as graceful as a ballerina and her reflexes quick as a cat's. Severus was having difficulty tracking the young witch as she danced a predator's dance around the former Hogwarts professor. "Is that all you've got, Snivelus?" She mocked him, using the strategy her mother had taught her. Anger can be used to make your enemy reckless and reactionary, but it does have the effect to cause your enemy's power to increase because of the rush of emotion. With that lesson in mind, Hermione continued to ridicule the potion's master but stayed light on her feet to avoid his overcharged spells, which were beginning to wear the man down. Bill and Charlie had their own hands full as they battled the 5 Death Eaters that had followed behind Snape. The Weasley brothers, who worked seamlessly as a team, had the 5 DEs constantly on the defensive. All they could do was shield and try to deflect the wide range of dark curses that one of the country's best curse breakers was raining down upon them. An instant mummification spell took one dark wizard down as his body instantly seized up and then was beaked dry of any moisture it contained before the now leathery-looking corpse fell to the ground and burst into a cloud of human dust as it impacted the hard stone walkway. Another ancient Egyptian curse struck another as his brain was violently scrambled in his skull and then forcefully expelled out through his nasal cavity, leaving a gray slurry down the front of the man's black robes before his corpse fell to the ground. The battle between Hermione and Snape intensified as the sallow-faced man began to use darker and darker curses. Hermione, taking a book out of Minerva's page, had transfigured a large patch of grass blades into thick needles and banished them towards Snape. Severus threw up a hasty shield but was a second too slow as 100 needles embedded themselves into his legs, arms and torso. He managed to protect his face but the rest of his body screamed out in pain. "That's for my mother," Hermione yelled out. A screamed-out bombarda curse hit the ground directly in front of Hermione, which blasted her off her feet and into the air. She hit the ground with an audible crunch and she screamed out as her left arm shattered on impacting the ground. Bill, hearing her scream, diverted his attention just for a moment from the 3 remaining DEs he and Charlie were fighting. It was long enough for one of the dark wizards to fire a piercing hex that connected with the right side of Bill's face as he turned. Although the hex did not pierce his skull, it did impact his right eye socket and went through Bill's right eye, exploding it right out of the orbital socket. Bill howled in pain as he fell to his knees in shock and pain. Charlie, thinking the worst, shot an anger-fueled Dragon Tamer's spell at the 3 remaining DEs. The spell was designed to calm down a raging dragon by covering it a thin layer of ice. Dragons, being cold-blooded, would immediately stop all movement in an effort to not expend the remaining heat that their bodies contained. Although the spell was harmless to the large reptilian creatures, if cast on a much smaller human with no spell-resistant skin, it would flash freeze their body and organs in an instant and crystallize the blood within their very veins. The Death Eaters would not recover from their Arctic temperature encounter. Hermione scrambled to her feet, her left arm dangled uselessly at her side. Severus was smirking again as he bled from 100 small holes in his body created by the transfigured needles, which had returned to their natural form of blades of grass. "It's time I ended this little reunion, Granger. Say hello to your parents for me, won't you?" Severus smirked. "Avada Kedavra, Sectum Sempra," Hermione screamed, and with a slashing motion toward Snape's neck. Snape's eyes widened in horror as he fell to his knees, his wand falling to the ground. He tried to speak but the only sound he made was a sick gurgling. Blood oozed from his mouth and from a thin line that went from ear to ear on the greasy-haired man's throat. Hermione staggered over to her former professor, her wand pointed at the man's face, her left arm still dangling uselessly. Hermione looked like the angel of death herself as fires burned behind her. Her robes, ripped and torn in many places, were covered in the blood of fallen Death Eaters, many by her own hand. Her eyes blazed with anger and hate as she stared unblinkingly at the man kneeling before her. "You took away from me the people I held most dear in my life. You did it without remorse, without a hint of human compassion." Her voice was flat and without emotion. "How many, Snivelus, how many lives have you taken, how many orphans have you created?" She sneered at the man in disgust. She watched dispassionately as the gurgling got worse. "For every innocent you have slaughtered, for every child you have left parentless, I curse you to an eternity of torture and misery." Hermione turned as if to walk away before turning around again. "Oh, and one other thing, Diffindo." Hermione cast the severing hex that finished severing the neck of the hated man, the head rolling off the body and hitting the ground. "And that's for my father, you son of a bi. Ch." Hermione collapsed to the ground, exhausted physically and mentally, tears running down her faces in rivulets. Bill and Charlie came to her side and the three of them hugged each other tightly, taking comfort in that they were all still alive. Hermione then noticed Bill's injury and gasped, but Bill told her not to worry and they could talk about it later. Charlie immobilized Hermione's arm and had at least stopped the bleeding in Bill's now empty right eye socket. The eyeball had been completely destroyed and would be of no use to the red-headed curse breaker. The fighting in their area had ceased and the toll had been terrible. So many lives lost, so many more families now without a mother or father. They made their way to the front of Knot Castle where another battle was about to take place, hopefully the last battle left to fight. "I accept your challenge, Tom. To the victor go all the spoils." "So mote it be," Harry declared. "So mote it be." Voldemort laughed maniacally. "Let us begin." Avada Kedavra. Voldemort roared right out of the gate. Harry had expected such a first strike and was prepared. Lapidem Murrum. Harry responded with a stone wall shooting out of the ground. "Impressive, Potter." Voldemort sneered. Bomarda. The wall exploded toward Harry. Propulso, Ignis Lapidem. Harry sent the flying shattered pieces back to Voldemort while setting them ablaze. A flick of his wand and a wall of water appeared in front of the path of the flying stones of fire, dousing them. Another flick and the stones turned to sand and fell harmlessly to the ground. "Tisk tisk, Harry. Tossing stones. And here I thought you had learned some real magic." "Just testing the waters, Tommy boy." Harry grinned. What followed was by all accounts a blur of motion as the two wizards attacked and defended, countered and recountered. The entire area began to smell of ozone and the air felt alive with electricity. Bella was beside herself. She wanted to run to Harry's side and help him. But because of the invoking of the ancient challenge and the oaths made, she could not interfere and it only caused her more concern. A cackling caught Bella's attention as a young female voice mocked her and the others. "My master will destroy your precious half-blood bastard, and all that he has will belong to my master. I'm sure as a treat for his faithful he will whore you out to them." Pansy Parkinson cackled madly. "Half-blood bastard. That's exactly what your master is, you little toadstool. The son of a squib and a muggle." Bella returned. "Lies. Lies. I'm sick of your slandering filthy lies about my master." Pansy screamed. "Sorry little girl, but it is the sad, sad truth," Bella stated in a pitying tone but with a twinkle in her eye. "We will see what the truth is when my lord puts Potter's head on a pike in the atrium of the ministry. Then we will see who is right and who is dead." Pansy spat. "You are blinded little girl. What is it that you think will be gained here if Tom wins? A pureblood utopia. He will purge our society of the mudblood filth, and we will live as we were destined to, as the superior race," Pansy said wistfully, if not with a spark of derangement in her voice. "And when he purges our society of everyone that is not of pureblood, then what? We will rule, of course." "Rule what? How many pureblood do you think there are in Britain?" There are a lot of us." Pansy stammered a bit, not really knowing. "Look around you, Pansy. Look around and see all the bodies that will never see another day of life again. Your numbers were near 1,000 and now they do not add up to more than 100. All from pureblood homes. How many pureblood families were wiped out tonight, Pansy? How many purebloods has Tom killed over the years? Complete houses wiped from existence." Bella pummeled the girl with difficult questions. I don't. Well, they deserved it for not obeying my master." Pansy huffed. "And there is the point of the problem. If you disagree with him for any reason, you are no longer deemed worthy to live. You want to send your daughter to school. He says no, he doesn't want witches educated anymore because they could get ideas above their station. You disagree and then wham, you're dead. Too bad, but you disagreed with your Dark Lord," Bella stated. He wouldn't do that. Wouldn't he?" Bella chuckled. "Knowledge is power, Pansy, and Voldemort does not share power. He would not want anyone to have knowledge of things that could be used against him. Trust me, in the end he will see everyone as a threat to him, and he will eliminate that threat," Bella stated matter-of-factly. "You're wrong," Pansy yelled, but with a lot less conviction. "You're a smart girl, Pansy. Use that brain in your head and think about all the Dark Lords you've read about throughout history. Have any of them ever wanted to share their power? I'll answer for you. No, they have not. And once they gain power, they become so paranoid that their closet acquaintances become suspected as potential enemies. And what has happened to them, Pansy? They usually are executed as traitors for no crime other than being powerful enough that they could pose a threat. This is the path that you are on, Pansy. This is what would happen should Tom succeed. But with every dictator that has come into power, eventually they are overthrown and all those within his regime are put to death as well. That is what awaits you, Pansy Parkinson. Is that the life you wanted or expected? Bella asked sincerely this time. Pansy just stared vacantly at Bella, but Bella could tell that the wheels in the young girl's mind were beginning to turn. Sadly, a hardened resolve replaced the wondering eyes. I am loyal to my lord and he will be triumphant and I will be rewarded. Pansy yelled before pushing her way behind some of her remaining loyal compatriots. Bella shook her head sadly. She had tried to get her to see reason, but the girl would not have it and Bella suspected that the girl would not come to a good end. The spell seemed to have no effect on the Dark Lord, who had been caught off guard with the sudden blue spell hitting his chest as he stood over Harry. He chuckled at the feeble attempt at whatever it was the boy had done and quickly recast the spell that had downed boy. Fire seemed to erupt from every nerve ending as Harry fought not to scream from the excruciating pain being caused by the Cruciatus curse that he was being held under. Still, he felt a sense of triumph as his plan was now in effect. He just needed to not get himself killed prematurely and he would be successful. Voldemort smirked victoriously as he tortured the so-called boy who lived. He was now on the cusp of complete victory. With the death of the Potter brat he would assume head status over the House of Potter Black, not to mention become lord over all the vassal and allied houses, and to add the cherry on top was the vast wealth that the combined Potter Black fortune held. Bella tried to run to her Harry's aid when Narcissa grabbed her and shook her head. You can't interfere, Bella. If you do, our house automatically forfeits and we lose everything. Narcissa told the frightened woman. Sissy, Bella cried. If I lose Harry I lose everything anyway. I won't live without him. She sobbed. He has a plan to defeat Riddle, Bella, give him time. Narcissa told her, but Bella could tell from her eyes that she was not telling her something. What is this plan, Sissy, and why do I not know of it? Bella demanded. Narcissa took a deep breath and sighed heavily. He made me give an oath that I would not tell you or anyone else of his plans. Narcissa Black, you had better tell me everything you know, and I mean right now. Bella screamed at her sister. Voldemort suddenly felt winded after holding Potter underneath the curse for only about 30 seconds. He rationalized that the fighting must have worn him out more than he expected. He lifted the curse from the curled-up boy on the ground in front of him. His body was in spasms from the after effects of the unforgivable curse. He smiled to himself as he heard the boy whimper, at least he thought he was whimpering. But listening carefully he realized that the boy was not whimpering but laughing. Do you find your impending death amusing, Potter? Voldemort asked silkily. No, Harry gasped between his chuckles. But I do find yours humorous. Harry stated. Flashback. A week prior. What brings you here, my handsome young lord? The beautiful ancient witch named Morgana Le Fay asked. Harry walked toward the small window of the medieval cottage and looked out at the lush forest before speaking. I feel the end coming, grandmother. Harry replied forlornly, his eyes staring unfocusedly out the window. Morgana moved next to him and threaded her hand into the crook of Harry's elbow. A vision? Morgana asked softly. Harry slowly shook his head. A feeling, Harry replied. Morgana nodded understandingly. And you are worried? Morgana stated, resting her head on the shoulder of the much taller youth. Harry closed his eyes tightly and silently nodded. Even though I am much stronger magically than I used to be, Riddle has so many more years of experience and knowledge than I do. I fear that what I have will not be enough to finish him. You won't use Bella's connection to help you, will you? Morgana stated, more than asked. Harry adamantly shook his head. I won't risk her life or the life of our children. Harry stated firmly. And powerful children they will be. Morgana stated cryptically. Harry either didn't catch what she had said or had ignored it because he made no reply. Even if by some miracle I do beat him, Harry began, there are many of his followers and supporters who would pick up his mantle and follow in his footsteps. Harry sighed heavily, rubbing his face in frustration with his free hand. So what you need is not only a way to end Riddle but a means to neuter his allies. Morgana thought out loud. Harry chuckled at the neuter reference but nodded his head in concurrence with her train of thought. Morgana released Harry's arm and stepped over to the small hearth that had a roaring fire within its bowels. She stood silently deep in thought with an obvious frown on her face. Harry could see that she seemed to be warring with herself to come to some decision. Harry stepped to her side and put an arm around her shoulder. Morgana made no sign that she knew that he was holding her. "Grandmother, what has you so troubled?" Harry asked gently. Morgana slowly turned her head toward the young man who so much reminded her of her own true love who had died so many centuries ago. She saw in Harry that same kindness and nobility that his forefather had, when he had first rescued her from certain death and nursed her back to health. It was this above all else that made her reluctant to share the information that could provide Harry a way to defeat his enemy. Because it came with a heavy cost, the ultimate cost. Morgana gave Harry a warm and loving smile as her hand cupped his cheek. Steeling herself, she turned fully toward him and looked deeply into his eyes. "Harry, what would you be willing to give if I could provide you a way to defeat not only Riddle but to put the lives and fortunes of all those who support him into your hands?" "I would." Before Harry could answer, Morgana raised a hand to forestall him. "My sweet child, would you be willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to assure the defeat of your enemies and the safety and security of your family?" Morgana didn't need Harry to respond to already know the answer that lay within his heart, but she allowed him to answer anyway. "If it meant that my family would be safe and could live in peace, I would gladly give my life to see that happen," Harry stated sincerely. Tears welled up in Morgana's eyes as she nodded her head jerkily. "As I expected you to say," Morgana replied with a choked-up reply. "Sit, Harry." Morgana motioned to a pair of chairs near the fire. Harry sat and watched as Morgana removed a leather-bound scroll from an old trunk that had been under the feather bed that took up one corner of the small cottage. She sat down across from Harry, their knees slightly touching, and unrolled the scroll over their combined laps. "This is Le magic, Harry, and it is one of the more dangerous spells that I have ever created. It is called the Potentia Exariant. It is a spell of last resort." Morgana paused for a moment as she composed herself. "What it does, Harry, is drain the magic and life force of your enemy. It does it by using your enemy's own magic against him. For every spell your enemy casts, he weakens himself both magically and physically until he is left with nothing, and he either kills himself or is weakened so much that he is able to be killed by his opponent." She finished. "But that is great," Harry stated excitedly. "Turning Riddle's magic against himself would be perfect." "It is not so simple, Harry. This is blood magic, and every performance of blood magic demands a sacrifice in return," Morgana stated seriously. "What is the sacrifice?" Harry asked, knowing that he was not going to like the answer. "Your life and magic," the ancient witch told him. Harry sat back in his chair and sighed heavily. "The ultimate sacrifice," Harry whispered. "There is a chance of survival, Harry. Once the spell is cast, your life and magic as well as your opponent's will begin to trickle away. The more powerful the spell you use, the faster the drain will be. If you could get Riddle to cast powerful spells and curses at you, he may drain himself at a faster rate than your drain would be. The spell ends once one of you is dead. If you can keep from casting Harry, you could survive this. But don't let the battle go on for too long or you both will die from the drain." Harry nodded his understanding. It was a huge risk, but it could become necessary if he found he could not finish Riddle on his own. "But what about his followers and those loyal to him? You said that there was a way to stop them as well," Harry asked. "From what you and Bella have told me and what I have seen from your minds, he regards himself a pureblood lord modeled after the old ways. If that is the case, he would have the houses that are loyal to him swear an oath of fealty which would make him their sovereign lord. And I know that you are aware of how the Potters became so powerful in ancient times. When the old houses battled, it was for power and dominion over that house. If you or he were to challenge each other as lords of your respective houses and invoke the old oaths, every allied and vassal house will fall under that oath and would become spoils of war. In effect, if you defeated Riddle, every one of his sworn allies will fall under your control." Morgana finished with a smirk. "But the opposite is true as well, is it not?" Harry asked. "It is, Harry. So you must win," Morgana stated, grabbing and squeezing his hands in her own. "I believe in you, Harry. You are a credit to your family name and do it great honor." "What must I do?" Harry then asked with set determination. "First, you will need Narcissa to carve the rune shown in the scroll onto your chest with the incantation spoken. As she does so, it will be painful. She must then capture enough of your spilled blood and use it to trace over the rune again and again until the cuts to your skin heal. Once healed, all you need to do is say the incantation and cast the spell at Riddle. There is no blocking this spell, that is, no conjured shield will stop it. However, a rock, tree or body will stop it, so when you cast it make sure you are close to him so he does not have time to pull something in front of the spell's path. Do you understand? Morgana asked the young wizard who was absorbing every word she spoke. Yes, grandmother, I understand. Present time. Harry's laughing was distraction enough for Harry to use a banishing charm that threw the Dark Lord a good 15 feet away from him. He felt the pull on his magic and his energy, but it was minimal. He scrambled to his feet and created more distance between him and Voldemort. Voldemort screamed in fury at himself for being taken by surprise again by the whelp. He got to his feet and looked for his target that was now a good 30 feet away from him. The boy was bloodied and bruised and obviously feeling the after effects of his curse as he witnessed the boy's body spasm every few seconds. You only delay the inevitable, Harry, end this charade and surrender. I promise I will make your death swift and painless. Voldemort taunted. Harry chuckled again. No chance, snake face. However, I would graciously accept your surrender, and I will guarantee you a swift death. Harry mocked the abomination in front of him. How does it feel, Tommy boy, to have lost so many times to me? Must be hard, you know, to keep justifying to your followers that it was just my dumb luck being the cause of beating you. Though I guess they shouldn't expect much from you, seeing as how you are the bastard son of a muggle and a squib. Harry mocked, enraging the Dark Wizard. Voldemort again yelled in fury as he unleashed another chain of lethal spells. Harry was trying to use his agility to the best of his ability and dodge the spells, but some were coming so fast that he had to shield or transfigure things around him to provide cover. Harry knew he had to get him using heavy-duty spells soon if he wanted to survive this, but so far Voldemort had been somewhat reserved in his use of dark spells. He needed to get him angry that he just started casting every dark spell he knew at him. The use of darker spells usually required more of a person's magic to cast. You know, I must say I'm disappointed in you, Tom. Here I've been told you are the master of dark magic, but all I've seen so far are spells any 7th year could use. Is it all just made up stories, Tommy boy, lies and deception to keep your mindless followers in line? Harry guffawed. Would you like to see what I can do to you, Harry? You're nothing but a pest, a bug to be squashed underfoot. Voldemort yelled. Voldemort unleashed a blood-boiling curse that Harry just had time enough to duck under before he had to roll away quickly to avoid a dark curse that was black like obsidian and had an ominous feel to it as it passed him. When it struck the ground, it had dug a 3-foot crater. Harry looked up to see a winded but still erect Dark Lord posed to fire another spell. Damn, Harry thought to himself. The bastard must have a lot of power if he is barely breaking a sweat. Any other thoughts were banished as Voldemort conjured a long whip of fire and was swinging it over his head. The whip came speedily toward Harry, who tried to roll out of the way, but his left calf was hit in mid-roll. The spell caused terrible third-degree burns over the calf. Stinging open blisters leaked their fluid into charred flesh. Harry made it to a large lawn statue where he hastily applied a numbing charm to his leg. The Dark Lord had fallen to one knee from the expenditure of magic needed to perform the conjuration. He did not understand why he was feeling so much pull on his magic, and it concerned him. He needed to quickly end the Potter boy and figure this out, but Potter came first. Pushing himself back up to his feet, he looked for the object of his ire. I'm not gonna survive this if I'm just on the defensive. Harry panted, the sweat from his forehead stinging his eyes. A blasting curse to the statue had sent Harry flying. A large piece of marble struck the back of his head, knocking him senseless. He lay on the ground trying to get the world to stop spinning and right itself. Voldemort yelled in triumphant fury as he staggered toward his fallen prey. He lifted his wand and kept it pointed at the half-blood pretender. He wanted to look into his eyes and watch the life in them fade to nothing. The assembled crowd watched in either glee or horror as they witnessed the boy who lived tossed like a ragdoll by a blasting curse and seemed to be unmoving. Pansy screamed a primal yell and unleashed a volley of spells at the Potter forces. Her confederates also took courage in what they were watching and began firing spells as well. Pansy focused her fury on Bella and engaged the once feared witch in single combat. Pansy was casting furiously, but Bella calmly batted each spell away as if they were nothing more than an annoying bug. You can't beat me, Pansy. Stop this foolishness and live. Bella tried to encourage the girl, but she would have none of it. I am the Dark Lord's new right hand. I will destroy you and present your lifeless corpse to my master, and I will be rewarded beyond my dreams." Pansy screamed, continuing to cast one dark curse after another. Bella realized that Pansy would not see reason and regretted what she had to do to the promising young girl. Bella's response was like a blur. Pansy had never seen anyone move so fast, not even her master. The severing curse was razor sharp and cleanly severed Pansy's right hand from her wrist. The hand fell to the ground, still clutching her wand. Pansy screamed out in pain as she pulled the injured arm to her chest and fell to her knees. "I will kill you, you blood traitor, by ch." Pansy bellowed. Bella shook her head sadly and turned away from the girl to take down another Death Eater, thinking that Pansy was out of the fight. A scream of rage from behind her made her spin around just in time to see a knife that Pansy had just thrown heading toward her. Again, with speed honed from years and years of practice, she was already casting as she turned on pure reflex. The spell hit the twirling blade and banished it back toward its mistress. With a wet thud, the double-edged cursed dagger slammed into Pansy's chest, piercing her heart. Pansy silently fell to her knees, her eyes glancing down at the dagger buried to the hilt in her chest. With a confused look in her eyes, she met Bella's saddened gaze. Pansy attempted to speak, but no words were forthcoming. Pansy's body then seemed to fall sideways in slow motion. It hit the ground. The life of the 16-year-old wannabe right hand of Voldemort would not see another sunrise. Bella's heart went out to the young girl, but she had chosen her path and refused to accept any other alternative. Remembering what started this second round of fighting, she looked for her husband and prayed to every deity that he was still alive. She saw him re-engaged with Voldemort, and cried in relief. The two combatants were now showing signs of fatigue. When Narcissa had explained to Bella what Harry had done, she had been furious that her husband made this kind of decision without her. And be so selfish to throw his life away. Didn't he realize how much she loved and needed him? How dare he leave her and their children without a husband and father? It was no comfort at all, even though Sissy had told her that there was a good chance that Harry would survive the curse. In her opinion, there was no risk worth losing her husband over. If he did survive this, she would kill him herself for putting her through this. Voldemort was standing over the prone body of his mortal enemy and grinned. "Well fought, Harry Potter, but the end was never in doubt. I was always destined to defeat you. I am the greatest wizard of all time, and you will be just a footnote in the history books that recount my rise to power." "Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you, Tommy boy?" Harry groaned. "As far as I can see, I'm still breathing, so you haven't won yet." Harry half laughed, half coughed. "That will soon be remedied. Your death will be slow and painful, and I will watch as the life fades from your eyes. I want my smirking face to be the last thing you see." Voldemort hissed silkily, raising his wand for the final blow. Harry smiled a bloody smile at his nemesis and in one swift move sent the heel of his boot crushing into the Dark Lord's groin. Voldemort staggered back and fell to his knees from the sudden blinding pain in his nether regions. He gasped and rolled in pain. Harry tried to stand but kept falling over, the serious concussion affecting his equilibrium, not to mention the crispy right calf hindering his efforts as well. Harry finally managed to steady himself just as Voldemort had gotten to his feet. The fury in the Dark Lord's face was evident, and Harry knew that playtime was over. The end was now upon him. Avada Kedavra. The green light of death slammed into a conjured marble wall, shattering it, sending shards out in all directions. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Both combatants fell to the ground, their magic and life force flowing out of them like a river now. The Lefay curse in full force from the dark spell repeatedly cast by the Dark Lord had decimated Voldemort's magical core, and now his life was moments away from being completely snuffed out. But Harry was in no better condition. The massive amount of magic required to conjure the marble slabs had decimated his magical core as well. All he needed was to live just a second longer, then Voldemort and his family would be safe. Now it was a struggle of willpower. "What have you done to me, Potter?" Voldemort gasped out, finding it hard to keep his head up. Harry chuckled. "The same thing I have done to myself, you pasty-faced bastard. You know that SP spell I hit you with that seemed to do nothing." Harry struggled to laugh. Voldemort remembered the blue spell that hit him in the chest but did nothing. Well, it linked us together. Harry's speech was now becoming more labored by the moment. As we used magic to fight one another, it drained us of RM magic and our life force. Harry blurted out a laugh. "It's killing both of us. And neither of us will survive this night." Harry's grin had sadness behind it. That's impossible. I am the most powerful. Yeah, blah blah blah. Harry interrupted. With his last bit of energy and magic he raised his wand to the man who had haunted his life and dreams for 16 years. It was an incredible strain to focus on what he had to do and knew this would be the last spell he would ever cast, but it needed to be done. Taking careful aim he whispered the incantation. Avada Kedavra. Harry's arm fell lifelessly to the ground from the arduous effort. Harry cracked a half smile as he watched the body of Voldemort glow momentarily green and then still completely. He had won. Harry heard and felt the footfalls of dozens of running feet coming toward him and the corpse of Voldemort. 100 or more people surround the two prone bodies of Harry Potter and the darkest wizard in a generation. Many had tears in their eyes, some were tears of joy at the defeat of Voldemort, others were tears of sadness for their savior. Bella fell to her knees and cradled Harry's limp form to her chest and wept bitterly. Harry had not the strength to even raise a finger. His breath was shallow and he was growing colder with each passing second. His eyes, however, were full of emotion, and what Bella saw was a wealth of unconditional love and yet inconsolable sadness. Bella lifted Harry's hand to her lips and kissed it tenderly as her emotions broke through what remained of her willpower. Her body was racked with utter grief as she felt the love of her life slowly fade away. The family all began to weep inconsolably as the last light faded away from the eyes of the boy, the man, who had changed their lives so dramatically. Long estranged sisters had been reunited, a godmother was able to get to know and come to love her lost godson. House Black returned to honor, House Potter returned to its former power and glory. The lives of so many were in one way or another indebted to the green-eyed young man, but none more than Bella Potter Black. Her life had changed the most. From an abusive marriage and being controlled by the Dark Lord, from a life of hell in Azkaban to escape and being asked to watch over a young boy. She had been blessed with the incredible gift of unconditional love, true love. However brief the time she had with Harry, she would cherish it always and would be grateful for the two lives growing within her to remind her of him every day. All these thoughts were running through her mind, completely lost in her own grief. What is that? A voice that sounded like Hermione spoke in confusion. Bella lifted her head from nuzzling Harry's face and looked for what had caught Hermione's attention. The dark red wand in Harry's right hand seemed to be glowing with a golden halo. It rose into the air, hovering above the motionless body of Harry Potter. The gold shimmering aura expanded from the wand and enveloped Harry's still form. Harry's body began to gently rise from Bella's lap and begin to hover just above the ground. Bella was on her feet looking at a loss for what was happening. Everyone watched the happenings with morbid fascination. An echoing female voice was heard coming incredibly from the hovering wand in front of the dark-haired young man. "My dear sweet Harry." The warm female voice spoke like warm honey. "So selfless, so loyal, you have made your ancestors proud this day." Audible gasps were heard as a small B***-owned woman dressed in clothing of a bygone era materialized from the aura surrounding the wand. "So much like my love Gwaine are you, Harry of House Potter." The spectral visage glided to Harry and cupped his cheeks, lifting his limp head. "I made a vow over a millennia ago to one day repay the life debt that I owed to the noble House of Potter. There is no one more deserving than you, Harry, and so I wish to repay my debt to you." Morgana Le Fay looked to her too many greats granddaughter. "With your permission, Lady Potter Black?" the ancient witch asked. Bella, with tears rolling down her face, nodded quickly. Morgana smiled warmly at Bella. "Cherish him always, my child." Bella's tears flowed even more as she nodded, hoping beyond hope that somehow the impossible would be accomplished. Morgana turned back to the still form of the hovering body before her. She pressed her body against his and with her hands cupping his cheeks she pressed her lips to his and began to kiss him tenderly. "To you, Harry, I freely give up what remains of me in this world. It is my gift to you, use it well." With those parting thoughts the shimmering form of Morgana Le Fay seemed to absorb itself into the floating body of Harry Potter. The aura surrounding Harry pulsed wildly. With a shuddering jerk the once still form took in a deep gasping breath. Harry gently floated back to the ground, Bella immediately at his side clutching his warming hand. Harry blinkingly opened his green and violet eyes, the mixed-colored orbs that both he and Bella shared, and saw the most beautiful face smiling tearily down at him. "Hello, gorgeous lady," Harry whispered with a crooked smile. "Harry, 10-year-old Lily Morgana Potter was trying to be as inconspicuous as she could as she tried to make her way to her father's study up on the third floor of Black Manor. Something within his study had been calling to her for several days now, but something had always interrupted her mission to get there. Lily was blessed with the long silky black hair that most Potter Blacks had, the ebony locks falling to her waist. The one difference was a large swath of platinum B** owned about 2 inches in width that flowed down from the front of her head and fell just in front of her right ear. Another difference was her eyes. Her twin siblings, Sirius James and Minerva Minnie Cassiopeia, had their parents' eyes, deep purple with a ring of emerald green. Lily on the other hand had electric blue eyes that almost seemed to glow. Lily was also an extremely intelligent girl who was frequently praised by her oldest sister Hermione Weasley née Potter Black. Hermione told her constantly that she would be the smartest witch of her age and would most likely tumble every academic record in Hogwarts including her own. Lily adored her older sister Hermione and would always listen to her funny stories about various Hogwarts students and especially about her brother Sirius, the soon-to-be third year, and the trouble her older brother would get into at the ancient school. Sirius had inherited his father's talent for flying and finding himself in awkward situations. Hermione had been the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the last 6 years and recently made head of Gryffindor House last year, much to Sirius' dismay, who had been sorted into the House of the Lions. After all, who wanted their sister watching over them like a hawk? How was anyone to play a decent prank when their sister knew their every move? Not to mention Mom and Dad being notified immediately after the fact. Minnie had been sorted into Ravenclaw also to her dismay. She wanted to honor the great witch she had been named for, Minerva McGonagall, and be sorted a lion as well. But the hat had convinced her that there was no greater honor for Minerva McGonagall than to have her namesake be the best witch she could be, and that Ravenclaw would help her develop her talents better than any other house. Minnie spent a lot of time prior to Hogwarts and during the holidays with Aunt Narcissa and her sister Luna. She had shown adeptness for understanding ritual magic and had a natural gift for healing. The aging Madame Pomfrey had already offered the Bright Witch an apprenticeship and had been helping her during her free periods and weekends. Lily had made it to the second floor without being seen when she was suddenly bowled over by a sandy-haired boy just a few months older than she, was going the opposite way. "Romulus Lupin," Lily whispered harshly. "Why don't you watch where you're going?" "Sorry Lils, I was playing hide and seek with Artie and was trying to hide," the young boy stated. "That's fine I guess, but don't call me Lils. Aunt Sissy has told you I don't like it when you shorten my name." Lily huffed. "All Mum said was I shouldn't call you Lily Pad anymore, nothing about Lils," Romulus quipped. Lily closed the distance between the two and glared dangerously at her cousin. "If you like the hair on your head where it is," Lily glanced menacingly at the shaggy mop of hair. "I'd use my proper name or it might not be there tomorrow," Lily growled. Romulus gulped dramatically and nodded his head quickly before sprinting down the stairs, mumbling something about scary girls. Lily was about to continue up the stairs when her senses alerted her to another presence. "Arthur James Weasley, if your mum finds out that you've nicked my father's new invisibility cloak, you'll be cleaning cauldrons with your tongue," Lily called out to the emptiness of the landing. Arthur, Artie, James Weasley suddenly materialized, pulling a silvery invisibility cloak from his body. "How did you know I was here?" the son of Hermione and Bill Weasley asked his aunt, who was just a year younger than he was. Lily just smirked and shrugged her shoulders. "You really are scary sometimes, you know," Arthur said with a chuckle. "Do you know if Aunt Luna and Uncle Jerry are here yet?" Arthur asked with a slight blush. Lily grinned at her nephew Riley. "I'm sure you meant to ask, is their 10-year-old daughter Celine here?" Lily chuckled at the blush on her red-headed nephew. "You do know you're related to her, right?" Lily smiled. "I don't know what you're talking about." Artie feigned ignorance. "So you don't have a crush on her, huh? So all that staring and trying to sit as close as you can to her are just you being, what, friendly?" Lily smirked. "I don't have a crush on her. And besides, even if I did, it would be okay," Artie replied a little more hotly than he wanted to. "Oh, well, yeah, I mean we are only related by marriage, not by blood. I mean Aunt Luna isn't a Potter Black by blood, right?" Lily's smile threatened to split her face. "That's true," she replied nonchalantly. "Just remember that Celine's dad was a hit wizard, and if you mess with his little girl he might just—" Lily let the rest of what she was going to say hang in the air, smirking wickedly at her nephew. Artie's eyes widen in realization. It's a good thing that I'm not crushing on her then, yeah. Lily chuckled as Artie headed to the main floor and out the back to where most of the family had gathered for the party. Too easy. Lily chuckled. It's not nice to tease your nephew like that, a witch with purple spiky hair said as she came out of a door to the left. Hi Nim. Lily squealed and launched herself at her cousin, who spun her around and gave her a bone-crushing hug. So how's the birthday girl? Nymphadora Tonks asked her young cousin. Technically it's not till Tuesday. Lily replied to her favorite cousin. True, but it was much easier for the family to all come together on a weekend than a weekday. Nim stated. I guess so. Lily asked. If you don't tell your mum and dad I'll give you your present now. Nim waggled her eyebrows. Really? Lily clapped. Yep, do you promise? I do. The pretty metamorph removed a rectangular package from her cloak. It seemed to be haphazardly wrapped with paper sticking out at various angles. I never was very good at artfully wrapping presents. Nymphadora shrugged with a chuckle. Lily tore open the present, wrapping paper hitting the floor at her feet. Wow, Lily whispered in awe. It's beautiful, but aren't these illegal to possess if you're not an Auror or a hit wizard? Lily asked. Not when you're the head of the DMLE. Nim grinned. Let me show you how to put it on. But I don't even have a wand yet. Mum and Dad said I couldn't get one till after my birthday. Lily sated with a frustrated sigh. Nymphadora chuckled at her young cousin's antics. So adult-like at times but still a little girl. The purpled-haired head of the DMLE strapped on the Hungarian horntail wand holster to Lily's left forearm and adjusted it. With a tap of her wand the enchantments were activated. Lily felt the magic and raised an eyebrow at her cousin. Now, you have all the DMLE added features to this holster. Your wand cannot be summoned while in the holster, and as soon as you holster your wand it activates a notice me not charm so others won't know that you have it. If you flex your wrist up once, the wand will spring out and into your hand, flex it down twice and it returns to the holster. Cool huh? Nim smiled. Brilliant. Lily replied, hugging her cousin tightly again. Nim, Lily asked tentatively. Yes love, how come you've never married? Lily asked, wondering why her beautiful cousin had never settled down. Nymphadora sighed heavily. It was not a topic that she liked to speak of, but Lily was special and felt closer to her than most other people in her life. Nim sat down on the step and patted her hand on the spot next to her. Lily took the hint and sat next to her cousin. Nim wrapped one arm around her and pulled her in tight. You were just a baby, about 3 years old I believe, so I'm sure you don't remember, but I was dating Bill's brother Charlie. Charlie, I think you've been told, was a dragon handler. Lily nodded that she did know that, and Nim continued. We kept our relationship quiet, we weren't sure where the future would take us, or if there was a future. After Voldemort was defeated I had returned to the Auror Force and restarted my career. Charlie returned to Romania. He was offered the assistant head position over the entire Dragon Reserve. We visited each other whenever time permitted, we fell deeply in love. Lily. Nim sighed heavily, the memories still tender in her heart. He eventually asked me to marry him and I said yes. We had planned to tell the family that Christmas. Charlie never showed. 2 days later I received an owl from the Romanian Ministry of Magic. The letter stated that I was named as next of kin should anything happen to Charlie. Nim paused as a single tear fell down her face. The letter, Nim choked out, stated that it was with sincere regrets that they must inform me that Master Dragon Handler Charles Octavius Weasley had been killed in the line of duty as he saved the lives of 2 interns who had become trapped within a dragon enclosure. Mr. Weasley distracted the dragon long enough for the 2 interns to escape but was not able to escape himself. Nim stopped and closed her eyes, reliving the memory. She immediately found herself engulfed by the slender arms of Lily Morgana. I'm so sorry Nim, Lily cried. I didn't mean to bring up such a horrible memory. It's all right Lily. Nim responded, hugging the girl back. The hardest part was informing the rest of the family. Bill and Hermione and I suspect your mum and dad knew about Charlie and me, and out of respect they never brought up our relationship to anybody else. Lily bit her lip but had to ask. Nim, that was so long ago, why? Why haven't I found someone else? Nim gave her a watery smile. Lily nodded her head slowly. The heart is a complicated thing sweetie, I'm not opposed to finding love, but I'm not actively looking for it either. Nim replied sadly. Maybe you should, Nim. You deserve to have someone love you and to have someone to love. Lily stated shyly. Nymphadora smiled at her cousin warmly. That's why I have you, Lily. I give all my love to you and I know that you love me too. I know, but what I meant. I know what you meant, sweetie, and maybe I will open my heart again, but I don't think I'm quite ready yet. But you'll be the first to know when I do. Deal? Nim asked her favorite cousin. Deal. Lily agreed. Now then, I think we need to get to your party, don't you? Nim asked with a smirk. Lily looked longingly at the third floor. She wanted desperately to get to her father's study. She knew that her dreams meant something and the answers were there inside the study, but she had been diverted yet again. Hand in hand, Lily and Nymphadora made their way downstairs and out to the back garden where a large gathering of family and friends were enjoying the warm July day. Lily shared the same birthday as her father, July 31st. It was the best birthday present he had ever received, her father said of her birth. Lord Hadrian James Potter was a smitten man. His little Lily had him so wrapped around her little finger that it was an infinite source of amusement to the rest of the family. Harry doted on all his children and was a very engaged father, never missing an important event in his children's lives. Harry was a political powerhouse within the Wizengamot, but had turned down the office of Chief Warlock every time his name was put forward. Sweeping changes in legislation and laws regarding wizarding Britain came from his quill. Muggle-borns and half-bloods enjoyed an equality with the purebloods that had never been seen before. 1/3 of the Wizengamot seats were now by democratic election only, and each committee within the Wizengamot must have at least 2 elected members on their respected boards. Most of the elected seats were held by Muggle-borns who represented 65% of the magical population of Britain. Bella spent most of her time raising her children but did tutor those who were interested and showed a talent for dueling. 2 of her students were now tearing up the dueling circuit, winning tournament after tournament. She was also a favorite guest lecturer at Hogwarts for Professor Hermione Weasley's Dada class. But to Bella there was no greater calling than that of mother, and she took to it with a drive like she had with dueling. All 3 of her children showed remarkable skill and natural magical ability, but they also inherited both their parents' strength of will and tempers. It would concern her if not for their sense of fair play and utter loyalty to one another and their family and extended family. The Potter Black children defended their family with such zeal that very few attempted to harass anyone the Potters considered family. Lily looked around the garden and spotted Sirius and Minnie sneaking into the ritual house with mischievous looks on their face, and was about to follow when she saw Nana Bones chasing them back out by shooting stinging hexes at their backsides. Lily chuckled at the sight of her grandmother, who happened to be the longest-serving minister of magic in centuries, chase her sibling around the garden. Lily wasn't sure, but she could swear that Nana Amelia was smiling. "Happy birthday, Lily." Neville and Susan greeted their niece. "Hi, Uncle Neville, Aunt Susan. Is Salome here?" Lily asked about her cousin. "She is. I think she is overplaying with Celine. She is very excited to be starting Hogwarts this year. How about you?" Susan Longbottom asked, adjusting her 3-year-old son Frank on her hip. "Me too. I hope we're in the same house," Lily said. "Well, even if you're not, you know you can still hang out, right? It's not like it was in my day where the houses hardly ever mingled," Neville informed her. "Yeah, I know, it would just be nice to be in the same dorm room with her." Lily smiled. "That would be nice, but remember, it's also wonderful to make new friends as well," Susan told the raven-haired girl. "I know, but it would also be fun to torture Uncle Neville in class if we were together." Lily laughed at the look of horror on her uncle's face. Potions would never be the same. Neville feigned a horror-struck face, eliciting a giggle from Lily. Harry and Bella watched as their youngest mixed and mingled with her family and friends. She would be starting Hogwarts in the fall, and so all 3 of their children will be students at the ancient school, and they would leave Black Manor a lonely place. "Feeling nostalgic, Dad?" Hermione asked saucily, never ceasing to tease her best friend over their familial relationship. Harry rolled his eyes at his daughter. "Best friend? Careful, young lady, I may have to bend you over my knee and give you a spanking," Harry teased back. "Bill, you told him about our bedroom playtime fun?" Hermione asked her husband with a wink. Harry's eyes bulged and he blushed a crimson that would make any Weasley proud. "I think you broke him." Bella laughed, hugging Hermione and giving Bill a key on the cheek. "You know, Bill, I still say that eye patch of yours is damn, say why," Bella stated, winking at the redhead. "Yeah, So do the female goblins at the bank, they dig battle scars and amputations. Bill chuckled. Hermione rolled her eyes at her husband and swatted him on the chest. Yeah, but the female goblins are as flat-chested as the males, so if you wanna have fun with these, Hermione said, pushing her ample bosom against Bill's chest and sliding them back and forth. I suggest you stick with me, curse boy, Hermione said teasingly. Bella chuckled loudly while Harry just shook his head and muttered, too much information. Bella and Harry continued to greet their guests as the afternoon soon melted into dusk. They looked on as the children were playing a game of tag. Artie was in hot pursuit of Lily when Bella noticed the casual movement of Lily's hand. All of a sudden Artie tripped over something, launching him into a swan dive and into the flower bed. Bella raised her eyebrow as she watched her youngest daughter perform wandless magic, causing the ground in front of Artie to suddenly rise up and trip the gangly youth. It had not been the first time when she had seen her daughter use wandless magic. She remembered when she was 4 years old and had been refused another piece of cake. Bella nearly dropped the plate in her hand as she watched her daughter wandlessly and silently summon the cake to her. Harry, Bella began, have you noticed Lily's power level lately? Yeah, I was there when Poppy gave Lily her last physical before attending school. Harry stated, following Bella's gaze to his giggling daughter who was helping her cousin Artie up off the ground. She's twice as powerful as the twins were at that age. She sighed. I know, but I don't think we have to worry about her. She is the most loving and caring of the kids. Harry said soothingly. Yes, but she's also the most cunning and intelligent. Bella replied, I'm just worried, I guess. About what, love? Harry asked, wrapping his arms around Bella's belly and pulling her back into him, his head resting on her shoulder. I'm worried about what the fates have in store for her to warrant making her so powerful. Bella sighed. Harry looked over to his daughter who was helping a very tired-looking Augusta Longbottom to her seat. Again watching their daughter wandlessly and silently cast a cushioning charm on the chair. They watched as the dowager lady spoke to their daughter who gave the grand lady her complete attention. Whatever fate has in store for our family, we will meet it as a family. Harry said confidently, keying the cheek of the woman who meant everything to him. Harry and Bella lay in their bed cuddled up with one another. After nearly 14 years of marriage they still felt like they were on their honeymoon. Harry still marveled at the way his life had turned around from the beaten 15-year-old to being a husband to a loving wife, the father of 3 amazing children, head of 2 ancient and noble houses and a host of other friends and family who he loved and cherished. Canute for your thoughts, love. Bella whispered from her spot lying across her Harry's chest. Just counting my blessing, mon amour. Harry replied. Ooh, I love it when you speak French. Bella purred as she slid up her husband's body, claiming his lips with hers in a passionate key. Harry suddenly stopped and sat up. Something wrong, love? Bella pouted, her swollen lips wanting to continue their workout. The wards in the study just tripped. Harry replied. Oh. Bella asked, getting up and throwing on her night dress. Harry rose as well and threw on his robe and grabbed his wand. The study was just at the opposite end of the hall from their bedroom. The couple walked slowly and silently to the cracked open door that led to Harry's private study. Bella and Harry paused at the door and looked into the room. What they saw surprised them. Ronald Pruitt had faded into obscurity. After Voldemort's death he had been released from the body bind he had been placed under. He quickly fled and kept himself hidden from the rest of the wizarding world. For 3 long years he traveled around Great Britain, existing on whatever he could find or steal. On one stormy night he had found a small cave that he could tell had some kind of repelling spell around it. But the wards for some reason recognized him and he was allowed to enter. Ronald saw what looked like a large pensieve in the middle of the cavern and approached it cautiously. Above the pensieve, suspended in mid-air, was a silvery translucent substance. Not knowing why he felt compelled to touch the substance. Ron took his index finger and poked the floating substance. In pain he quickly pulled back his hand and discovered that the tip of his finger had been poked and was now bleeding. As soon as Ron had touched the silvery substance fell into the stone bowl. Ron tripped over himself as an image of an old bearded man rose from the bowl. Welcome, my heir, I am Merthin Emrys. You will bring our house back to prominence, and with my training we will conquer our enemies, strip them of their magic and rule Britain once more. Ron sneered malevolently. The first house to fall will be Potter. Lily Morgana was tossing in her bed. She knew it was well past midnight, but the call to her dad's study was overwhelming her sense to just stay in bed. Finally she couldn't take it anymore and slid out of her bed. She pulled on her robe and slippers and made her way from her bedroom on the second floor to her father's study on the third. She crept past her parents' room hearing some kind of moaning and groaning. She shook her head in an attempt to stifle any stray thoughts about what her parents could be up to and continued to the study. Lily, as quietly as possible, opened the door to her father's study and then stepped in and looked around. The study itself was modestly decorated and was dominated by a large oak desk with many scrolls and parchments strewn about it. Lily surmised it must be his Wizengamot things. Opposite the desk was a large fireplace with an ornate mahogany mantel. Above the mantel was a large portrait of a beautiful bee owned witch with electric blue eyes. She was dressed in medieval clothing and was sitting in a rocking chair. The look on the painted woman's face was in an attitude of warm expectation. Lily was caught off guard by the look on the woman's face, a look that said, "I've been expecting you." The small gold placard at the bottom of the painting gave the witch's name. Morgana Le Fay, grandmother, mentor and guardian of House Potter. Lily realized that her eyes were an exact copy of the eyes of Morgana Le Fay. She had always been curious why her eyes were different from her siblings, and now here was the answer to her question. She had known she was a descendant of the famous witch. Her mother made sure that the family knew that she was not the dark evil witch of legend. But she had never seen this portrait before. Lily's eyes were then pulled to a small display sitting on top of the mantel just under the portrait. In a blue velvet rectangular case lay a blood-red colored wand. This was it. Lily gasped. She felt the wand calling to her, singing to her. It was like siren song to the young girl. On tiptoes she reached up to grab the wand, but before she could it jumped from its case and straight into her hand. A golden glow immediately surrounded and pulsed around the young witch as the wand caused waves of warmth to spread throughout her body. Lily knew immediately that the wand had chosen her. She looked transfixed at the beautiful wand in her hand, rolling her wrist around and around to see every inch of it. Unbeknownst to her, her parents had watched the entire scene from the doorway. They, like her, were amazed at what had just happened. But what happened next would stun all three Potters as a soft musical voice that both Harry and Bella knew very well began to speak. "Well chosen, granddaughter." The portrait above the mantel spoke. Lily looked up wide-eyed, not believing what she was seeing. The portrait had come to life and a beaming Morgana Le Fay looked down upon her descendant. "I was beginning to believe that you were not my chosen." Morgana smiled. "But here you are and my wand has chosen you." She beamed again. "A great and terrible destiny lies before you, child of my blood. You are my true heir, and I will be your guide. Like your father before you, the fates have chosen you. The House of Le Fay and the House of Emrys will soon be at war once more." Bella and Harry gasped as they heard the words spoken by the Great Witch. "What are we going to do?" Harry asked, terrified by what his daughter seemed destined to face. Bella, surprisingly calm, cupped her husband's face. "Whatever it is, Harry," she said soothingly, "we will face as a family. As I watched over you, Harry. And together we will be watching over Lily." The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.